ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Shrikant, this is better. Can I start?
Yeah, this is better. Yes, yes.
Okay, all right then. I'm just going to start again then. Morning, everyone. I know we have a long day ahead, so I'm just going to do a very brief summary of the proceedings of the first day of the 9th National Urban Design Thesis Seminar. So the day could be parceled into 3 major components. The inaugural session or the opening session with the invited guests and dignitaries spoke about the significance of the thesis seminar itself as a platform to share the latest research and promote cross-learning between academia and practice. It also argued about the challenges currently facing our Indian cities due to urbanization and the role urban design can essay in ameliorating these problems and look at more sustainable and livable habitats for all. Following this, before I start about the sessions itself, I would like to quote Merleau-Ponty on art, where he says, "We come not to see the work of art, but the world according to it." So each piece of art and design is about the world and the condition of the human being in it or our being in the world. Similarly, I think we are here to see each thesis not merely as a project, but what it collectively represents on the state of our cities today. Now, going back to how we could understand the way the sessions actually worked, I would say that first, it actually discussed what constitutes a thesis. Essentially, every session had a little to contribute to our understanding of what a thesis ought to be, how to define its boundaries, and how to clarify the purpose of attempting a thesis. So it argued that thesis is an opportunity to go beyond problem solving and focus more on speculative, exploratory approach that raises questions and brings forth new methods which inform our current practice. It also looked at the need to critically look at development practices today and reflect on the learnings by engaging in schemes like Amrit Hriday Smart Cities. It looked at how to take a project's design agenda from ideation to implementation and how to work with various agencies so that it is more real and on ground. It also looked at the need to understand and explore modes of representation through each thesis so that we are able to do a more close reading of the deep structures that cities have. Besides this, some key takeaways from each session. Across 3 sessions, the theme was on urban renewal, but the topics and cities varied. Some looked at core cities, some looked at space left over after planning. So the takeaways are the following. Session 1 questioned the idea of identity and argued that place, product, people, and practice are ways of determining identity and how this could be manifested as design. Session 2 looked at the need to guide sympathetic change involving natural ecosystems and communities. So it argued for a more process rather than outcome-oriented design approach. Session 3 looked at the necessity to first learn from the city, in this case from the voids, and what they contribute to our city before designing and giving it back. The concluding panel with the eminent panelists actually went back right to the basics and redefined what urban design is, what the boundaries of this discipline are. It also dwelled on topics of city core and identity. Today, we look forward to a very lively session, I think, with themes on inclusive urbanism, phenomenology, and resilience. I'm sure it will provide a lot of food for thought, even though each thesis specifically works with one particular issue. I think together, they sum up the complexity of engaging and designing in the Indian context. Thank you, Shrikant. You're on mute, I think. Can't hear you.
Thank you, ma'am. In a concise way, you put across the entire deliberations of yesterday. So, with a good note, we can start the day two session. I would now call upon architect Gayatri Nanda to introduce the topic synergizing shared spaces in a divided city, case of Shillong, India, by the student Jagrati Junjunwala.
Yeah, hi everyone again. Okay. This thesis by Jagriti, this revolves around the inquiry as to how urban design can play a certain role in increasing conviviality in divided cities and how a shared identity can be inculcated. So this is a case where due to immense in-migration over the years, there exists a polarization in the city spaces, resulting into a very divided urban landscape. The case is that of Shillong and Meghalaya, where such kind of divide between the native populace and the migrants has very strong spatial manifestations, leading to homogeneous enclaves, very limited everyday encounters between people, and a defensive and territorialized built environment. So, firstly, analyzing these spatial expressions in the city. In this thesis, we try to inquire into ways to impact coexistence of differences in the public realm of the city. So there were a lot of deliberations as to how proximity, density, physical and visual accessibility to spaces, treatment of edges, interfaces, etc. These could mitigate some of uh, these kinds of divides. So we tried to trace patterns of activities which were of common interest to both groups in the city and try to create an inclusivity map, which was further worked upon to see how certain strategies could be worked out and certain interventions could be carved out to mitigate such differences. So with this, I would invite Jagriti to explain in detail about her thesis. Yeah, Jagriti.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I would also like to take this opportunity to especially thank you for guiding me in the thesis, along with few of my other faculties, Anand, Varvekar sir, Karna sir, Tapas sir. All of them have supported me throughout the thesis. So, good morning, all. The thesis titled Synergizing Shared Spaces in a Divided City uh, investigates a primary question in the domain of urban design, that whether or can urban design play a role in in creating uh, in creating a change in a social issue such as urban divide. So you can go next.
Jagriti, hello.
Yeah, you can go next.
Can I request you to wait for some time? One of our panelists is yet to join.
Oh, okay. All right. No issues, sir.
So maybe we'll have to request Gayatri Nanda also to reintroduce. Sorry for the inconvenience.
No
Yeah,
issues.
sure.
Till he joins the session, I shall try to engage the audience with some videos of our college with your kind permission. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, this is Rajendra here.
Thank you, sir. We'll start. I was just engaging the audience by the time you joined. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any broad briefing for the session or?
It will we go with the format, all the students present the in the session one, and then there will be a panel discussion following the presentation from the students.
Okay. So first, all the students presented in a contiguous manner, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right.
So I request Guide Gayatri Nanda to introduce the topic Synergizing Shared Spaces in a Divided City, Case of Shillong, India by Jagrati Jhunjhunwala. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, again. And just a short introduction. This thesis, it revolves around the inquiry as to how urban design can play a certain role in increasing conviviality in a divided city, and how a shared identity can be inculcated in such divided spaces. Uh, this is a case where, due to immense in-migration over the years, there exists a polarization in the city spaces, which results into a very divided urban landscape. The case is that of Shillong in Meghalaya, where such kind of divide between the native populace and the migrants has a very strong spatial manifestation, leading to homogeneous enclaves in the city, very limited everyday encounters between different groups of people, and a very defensive and territorialized built environment. So, firstly, analyzing these spatial expressions in the city, what we try to do is we try to inquire into ways to impact coexistence of differences in the public realm. So there were a lot of deliberations as to how factors like proximity, density, physical and visual accessibility, treatment of edges, interfaces, etc., could help in mitigating such kind of divides. We also try to trace patterns of activities which were common to both groups, which were of common interest in the city, and try to create a map which we call as the inclusivity map, from which further deliberations could take place. We worked on this map further to see as to how we can strategize interventions which would mitigate this divide which exists in the city. So this was mostly an inquiry on what role urban design has to play to mitigate this issue, which is more social in nature. So I would now like to call Jagrati to take over the platform.
Thank you, ma'am. And I would like to take the opportunity to especially thank you for guiding me through the thesis, and also to a few of my other faculties, Anand Varvekar sir, Karna Sen Gupta sir, and Tapas sir, for their support throughout the thesis. So good morning, everyone. The thesis, sir, you can go next. The thesis, titled Synergizing Shared Spaces in a Divided City, aimed to investigate a primary question, as ma'am already said, in the domain of urban design, that can urban design play a role? Or what is the role that urban design plays in creating shared spaces when we talk about a divided city? And the urban divide that I'm referring to here is the one centered around pluralism and equality, pluralism and identity. When people from different cultural and ethnic backgrounds, they inhabit a certain space or a city, but they fail to exercise acceptance, which leads to a certain sort of a fragmented landscape. And the question is specifically being asked in the context of the northeastern states of India, where the whole local migrant dynamics has time and again resulted in violent conflicts. And more importantly, it has led to a divided landscape, mainly because of its history and because of the lack of spatial opportunities where a certain cultural exchange could have happened. Next. So Shillong, as we all hopefully know, is the capital city of Meghalaya. And the existing structure of the city owes itself to its diverse history. It was a virgin land with the with the natives, the indigenous tribe, the Khasi tribe, being concentrated in the outskirts of the current boundaries of the city, and until the East India Company came and they colonized this area, which is and made Shillong the eastern headquarters, which is why we see the huge cantonment area right in the center of the city, and then the major corridor, which is the MG Road, being dotted with all sorts of government and public buildings. Because of this colonization, what also happened was that is when the migration actually began, because the Britishers invited the traders from Central and West India to come and settle, which ultimately led to the creation of this current commercial hub of the city. And then to serve those people, we had the servicemen coming from the more from the eastern part of the country, and of course a lot of bureaucratics coming in to hold the officers from the neighboring cities of Assam. Next. So all of this went up till 19. Of course, there was a lot of mixture in that way. So the migrants, I would, why I've talked about this is to define the migrants in the case of Shillong, that these are people who have been settled here for more than 100 years. It's probably their 5th or 6th generation. And then we have the local or the indigenous tribe. After 1972, when Meghalaya was carved out as a separate state, the entire concept of ethnic cleansing began, which led to a lot of violence, and the entire insider-outsider perspective kind of, gripped the city, which if we see in the next slide, next, sir. Yeah. So what happens is when you have a migration which is that focused in its nature, which is strictly, outlined with a certain objective, each of these ethnic backgrounds started forming their own enclaves in the city. So if we look at this map or to the right, we can see that even till date, maybe not to, maybe from 100%, it might have reduced to a 90% or 85%, but still these neighborhoods continue to remain as homogeneous enclaves. And in a way, that is the way, that is how the city has progressed. It's just been that way for hundreds of years. Obviously, what this does is that it leads to the polarization where certain neighborhoods, it becomes easy to target neighborhoods in case of a conflict. But, keeping that aside, speaking from the perspective of why that, or, how that affects how that affects conviviality, is that at a neighborhood level, there is absolutely no scope of encounter to happen between the locals and the migrants, because the neighborhood itself is divided ethnically. Next. So if not within, so you can go next. So if not largely within the neighborhoods, where do the locals and migrants cross their paths? To understand that, we charted out the movement patterns for the necessary and the optional activities. And we did identify certain spots where, even though very passively, certain encounters does happen. For example, we saw that at Mokhar and police points, which are the central activity and traffic nodes of the city, when they are trying to wait for their school buses or when they're trying to catch hold of taxis. And then along Police Bazaar, which I defined as the major commercial zone, and along MG Road, which is the major movement corridor, we can see that the movement happens because, they take that as the recreational route or to reach those shopping points and shopping hubs. So more so for the optional activities is where this crossover of, people between the migrant and the locals happen, where they tend to use certain spaces in a partially shared manner. So once, we could identify these spots where certain sort of encounters do happen, we wanted to understand whether the built environment of this, so you can go next, whether the built environment of these, of these spaces, do they enable or do they inhibit these encounters to turn themselves into certain sort of a positive encounter? So if we see here, for instance, if we take Police Bazaar, which is a mixed use neighborhood, having the main commercial hub with the shops, the showrooms, and this huge street market at the road level, and the residences of the traders community at the first floor. So we see that because of the, active street edges, the projections in the building, which kind of looks onto the street, and, a sort of permeability at the ground level, because the ground levels are accessible. Here, the space or the built environment enables what we call thrown togetherness, where you kind of have an opportunity to see the significant other performing or reacting to the same environment as you. which in the entire literature of convivability is a step towards being able to accept the significant other. As opposed to that, if we say, for instance, we take the example of the built environment, existing built environment in MG Road. So if you see this section here also, it has a nice shaded footpath all along, but then the width of the footpath only allows a single line movement. The entire patch has these government buildings which dots both the sides, and they have these monotonous dead facades, which again, there's a visual blockage because of these huge compound walls coming from the entire colonial mindset. So the idea here is that MG Road, even though it is a spot in the city where people are not, and let's keep in mind that these are not, this is not a corridor only being used for work, but where people are going for recreation or using that corridor for recreational purpose as well. The entire stretch absolutely provides no reason for a person to slow down or for a person to stop, and in turn, absolutely no scope for an encounter or an engagement of sort to happen. Next, sir. So when we reached this point of the thesis where we, studied this existing scenario and how the divide is, spatially manifested in terms of these homogeneous enclaves and very limited everyday encounters and a selectively defensive built environment, the next step, of course, actually this step led to a very important understanding for us in the thesis, because we realized that this is how the city is. This is how the city has progressed. At this point, to come in and very ambitiously expect that I make an urban design insert and overnight people would just forget about the entire divide, it would be too much to expect. However, we realized that probably not superimposing of, say, a mixed kind of neighborhood, because okay, so we realize that there is a possibility to identify activities within their current patterns of culture, which have a scope to become or to promote a shared identity which is beyond ethnicity. And that is where urban design can come into the picture. If we can, kind of identify those activities, identify the spaces associated with activities which are already to some degree shared. And what we can do is we can enhance them, because then the possibility of them accepting this, this intervention will be way more than us coming in and inserting a completely new, completely new intervention in the city. So next. So from this point on, the entire thesis focused on coming up with this process of how do we identify these shared spaces or these existing inclusive spaces in the city. So through a series of questionnaires, group discussions, and resource person interviews, we came down, to a set. We found out a set of activities which is a common interest for the people of Shillong, irrespective of them being a local or a migrant. So in the context of Shillong, it was food, music, cafes, art and craft, festivals, leisure, heritage, and walking. A lot of it, of course, being general, but then its definition changes when we take the context of the city. What we did as a next step is we took each of these individual elements and we started mapping out where this activity is happening in the context of both the local as well as the migrant. I will not go into the exact details of each of this. I'll just take an example, for instance, the food and music component. So where is it that the migrants, where is it that the locals enjoy their food? Where is it that the migrants enjoy their food? Is there any sort of overlap that happens? Which is the space where this overlap is happening? What is the existing nature of that space? What is the existing nature of the overlap itself? Is it strong enough to become a collective identity? For instance, when we talk about food, we have the Jado stalls, which is a traditional food, which is a traditional food culture for the locals. But the fact that these Jado stalls only appear in these very segregated, enclaves in the neighborhood, the migrants have absolutely no exposure to that culture. And then again, we have the cafe culture, which again, we are all aware that also pushes us towards a more privatized kind of interaction to happen. Similarly, when we talked about festivals, for instance, we already established the fact that in the context of Shillong, expecting that religious cultural festivals will bring about a sort of a cultural exchange is pointless, because the neighborhoods itself are divided. So then we changed our focus into these festivals which are celebrated at the city scale: the Cherry Blossom Festival, the wine festivals, the music festivals. because this is what Shillong and the people of Shillong identify with. But unfortunately, the current venues of these festivals are not just outskirts, into the outskirts of the city, but also very scattered, which does not, make or give them the, create the impact which is desired in terms of them becoming a collective culture. Next. Similarly, similarly here, I mean, this is another parameter that was studied. For instance, walking. So as I mentioned, it wasn't just about studying the parameter, but also about studying the allied built environment, clues because of which a certain activity is thriving in a certain space. For instance, when we say that people slow down when they are walking around Police Bazaar and Police Point, it's because of this entire sidewalk ballet that happens there, where they have that opportunity because of the activity and because of the space that they can slow down, and in turn there is an opportunity for an encounter or an engagement to happen. Next. So what so after we did, so many more layers were studied. I've not included it here, but after we studied this many layers, we overlaid them to finally come up with what we call the inclusivity map, which I believe is one of the biggest takeaway from this thesis, because this directly helped us to identify which are the spaces where we as urban design need to intervene, which are already shared to some extent, and of course allied with it, which are the activities which can be taken forward, which have the potential to become a collective culture and to impart a sort of a shared identity for the city. Next. So this inclusivity map, it directly translated itself into the structure plan, as we can see. So we took a very simple approach when we were proposing our structure plan, is that first we proposed a series of activity pockets, the smaller activity pockets along MG Road, which would have certain focused activity which is derived from the common activity list. And of course, we'll get into the details of it later. And then the second strategy was to introduce these two major recreational pockets, which were after creating these underutilized government land parcels into these venues for this city festivals that I talked about some while back, so that we not only increase the frequency of these festivals or these activities, but also bring them right to the center of the city. There were a few more, as part of the structure plan. And then again, we went into the details. For instance, when we say that Police Bazaar in itself provides or enables the built environment and thrown togetherness, but then we realize that there is so much overcrowding that happens that there needs to be certain insertion of UD elements, which is where the third sort of intervention comes into the picture. Next. So if we just look in details into one of the interventions, we can see where here, they were right in the center of the city, that is at Police Point, we have this huge parcel of land, which was the old assembly building, but is currently just defunct. So we can use this as one of the venues where, which can be converted into, next, I'll just speak with respect to that. Yeah, so this can be converted into a multitude of activities which have already been identified, the OAT, so that the music again does not get limited to the cafes, which again becomes a closed door activities, but it can be brought out in terms of this OATs that happen. We can have the entire, what we talked about, the common festivals and the cafes and all of this culture coming in here. Next. Now, what these individual activity pockets that were introduced as part of the thesis interventions would do is that they would create a sense of focused interaction. So, for example, if we talk about this lake promenade and outdoor library, so basically along MG Road, one neglected parking lot was identified, and without touching the activity of the parking lot below, it's an open parking lot. We proposed an activity on the first floor. First, that would provide us a vantage point from where they could also observe the Wards Lake. And secondly, of course, it's the openness and the entire nature around just inhabits the entire culture of reading there. So like this, the library here, and then graffiti culture is another thing which was identified. And we realized that currently this culture is only limited to these aisles, which in itself, these segregated or isolated aisles, which in itself limits the people who would otherwise be interested in engaging themselves in this activity. So we brought it again into the main stretch of MG Road, and how we found spaces for it is, sometime back I talked about these unutilized foregrounds of the government buildings. So, instead of them becoming just manicured gardens, they can be utilized and some spaces can be carved out. And, this is where most of these activity pockets were introduced. So when we promote activities like this, which is, focused in one, one certain activity, what it does is that it gives you an opportunity to have conversations, to have interactions, which is beyond ethnicities. I mean, I make bonds over not the fact that I belong to a certain ethnicity, but probably because I belong to a certain book club, or because we enjoy a certain reading, or because we enjoy the act of graffiti. Next. So next. Yeah. So here also it's a continuation of that same thought process, that same logic that I talk about, bringing out these chado stalls and repair cafes again. It's a concept which is more popular in the West, but it is something which can be adopted here, considering the lifestyle of the people here. And shared gardens. So all of this comes up from the same logic, that you provide people with a very focused interaction space, where a certain activity becomes the driver for interaction or for exchange of culture to happen. Next. Now, this was in terms of the previous ones were in terms of providing certain focused activity pockets. The third part of the intervention, again, was about making the streets itself a little more shared in its perspective. Of course, the generic, the idea was to slow them down. And, along with the activity pockets that I just talked about, one more insert that I think is very relevant in the case of Shillong is these lunch break corners. So as I talked about how this entire stretch is lined with these government buildings, so what happens in the case of Shillong is the government buildings and the government's workplaces, because of all the reservations in place, is majorly completely all locals. There is absolutely no scope for any ethnic, diversity in these places. So the entire day you live in a monotonous work environment. If we provide these lunch break corners again along MG Road, what it can do is that in the entire day of this monotonous regime, you get a window to kind of come out and have an opportunity. And because as urban designers, that's all we can do, is we can provide an opportunity of space where this activity, or where that interaction can unfurl, that collective culture can then unfold. So that's the entire point of providing these lunch break corners. So when I looked at this entire thesis, now we collectively felt that the interventions was not the or the output was not the major concern for us in the thesis. Although here we did identify some of the interventions. What was more important was to kind of understand that when we talk about a city like Shillong, where territorialization has happened in a very organic form because of its history itself, we cannot go ahead and say that we should provide certain neighborhoods or certain apartment typology where mixed ethnicity people can come in, because that would simply not work at this context. We need to get yesterday Prasanna sir talked about how we need to move away from the boundary. So I think following the same logic here, during the thesis itself, we realized that we need to move away from the comfort of their neighborhoods. We need to stop expecting the neighborhoods to become the place where these day-to-day or these on-step interactions can happen, because in the case of Shillong, that will not happen. People will not go ahead and change the typology or their their culture of living. But what we can do as urban designers, and to kind of so you can go next, to kind of circle back to the question that with which I started my entire thesis, that can urban design play a role in a social issue which generally is frowned upon? I think yes, the entire thesis itself was an attempt to answer that questions, that yes, we can, urban designers can play a role in a social issue in the city, especially in the context or in the, the topic that I'm talking about, as long as we do not try to, or we begin from the viewpoint that we are not here to criticize the fact that there are so many identities in the city. We are not here to provide one identity to the city. We are not here to provide a new activity in a very glorified open space in the city. But as long as we can tap into the existing activities that are happening, which we need to find out that the places where the existing shared spaces, the spaces which are to some degrees shared in their nature, the activities to some degrees which have the potential to become a collective culture. So these interventions might be small in their nature, but as the tipping point concept goes, it's these small little interventions because of the fact that they fuse into the daily pattern or the daily life cycle of the people. It can later, that is how the pattern will kind of convert itself into a habit, and the habit into the tradition, and finally the tradition hopefully into a culture, the collective culture of the city. So yes, with that, I would like to conclude my thesis. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I would now request Guru Prasanna sir, adjunct faculty, RV College of Architecture, to introduce the thesis topic of Shelvat Pinto, titled Commons as Collective Authority, a Case of Malenadu Region, Tirthahalli.
Hi all, thank you so much. I'm really sorry. I am talking from the road, unfortunately. So to be very brief, it's a it's a thesis which is very close to our heart, for the fact that it started without having an end result sorted. And that's the beauty of this thesis. The journey that it took us, and then the arrival at something which is to the point of urban governance was something very, very exciting. And I still remember the day, I think, when we discovered, and I think Shelvat will actually probably relive this when he presents it. What it really does for the present times, especially when geopolitical systems are changing, balances are changing, it kind of brings us back to understanding the kind of impact it could have on the urban spaces. So I will have to sign off. I'm extremely sorry, will not be around you. All the very best, Shelvat. Very proud to see you here presenting. Thank you so much, Srikanth.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the introduction, sir. Next sheet. Yeah, so as we know, commons. So the commons is a collective authority. The topic started as a whole concept of, we started from commons. So commons is a shared space where any people, so there's no boundary to it. So always people can access it, so they can familiarize it, so they have a nostalgic connect to that space. So that's when this concept of commons started. So the commons is not a very broad scale. It can be broken down to very small scale, starting from small scale all the way up to the city level. The commons are very much important in cities because it has so much, prominence in shaping the people's life, because there is this common shared spaces which people are very much dependent on it. So we here see how these spaces have formed. So what is the network of it, and how the whole network of this changed shaped the life of the people. So we started our thesis by asking certain questions: how collective authority of commons becomes prominent in a city for its survival, because in this particular city, commons becomes spine of it, because without commons there is no identity to it, there is no nostalgic connect. So the disorientation becomes more and more. So the second question was like how common people, community, natural system and its networks are very much connected in a nutshell. So everything, so starting from people, cultural practices and natural system, landscape, and everything is connected. And this is the connecting element. So the commons will be the connecting element. The cultural practices and community claims retains natural and cultural layers in the city. How this particular commons retains a network of the cultural and the cohesion between people. So that becomes very important. Next question, next page. Yeah, here we can see the historical evidence of Tirthahalli. So the Tirthahalli is a Malnad region. As you know, it's a part of Western Ghats. So here Parshurama becomes the main deity. So based on his, there's a street where the fair happens, and we see the whole street gets activated. The whole street becomes commons because complete street becomes accessible by people. So all the small pockets, private pockets, will contribute to the street and becomes swollen up commons as a whole thing. So we see the major commons, that is the river and the temple, and the whole street becomes commons. So that's how the major concept of commons started in the city. So the river, so virtual holding of this temple over this river. So we see three phases of the festival which happens, where the first day people take bath in the river to wash off their sins, and then the Rathotsava happens, the cart. They start putting the cart on the whole street. So that's how the whole street system gets connected. So the people have notionally divided the space based on the usage. The Sopin Gudda is the grazing land, and how these different commons got its name based on its activity becomes very prominent here. Next slides. Yeah, here we can see the landscape of Tirthahalli. In the section, we can see there's a hilly region and there is this small forest region where they call it as Hadya. Yeah, this one. Yeah, and there is this major river. So that's the major commons for the whole city. So that's the bounding element in terms of commons. And we see small water streams which is connecting to the river. So that itself, yeah, caused the. So even interestingly, if we see the boundary of the city, so it is defined by the common itself. So the black marked lines. So that is the commons. So that's the small streams, either or the tributary which are joining the river itself becomes a kind of natural negotiated space between private and public properties. Next page. Yeah, here we can see the notional boundaries which people have divided. If we see Tirthahalli in a broad perspective, we can see Nadi, that is the river, that's the major commons. And we see Dande, that's the river bank, and Bande, that's a rock surface, and Gudda is the hill, and Uru is the village, and Kushki, Gadde, and all these the local languages, because people perceived in that manner. So that's how the whole city gets divided. We can see the whole city is connected by commons, all the ponds and the natural landscapes and everything terminates at that river. So that's how the whole pattern is formed. If we see that graph, so there is this different sort of percentage of lands. So how much is what and everything. So we see almost approximately 24% of the land is commons, so accessible by everyone, and people are very much dependent on it. In the further slides, I'm going to explain that. Next slides. So the commons, as I said, commons is not in a very broad category. It can be broken down to many small levels, starting from daily commons. So what is daily commons? Daily commons starts with a small cluster house. So in local language, they call it as vataras. So we can see different typology of houses here, how they are closely related to the commons. If we see in typology number 1, so on the left side, so there is this courtyard in the center, and on the rear side, there is this small forest, small formation of forest, and the hill starts. So that's the negotiated space between the private and the public property. The whole cluster house along that belt becomes the governing element here. And in second instance, we can see how those cluster houses become part of a pond, because these people will have virtual or a negotiated space between this what's called as commons and the private property. So, and in third instance, we can see street itself becoming a commons, because so that street becomes kind of commons where people gather, where people use that street itself as a commons. So that becomes their merged space between the front yard and the street itself. So in this instance, we can see how commons works. So the red ones are the cluster houses, and the impact zones are marked in the brown, so the orange marks, and the green ones are the major commons. So we can see a pattern, but still it is disconnected in the present context. So next slide, sir. Yeah, in the monthly commons, we can see here the stakeholders becomes temple authority, where temple comes into existence. We can see the orange marked areas are the major commons, and the red marked areas are temples, which have a sort of informal negotiated governance over these things. So they have a virtual governance, the authority over these spaces. So that's how the whole spaces, the network of these things can be seen here. Next slide. Yeah, when we overlap, when we see the pattern of yearly commons, still we can see the marked areas, still it is disconnected. So there is this activity, the major activity which we can see along the bank of the river. So that's the Jatre paths. So that's when the cart starts pulling and the whole area gets activated. So then the whole city sort of connects in a way. So all the commons, so in the similar season, all the commons gets activated. We can see a calendar of events here. So since it is a Malnad region, we have a highest rainfall here. So the major activity starts from June and ends in November. Within that region, within that stipulated time, we can see different commons comes into existence here. So they play their part and the whole city virtually gets connected because of these commons. So once a network of these commons slowly starts disorienting, so there is no pattern, there is no connectivity, there is no continuous rigor to the whole city. There's no identity to the city itself. Next slide. Yeah. So here we can see land division. So when we see the historical divisional patterns of this land, how these lands were divided, how this small street system itself becomes a commons, how this became a negotiated spaces between private and public properties. So we can see, so there was this different hierarchy of administrative system. We can see Patel as a owner of, as a governing body of a larger chunk, and under him there is this Shanbhog and Grama Sevaka in the local languages. So as we have a district commissioner and taluk level, at district level and Tahsildar at taluk level, and all these kind of the divisions started informally. So their boundaries were divided as such. It was passing through as we can see the red lines. So that was the boundary of Patel. So that's where exactly taken on the edges of the commons. Each commons were divided equally among different boundaries. And the blue lines, we can see that was under the Shanbhog and the Grama Sevaka itself. So that became, that was also along the edges of this commons. So that was the negotiated spaces here. So that's how the different commons were managed by different hierarchy of governance here. So here the street system became very, very important because, so if we see that red lines, so that's a kind of spine, that's the blood vessels to the whole city. So if we see in the small images on the lower side, we can see the red marked lines. So that is the street which is passing through a private and public property. So that is the negotiated space. That's where the buffer space starts. So there's a private property and there is a public property. So that was a negotiated space. So street network becomes very important in this particular city. Next slide. And as a whole, if we see how these commons slowly started transforming. So as I explained, the sacred groves or hadya in the local languages, a small forest land which was shared among many a set of farmlands. So that was a common shared space because the intention was to retain fertility of those lands, and people were very much dependent on that for cattle rearing and for all other activities. So as we can see how these commons slowly started losing its network, we can see there was temple authority on the hill and on the lower point marked, and slowly they started losing governance over this. There was this small street patterns which was connecting the daily commons and the yearly commons slowly started disorienting. And when we see the pond itself, so there was a complete water which was edge to edge. Then over a period of time, due to this changed networks, we can see decreased water levels, and slowly the land division. So the other department started claiming its land and started building layouts and all other schools and everything. So the edge of the pond is completely slowly started getting encroached, and people were completely cut off because of the street system, since it was part of their house. So the network of these things completely started disorienting. As we can see, the small sacred groves on the right-hand corner. After this Government's Act, the land parcel started becoming very small and small. So that's how the larger chunk, the people who ever had the larger chunk started claiming authority over this the small sacred groves. That's how it started losing networks. We can see the dark green networks in here. So that's the sacred groves or the small forest. That's called Hadyas. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So here we can see how ONI system, in the local language, we call it as ONI system because so that's the street which is connecting the whole city. So we can see the orange lines. That is the ONI system. That is the street pattern which was governing or connecting the whole city. Along those streets, the whole activity starts happening. So that's the boundary between private and public property. That's the, as we can see, it is covering this the whole commons, that is ponds and everything. So the whole area gets connected. The whole area gets into a single line when these streets patterns started emerging. So that's how the local governance, the daily commons start contributing to our thesis or to the commons in retaining commons. So when these networks are fractured, the blue lines are the fractured ones and the orange ones are the existing ones. So we can see there's a major fracture between these two. So this becomes very important factor in retaining the commons. Next slide. Next slide, yeah. So if you see the whole pattern itself, so there is this major pattern which we can see the major commons, that these two, the ponds, the yellow marked line, the two ponds, and there is this river which is connected by the street, and the local governance, that is the daily commons, start contributing to this this local street. So that's how the whole network gets connected. We can see different instances here, how negotiated space between that becomes a negotiated space between private and public property. So we can see that pond. So the orange line becomes the negotiated space between the private and the public property. On the other side, that's the private property start emerging. So that's the buffer space which is stopping the private property to claim these commons. Next slides. Yeah, we can see the issue here. The issue becomes very evident here. The conflict between old and new network of streets, that's the ONI system, that itself becomes a commons, which is the connecting element between daily, monthly, and yearly commons, which was the old claim system, and the conflict between present and old administrative system, as I said, and access to the common, which is causing disorientation because of claims and the buffers, disassociation from the commons because of disrupted networks, and threat to the yearly commons. If every network like this start disorienting, there's this major threat to the yearly commons. Next slide. Yeah, strategy. So I have divided this into two strategies. One is at city level and one is at network level. How a fractured network can be reinstated at a precinct level. This is at the city level to enhance easement, buffer, and local laws of the past. So how we can renegotiate it to enhance claims of Hadyas, that is a small grooves, and Nadi, that is the river, by strengthening local governance, the pocket commons, how we can strengthen that, and strengthening cultural practice and retain commons by enhancing access to these commons, the be it the river or the ponds or anything. Next slide. Yeah, so this is at the precinct level to enhance network and governance of commons by strengthening daily commons, the street patterns, that is the ONI network, by addressing economies in three aspects. One is in terms of economy, and one is from the social aspect, and the one from the cultural aspect. So which is the main reason for the yearly commons to happen. If this network start disorienting, there's no identity to the city itself. We can see in the small instances of those the lower area, we can see that red marked line between all these cluster houses. That was the connecting area of that whole space, which was in turn connected to the pond. So that is disoriented now. So next slides. So here I have done a matrix. So this can be applied to any city. So one side I have noted down the parameters, and one side there is the natural landscape which exists in that city. we can see how the provenance with respect to linguistic, because linguistic becomes very important in this part of the city. We can see how Nadi interacts in terms of the river, interacts in terms of linguistic, economy, how it's culturally connected, and calendar of events, what happens with the river and everything. So the conclusion can be, I won't go in detail with this particular slide. Next. Yeah, so how we can reinstate the negotiated space and the connect between the temple and the commons and daily commons, monthly and yearly commons. So I have taken a single network starting from river all the way connecting couple of ponds. So we can see there was this Deepa, that was a function which was happening, and all kind of fishing, Ganpati Puja and everything. So that was a cohesive element between all these networks. So we can try to reinstate, we can bind small parts of this daily commons, and in turn, it becomes a whole new network, repaired network. Next. So I have taken level of engagement. So the level of engagement starting from Vatara system, that is a cluster house, then precinct level, then city level. So I have, as you can see, so on the lower thing, so I have introduced particular activities which was existing. I have just provided a platform for that. All the orange sections along the street, so those were the activities which were already happening. So that's the patterns, the network I have tried to create here. So next slide. So here we can see after implementing this project, so the pockets and everything, so we can see how much will become the commons and how much will becomes private, or the private property. Here, the red ones are the private property and the blue ones are the commons. In the daily commons level, we can see how the fracture slowly starts recovering. At the monthly level, we can see at the weekly level, we can see how these spaces gets activated by this cause commons, and so more of blue spaces can be seen here. Next slide. And monthly level, how monthly commons gets more activated based on the activities which I have provided, and yearly commons. As we can see, when it comes to yearly commons, all these pockets starts completely utilized. So the whole pocket of the all these pockets slowly starts becoming commons, accessible by people. The whole space swells up and create a kind of corridor of commons connecting all the way to end of the city. Next slide. Yeah. So what is the impact zone? So I have just proposed an intervention for one network. If we start implement a similar strategy to the whole city, so the yellow lines, the boundary which we can see, that becomes the impact zone. So that's how the network reinstates itself. So that those red ones are the major commons which slowly starts connecting and kind of creates a pattern as a whole. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So here in this particular city, the guidelines becomes very important, because we cannot give a prescriptive intervention. We cannot say you have to do this, you have to do this. So instead, the guidelines will create and sort of replace the network. We have in the center, we can see different layers, starting from street patterns, then the daily governance, and the natural networks, and the commons, that is pond and everything. And then there is this river, corridor of river. Then the yearly commons comes into existence. These are the layers. How we can renegotiate it becomes very important in terms of street. How what will be the height of the buildings and how it should be maintained, which is the buffer zone, how this street system need to be retained to repair this fractured network. So this becomes the guidelines of the whole thing, because I won't go in detail. So this becomes the guidelines. So that will supplement in repairing the whole network system. So I have a small video to present, because this is very region specific. So shall I share a video of just 1.5 minutes?
Yeah, definitely. You can do that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think you have disabled my screen sharing.
No, it's check again. It's enabled.
Okay, sir. Yeah, now I can. Yes. Is it visible, sir? Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. we can see how the same street becomes more vibrant during Jatri, the same thing. This is during Jatri. That's it.
Thank you, Shalvat.
Thanks.
I now request Professor Purvi Chadwa to introduce the topic towards inclusive cities integrating urban systems by Anukrati Sharma.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible to everyone. So, this project is basically focused on the urban transformation.
I think there's some background noise, so we are not able to hear clearly. So somebody has to switch off the mic or.
Dear participants, I request everybody to keep your self on mute throughout the session. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, this studio is focused on the urban transformation within the city of Ahmedabad, especially looking at existing urban areas. And the underlying context that Indian cities are growing very rapidly in terms of both population, in terms of population and physically expanding. So as we are aware, many of these urban areas within the cities are already dealing with a lot of unsustainable levels of stress on infrastructure and the resources, especially the land resource. And this is becoming increasingly unlivable. So with this in focus or as a design question, the project is focused on the transformation of one such urban area. The project first attempts to make a strategic framework plan for an area which is around a transit corridor. The other special feature of the project is also that there are a lot of institutional land which is highly underutilized. So how do you put that as a urban campus where the commons can actually be integrated with the institutional areas as well? And the idea is to explore the methods of integrating the physical design with the regulatory framework of local area plan to create sort of livable, functional, safe and sustainable urban precincts. And here, as I mentioned, Ahmedabad has been chosen as the site to investigate this question of urban transformation. Over to you, Anukriti.
Thank you for the introduction, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Sir, if you can move on to the next slide. Am I audible? Hello, am I
Yes,
audible?
yes, you're clearly audible. Please go ahead.
So I will continue with the city selected for the project. So the development of Ahmedabad is actually taking shape under Comprehensive Development Plan 2021, which focuses primarily on TOD development with the intention of promoting dense mixed-use development. And the growth is guided under LAP frameworks, which are introduced for various zones within the city. All these zones lie within 200 meters of transit lines and have been given 4 FSI to achieve dense urban areas along the transit routes. So as explained, the project focuses on identifying and addressing challenges through LAP framework and demonstrating the guided transformation through detailed design. The site selected is delineated Ambawadi area, which has an area of 2.1 square kilometer, and it is located at the core of the city on the innermost ring road, and it is rapidly transforming under the current LAP framework that has been proposed. Moving on to next slide, sir. Okay, so taking a look at the site, it is not only located at the core, but it also has two major elements that define its identity within the city. So the first is exceptional connectivity. So as can be seen from the first map, it is connected to all major hubs of the city through extensive BRT network that runs straight through the middle. And it also has two major MRT routes that are running at the northern and the southern edge of the site, which further improve the connectivity, not just within the city, but also to the other development zone outside the city. Additionally, a railway track runs along the southern edge, which defines its transit-oriented identity in a way. The second is presence of various educational and cultural institutes like CEPT, LD College, St. Xavier's, CN Vidyalaya. All these are of extreme significance, and they emphasize its identity as educational zone. So moving on to the detailed site study, it shows that despite its unique setting and potential, it faces the issues that plague all of our urban areas. So from street network, it is clearly seen that it has large block sizes. It also faces last mile connectivity issues, traffic issues, parking issues, etc. And overall, it reduces the walkability. The second is lack of public green areas. The site only has 1% of publicly accessible green spaces. And other than that, the only green cover noticed within the LAP boundary is within institutional areas. Next is, despite its unique identity, this slide. Despite its unique identity and location, the built character does not actually reflect that. Primarily, the area is identified with low-rise, less dense fabric, which is distributed largely into residential and institutional land use. Next slide. Next slide, sir. So after understanding the attributes of the site, an exhaustive analysis was done to understand the challenges and concerns through assessment of current LAP framework and stakeholders' concerns. So in a nutshell, the current LAP focuses on 4 major elements, that is improving walkability through reduced block sizes, through bringing the private roads under public domain and establishing new connections, improving accessibility and last mile connectivity through cycle tracks and feeder buses, etc., improving parking management and upgrading the social infrastructure. The stakeholders consultation basically echoes concerns which were primarily associated with apprehension with increased traffic and lack of safety and social amenities. This was especially observed in residential areas. Next slide, sir. So through this analysis and assessment, 3 major limitations were identified for current LAP framework. The first being that despite dense growth imagined, large parcels under institute are not utilized effectively, leaving them completely isolated and underutilized and leading to a fragmented fabric. To address this, the strategy is to improve overall accessibility and connectivity through established routes and integrate institute within the larger framework through careful design and guidelines. The second issue is that despite extremely low availability of public green spaces, the proposal doesn't address strategies to increase and improve accessibility to green spaces. So for this, 2 strategies are proposed. The first being improvement of green color through street redesign, and second is to make green spaces within the institute accessible to public. Third concern is lack of character. No, sir, previous slide. Yeah. The third concern is lack of character in built form, as the current LAP framework does not account for unique identity of the area and no planning regulations are introduced to align with the TOD goals. So considering this, is it crucial that the framework takes into account diverse characteristics. So 3 different zones have been identified. The central part in blue is defined by various transit nodes, resulting into heavy commercial and mixed-use development. The southern edge is red. In red is defined as heavy transit zone due to proximity to MRT and railway edge, and rest is largely residential. Next slide, sir. Okay, so overall vision for the LAP framework is amalgamation of existing proposed parameters as well as identified challenges. So the 5 objectives of LAP framework are shorter block sizes for better walkability, reimagining institute in terms of better access, and creating opportunities for public real. The third is creating identity of each zone defined by the existing character and impact of transit route on the area. Improvement in green cover through redesign of streets, and guiding the build form in response to existing character, effect of transit zone, and established identity. Under this objective, the framework imagines mixed-use typology along transit corridors, while the residential areas are defined with mid-rise with limited commercial use. Next slide, sir. So after concluding the objectives for LAP framework and a set LAP framework for the entire area, now we are moving on to the demonstration for urban transformation that is done through areas selected towards the south end of LAP boundary as shown here. The site is selected because it is undergoing rapid development due to its proximity to BRT and MRT. Further, CN Vidyalaya major institute is located within the site, acting as an asset for development. The site also faces extreme development pressure from 3 other zones under LAP, which are transitioning at a very rapid pace. Next. So in a nutshell, the site mirrors all the crucial issues that are identified for framework. The build form is primarily low-rise, even along the major transit routes, as shown in the in the lowermost image. However, recent development is observed with high-rise residential buildings coming up, indicating potential dense neighborhood. CN Vidyalaya, one of the most prominent institute established in 1938, act as an isolated entity, and it poses concerns on leaving the development extremely fragmented. The area also includes underutilized community center, for which upgradation has been proposed under order proposal. And lastly, the presence of railway track and MRT act as urban barrier hindering the development. Next, sir. So looking at these issues, 2 major challenges are identified which greatly impact envisioned LAP framework. It will also try to sort of answer how design can be used as a tool to completely reimagine how certain spaces have been functioning and what can be achieved through urban design. So the first is isolated CN Vidyalaya, which is not integrated with surrounding area and creates very unsafe urban edges at various places. The second is unresponsive streets, which are critical to address given that we are anticipating high influx of population, and it cannot just be addressed in terms of improvement of infrastructure, but rather what they can offer is public spaces. So given these 2 challenges, the 2 major object design objectives are integration of isolated institute to improve connectivity and overall urban structure, as well as utilizing the asset to improve public realm. Next one is reimagining the streets as arteries of life that respond to need of anticipated population and respond to the need of diverse users. Next slide. So with first objective of institute integration, the current site was examined thoroughly. The institute primarily is divided into 4 zones. The first one is educational zone with multiple schools and hostel facilities located towards eastern part, which is accessed through the entry indicated as 1. Then Fine Arts College located towards the northern edge, which is accessed through entry indicated as 2. Hostels are located at opposite end, that is towards the right side of the diagram. These are for students enrolled in post-school studies. And finally, the sports and cultural zone, with open playgrounds and performance center. Now, this particular zone is allowed for regulated public access, even in current scenario. And as can be seen from pictures, each of these zone is sort of segregated and defined through these porous edges. And over 50% of the buildings are actually in dilapidated condition since they were constructed in pre-independence. Next slide. So the entire development proposed is based on two instigating factors. First is the need for improved capacity for institute, as it will need to accommodate increased population and thus more students. The second one is upgraded facilities that will be required under changes in educational policy that is introduced in 2020. So based on these factors, the development model for institute is proposed in two parts. The first one is LAP framework and the second one is campus redevelopment master plan. So under LAP framework, the connections through the institute will be established, ensuring the coherence of current, no sir, previous slide. Coherence of current uses and functions. And these connections will be part of LAP framework set for the entire Ambavadi area. And whenever the institute undergoes redevelopment, they will be required to follow the same. The internal connections will remain as part of the campus, but will be under public domain, and they will be counted as for the FSI. For campus redevelopment, the framework will be set for expansion of current campus. In case of underutilized FSI, after campus redevelopment, it will be allowed to be sold off through TDR mechanism in designated areas that have been identified in LAP framework for Ambavadi. The design of internal network will also explore the opportunity of creating active public realm that is inclusive of all users and is part of public domain. Next slide, sir. So the detailed strategies are categorized in two parts. The first one is connectivity, where the missing links are established to complete existing street network. The existing internal network is brought into public domain and extended further to integrate with the larger city network. The connections are further divided into users such as vehicular, pedestrian, and other regulated routes. Second part is land parcel development, where internal land parcels of the site of this institute are utilized for campus expansion, zoning done as per the existing land use and internal connections. While the land parcels along external edges shown in yellow in the diagram, that is towards the right and the bottom, actually, which are located right adjacent to residential areas, are sold off for private development. So this growth model achieves two things. It allows for revenue generation for campus improvement and also opens up more developable parcels. Next slide. Next slide, sir. So getting into design details for internal connection, these are designed to create a dedicated pedestrian lane, and vehicular lane is imagined as a shared street. The entire campus can be designated as slow speed zone, and regulation can be set on speed limits for safety purposes. The guidelines for campus can allow edges of each zone within the campus to have porous edges, and the green spaces can be aligned towards established connections. Next slide, sir. Design also offers a unique ground for interaction between community and the institute itself, laying a very strong foundation for an integrated urban system, which has integrated and inclusive spaces and a very much improved potential for public realm, which was obviously missing completely. So there are various amenities introduced through design, which include sitting spaces that offer passive engagement with the sports area, sharing facilities, dedicated pedestrian routes, better accessible green spaces, and improved stormwater management, even passive educational engagement through informative signages, etc. Next. The other objective, as explained earlier, was imagining streets as arteries of life. And the aim is to relook at streets not only for improving infrastructure, but to respond to the need of the diverse residents as well as other users, and creating unique identity that is rooted in its location and its context. So the design is focused on two major streets, the neighborhood link and railway edge, each with its unique challenges. Next. The first taken up is railway edge, which in current scenario, as can be looked from this photograph, is acting as a strong urban barrier due to presence of railway edge bounded by a wall and not allowing any connection with surrounding area. So under the LAP framework, the margins during redevelopment are utilized to increase the road width, and the unutilized railway land is imagined as green active corridor. The built form is imagined as high-rise mixed-use podium typology, which responds to the MRT that has been proposed over here. And the built forms are supported with guidelines which focus on active street frontages, inclusion of green areas, etc. A dedicated shuttle route is planned, limiting the vehicular access, and continuous linear park with activities which focus on diverse uses. And further, it establishes a on-grade and safe connectivity through careful design. Next. As suggested by name itself, the green corridor is defined by a strong green edge along the railway track to plantation of native flora. The activities along green edge respond to the commercial character by providing various spaces that are designed for office workers and commuters who will be utilizing this MRT. The design focuses on providing amenities to all of the users alike and sort of transform this area into a destination for community as well, because it has these commercial shops and all of this various spaces that people can come and utilize these spaces, whether so this entire space sort of gives an identity to not just this particular lane, but to the entire area. Next. The second street is Neighborhood Link, which in current scenario is very unsafe and underutilized. The proposed private development of Institute is actually imagined on this street, and thus it is reimagined with strong community character. The street allows for various amenities that respond to residential character of the area. The carriageway has been imagined as speed-regulated shared street, which is reduced in width, and it offers more space for other functions. So the margins again are utilized for walkways, and regulation and design work go hand in hand to ensure that the design is so that the vehicular disruption is minimum. The street front is made active through ancillary residential uses and is supported by activity in the green edge, which has places for vendors, open gyms, small play parks, sitting spaces, etc., which reflect the strong inclusive intent. Next. So through this transformation, we can see that the street character is envisioned to be extremely child-friendly, with various activities along the social corridor created along the street edge, which provide interaction and engagement opportunity for the community members. Next. Next, sir. Overall, talking in numbers, the design is able to increase the public realm by 4.5% and reduces the average block size from 680 to 550 meters. It is also able to increase developable parcels by 3%, which is very critical, given that this entire area is anticipating insane population influx. Next slide. Thus, the overall transformation establishes Institute as identity with enhanced urban structure and accessibility aligned with the larger vision for the city, and opportunity to explore recreation and public domain. The transit corridor acts as strong activity zone for the neighborhood with improved spatial character for the transit area. The neighborhood link strengthens existing residential character and revives the community spirit. The transformation of the area is thus very well integrated, inclusive neighborhood with a series of vibrant spaces that respond to distinctive character, as well as various users, and achieve the overall goals of the framework of dense neighborhood, which is highly livable and inclusive. The project thus sort of answers how these spaces can be redefined, how these spaces function, and the transformation that can be achieved through design, which is strongly rooted within the overall development framework. So with this, I conclude my project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Anukruti.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Anukruti. Now I call upon Professor Kavita Sawant to introduce the topic promoting creativity and a child-friendly environment for Children Through Urban Design by Rajat Sonawane from Pillai College of Architecture.
Thank you, Shrikant sir. Good morning, everyone. We are representing the Urban Design Department of Pillai College of Architecture, New Panvel. Rajat's thesis is from academic year 2021. The initial discussion began with the quote of Jane Jacob. She says that children who live and experience the neighborhood have a value to the neighborhood, and these children, after growing up, can benefit the society. This encouraged him to take a closer look at the issue of urban spaces restricting creative abilities of children and their safety in urban environments. The research further addresses child-friendly approach and safe environment to promote activities for children through intervention that focus on space making with urban design strategies. For demonstration, he looked at newly emerging urbanized areas in the city of Navi Mumbai. Now I would request Rajat to take it ahead from this and discuss the methodology and findings. Thank you and best wishes. Thank you, Shrikant sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for guiding me throughout the thesis, and good morning all. As ma'am introduced me, I will start with my presentation. So the next slide, please. This is the introduction slide. Yeah. So coming to the introduction, the research story starts from the growing cities and emphasis on built environment. As you may know, rapid urbanization leads to a specific scenario of people moving to the cities, growing cities, and the pressure on growing cities started emphasizing on built structure. So what happened after that is the context of relevance, that is before and after images of how our neighborhood used to be looked and how it is started looking now. So because of the built environment structure. So coming to the next, which is the population density, male, female, and children. As you can see in over India, there is 42% of female population, 43% of male population, and a large chunk of 15% population is of children. So looking forward to that, there is this chart of safe, neutral, and unsafe chart, which complies to the major growing cities and grown cities of India, which consists of Jaipur, Cochin, Mumbai, Delhi, Lucknow. And this is the data which is published in January 2019. And it shows that the unsafe cities, which is being 60 to 70%, most of our cities are unsafe for children. And taking this research forward, which comes to George Land and Beth German study of creativity. So while juggling between the safe, unsafe cities and the creativity, how we can connect that. So I will come to that. First, we will go through the study done by the George Land and Beth German, which shows that how the research has taken up with 1,600 children throughout the 20 years of gap. Which shows that the age group of 5 years to 31 years, how the creative level started decreasing throughout the years as the child started growing up. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So coming forward to that, the creativity factors. From that, what is the factors for creativity? So firstly, safe urban spaces, community participation, healthcare, education, innovation, and connected nature. So you could see that how safe urban spaces are very important for creativity. So elaborated factors must consist of safe, secure, flourishing, education, participation, community participation also be an integral part of the creative environment for children. So my research scope, again coming back to the research scope, how I'm going to direct my research. So first of all, I want to share light upon the UNICEF Child Friendly Cities Initiative, which has been took place. The initiative has been took place from 1996, and we have been still gathering some information and some awareness about that. They have been doing this from the year of 1996, and they also talk about the negative impacts of car-driven cities, aspect responsible for promoting creativity for children's perspective towards the open spaces, connect to the nature for children. So this is what the UNICEF talking about, and as you can see in the pictures, what the children and kids are capable of doing, and versus what spaces are we offering to them. So the interconnectivity, so from there we come to the interconnectivity of the assets, which also are the assets which we share about creativity. They started interconnecting, like the education, connect to nature, safe and secure, innovation, creativity. From that, I come to my aim, objectives, and research question. My aim would be broadly focusing on child-friendly urban spaces, so that the children could explore their creative capabilities in an open urban neighborhood. My objectives would be to create these spaces without barrier of the unsafe environment. My research questions would be, how does the urban environment play an important role for children to explore their creative abilities? What are the aspects of urban design, and how can we implement them in promoting children's creativity in urban space? So you can understand there is the need for change. The car driven, you can see the two pictures comparing the car driven cities and the kids trying to cross the road, and also the open urban spaces which the parents and kids are enjoying in their open urban kind of environment. So next slide, please, sir. Yeah, so I deliberately took the case studies in 3 different formats, which is child-friendly cities, child-friendly public spaces, and promoting child-friendly creativity and space making. So broader level, coming to narrowing down. So first will be, my case study would be the streets of Freiburg, which is in Germany. It is a city level of intervention, which the city's internal streets network, they have run a water stream, so that kids could play and interact with them. So they have kind of integrated the connect to nature role in the streets. The next one will be the Darling Square in Sydney, Australia. In this, there is also a interactive spaces and play element in this area. The third one is an enclosed space, which is a creativity museum in San Francisco, California, which they allow children in different subjects to innovate and jumble upon the different subjects of innovation. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah. So the next case study is the ground level case study, which is done by 100 architects, and it is Horseland, which is in China. This Horseland, it mostly focuses on physical development of children and play areas. The next case study which I took is Pixland, which is in also, oh, sorry, sir, can you get, before, yeah, which is in China, again done by 100 architects. In this, mostly the spaces which are being divided into a pixel kind of a way, and each pixel has a different element to it, and children could explore their physical development or mental development with this different type of pixels which are formed in this area. Okay, so next slide, please. Yeah, from the case studies, I have findings from the case studies, which are the 6 broader level categories, which are play and leisure, active participation, safety, health, education, and belonging. So as ma'am said, Jean Novel's quote, if we don't belong, and if we don't have a belonging to the space, we can't give back to the space. Okay, so again, coming back to the child-friendly community goals, which I find 13 community goals. And again, after I will skip this part and go into the all the findings and all the comparisons. I will jot down to final site selection criteria, which comes to the 7 site selection criteria, which are open spaces, sidewalks and walkability, service roads, signals and signages, schools and colleges, healthcare, connection to nature. So these are my 7 site selection criteria, and I will evaluate the site selection according to this criteria. So next slide, please. Yeah. So for site selection, which is the best? What are the best for selecting the site, which is the biggest planned city, which is Navi Mumbai? So I gathered some information among the neighboring cities of Navi Mumbai and evaluated the 7 site selection criteria and examine the whole cities with the 7 site selection criteria, and which the Karanjade, which is the new emerging town, scored the poorest in this all the 7 site selection criteria. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. So yeah. So why this Karanjade has scored the lowest. So I started analyzing it and started studying it. So so Karanjade is the new emerging town which is situated right beside the new international airport. And I will show you the population ratio. Again, the 15% of population ratio is of children. 41 and 41 follows the male and female. Literacy rate is around 80% on an average. So I will explain the boundaries of the Karanjade township. So the road adjoining the Karanjade will be the JNPT road, which goes to Uran. Again, the road which is coming from the adjoining road, which goes to Belapur and again joins to the Uran JNPT road. And this is the internal. There is again two different parts of Karanjade, which is Badgar development, which is the earlier settlement, and the main Karanjade area. Yeah, next slide, please, sir. Yeah, so how this Karanjade story starts? So the Karanjade story starts with the 10 existing villages, which then shifted to Karanjade, and it is planned for the 10 villages which were coming under the new international airport. So how this all took place and development started happening. So with the 12.5% scheme, the government, CIDCO, has placed this 10 villages into the Karanjade area with 12.5% of scheme, which is like if an individual is owning 1 acre of land, he will get a 3.5 guntha of land in the new settlement. And the new settlement consists of R1, R2, and R3, which again bifurcates in 3 different parts for development. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the whole evolution of Karanjade when the villages started shifting to the new development area, and the figure ground map depicts that how the open spaces and the built structure, the ratio of the both have been shown over here. So you can clearly see the emphasis on built structure is more rather than of open spaces. And further, the connectivity, you can see the road network and how the 6 sectors have been divided into the existing Karanjade development. Next slide, please. Yeah. So you can see over here, I've been focusing on
last 1 minute.
Okay, I just have it. Yeah, so this is the Kautan settlement, as you can see. Next slide, please. Yeah, the connectivity, which shows the chart of the vehicular emphasis on the Karanjade. Next slide, please. Next slide, sir. Yeah, so the building use, I have deliberately marked down the mixed use spaces as the children's and the most footfall comes under the mixed use spaces over here, and the school areas. Next slide, please. Yeah, I have also highlighted the new proposed schools as well over here, and the shared corridor, which has been highlighted in the red over there. Next slide, please. Yeah, I've also highlighted the proposed open spaces over there, and also the corridors which are going to use to approach the proposed open spaces, and the existing scenario of the open spaces, how they have been treated and how they have been not looked upon. Next slide, please. Yeah, so activity mapping I have shown over here, like the dialogue kind of a way, where the conversation between the parents and children have been shown over here. Like the children are saying to the parents that I can go to the school, but the parents are saying that it is not safe for you to go to the school. Like these are the conversation I've heard while on the site. I have been researching about them, studying about the site area. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as you saw, the 5 different areas for activity mapping I have chose, and these are the issues that I have been find out, that lack of safety, lack of walkability, issues of land use, issues of landmarks and whatnot. As children's point of view, as you can see, the road network is like of grid-and pattern and curvilinear kind of a pattern. So it might be difficult for children to navigate. Yeah, so my strategies with the issues, connecting to issues, my strategies would be over here, like separated circulation, fountain plaza, shadow pond, parents gathering. These are the all connective children's creativity and emphasizing their creativity and connection to the nature and interactions. This is the kind of a scenario I wanted to create. Next slide, please. Yeah. So after comparing all the study and comparing all the maps that I have created, I have come to the structure plan, where you can see the proposed area for development I have marked over there. And there are this market area and the schools area, which have been very integral part of the circulation, and I have been doing the interventions, and these are the common corridors which the kids will use, and which will be have the most issues and need the intervention to be looked upon. And the circular parts I have highlighted over here, which will be proposed roundabouts, which adding installations and giving the grid and pattern, which gives the confusing vibe to the kids, which will be resolved around that. Next slide, please. Next slide, sir. Yeah, so I have shown back to that. Yeah, firstly, among the 5, I have shown the 2 intervention areas.
You have exhausted your time. Please wrap up.
Yeah, I will finish it up. Yeah, so first one is the Jilla Parishad school area, which is I have added so many things over here, like signal, safe crossing, adding play area to the corridors. So you can see the before and after areas. There is barrier-free vehicular area, which will not integrate in the crossing of children and play area of the children. Next slide, please. Yeah, mostly the space making, which focusing on the multi-purpose spaces, which you can dismantle and arrange according to the kids, which will have all the reading space, innovation space, physical development, wall paintings, brain teasers, all the kind of things that will find children interesting, and learning ability will be increased. The creative abilities will increase. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, then the second area would be the market area, and I have bifurcated the area which will have the cycling track, which will be connecting to the school area, the signals, the roundabouts, landmarks, shaded areas for sitting. There is a separate area for the rickshaw stands, shaded. The public toilets have been introduced over there, and also a flea market, as well as for kids. To whatever they are making and innovating, they could have a session of exhibition over there. And the leftover spaces are also being used for playing area and reading spaces. Yeah. I think I will conclude with this, as my time is already exhausted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rajat.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
We'll now move on to the panel discussion, first panel discussion of day 2. I shall introduce the panelists. We have with us for the panel discussion architect Rajendra Singh, architect Brijesh Bhatta, and moderating the session, architect Sandhya Rao. Architect Rajendra Singh completed his bachelor's from SPA Delhi and master's from SPA Delhi, and he moved on to for MA in conservation in University of York in UK. He has a combined experience of 25 years in the field of urban design and planning, infrastructure planning, urban and architectural heritage conservation and architecture. He has taught in well-known universities and worked on projects in India, Sri Lanka, Oman, and UK. He's written a number of articles and papers in professional magazines and journals. He has taught urban design for 15 years in the Department of School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. He has led project teams on number of adaptive reuse and urban conservation projects in India, being an advisor on the urban renewal and heritage conservation on technical cell, JNN UoM, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India. We welcome you, sir. Architect Brijesh Bhatta. Brijesh Bhatta is an architect and urban designer based in Ahmedabad. He holds an undergraduate degree in architecture from SEPT University and a master's in urban design from University of California, Berkeley. He has been working as an architect since 19 1998 and has considerable design experience of architectural and urban design projects. He leads an architecture and urban design practice in Ahmedabad, Groundworks Architecture, since 2010. Since 2012, he has been involved in CEPT University, teaching urban design. Currently, he is the program chair for the Masters of Urban Design program at the Faculty of Planning, CEPT University. Architect Sandhya Rao, she is a practicing architect and urban designer based in Bangalore. After completion of BArch from Bangalore University, she proceeded further to pursue post-graduation in urban design from RV College of Architecture. She commenced her career as a senior architect in the master planning team at RSP India Private Limited. She has ever since made a very valuable contribution to the company in developing various master plans for large-scale planning projects. She is currently the key collaborator for South Asian Connect for City Makers Hub based out of Barcelona. She is also an associate professor at Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture. We welcome all of you. I hand it over now to Architect Sandhya Rao. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikant. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you all the students and the guides to have presented these wonderful presentations, and welcome to the panelists. I'd like to open this session with a small little discussion. So inclusive urbanism is probably one of the most widely discussed topics today in the world. And we are constantly trying to seek balance between what we theoretically confront and understand, and how does it get translated to a design idea. In all the four theses that were presented today, we saw wide disparities between culture, economies, and even systemic orders which were questioned. And each student tried to work a solution which probably aimed at seeking equitable spaces. Some solutions presented today addressed creating contextually very strongly characterized spaces as a response, and some looked at new typologies or urban inserts, which represented a collective culture of the city as a solution. But ultimately, all of them aimed at one thing, that's absolute engagement of users. I'd like to now bring in Rajendra sir to offer his initial comments and his take on the subject. And from there, we'll move ahead with the same discussion. Over to you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Sandhya. I think I just want to extend the comments, what you shared about the subjects that are presented. I think keeping in mind the relevance of urban design in the context of growing disparity that exists in our cities, I think all four subjects were very relevant, and I think there is a certain degree of discipline within each one of them, and they are and they can become as a way to kind of a put together city as a more wholesome entity for everyone's use. So in that context, I think all of them are future subjects or the current subjects that need to be tackled. Also, I think to an extent, the choice of, I think, places with respect to subjects are quite interesting, actually, because they present very diverse and certain, I think, distinct conditions which needs these kind of possible solutions. So I think in the context of that, I congratulate or I commend all the four presenters. I think it's a good start, and I think they have explored substantially well. And I'm hoping that they will continue to explore this subject, because if you leave these subjects, then I think development does not happen. Only broader concern I have, which I have been saying with respect to urban design as a whole, how does we actually make this as a practice in the realm of urban design? That is, I think, is a worrying subject. And I think we, as urban designers, have a very strong theoretical understanding of cities. But when it comes to actually putting into systems, which can ground many of these ideas at what scale, what institutional mechanism, what project components can be there, how to projectize it. I find there is a lot to be explored with respect to urban design. So I think with these comments, I will stop here and I'll come back with other points later on.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to now bring in Brijesh. So also extend a little bit on what Rajendra sir was saying. So there are some measurable, tangible disparities that we can address. But what happens to intangible disparities like linguistic disparities or socio-cultural, socio-economic disparities? How does one address these while designing?
Hi, Sandhya, thank you. I will not specifically address the last question that you raised, but I want to also touch upon the idea of this whole forum right now that is interesting because it is students who concluded in fact, graduates who already concluded their studies and they are sharing their work today. And it provides all of us an opportunity to kind of look at where are we headed with this, what's happening right now, what should we be doing right now, so what should we look at, what should we focus on? In that context, I think there are some thoughts that come to mind and I'd like to share those. The earlier when this discussion was started, I think there was an idea shared that what is a thesis and what's the idea of a thesis, right? And there the suggestion that was made was that it probably is an exploration of new ideas, and that doesn't necessarily hinge with realities or doesn't have to get into the realm of problem solving to a degree. I guess I want to kind of push that a little bit here and there and say that we must also pay attention to that. And keeping in mind the context that Rajendra ji just mentioned, that how do we finally practice? What's going to happen? Because in the context of our cities today, there is an immediate need for things to happen. They are happening in any manner, right? And urban designers are at the center of this. We can provide solutions that make sense, that work. So it's time that we shed that idea that we need to explore without an end condition in mind. I think it's a good idea to say that all problems need to be solved. So problem of new ideas is also a problem to be solved, in my opinion, right? To innovate, for example, is a problem that needs to be solved. So I really thought that is something that I would wish that we encourage more and more in our work in all universities that we sort of do. I saw some very interesting insights coming out of the second point I wanted to add was about how much of history are we going to carry and how far. So it's important. It informs us. History informs us as in urban designers, planners, everyone looking into the city, and history tells us what has happened, where everything has come from. But where are we going? How will it guide us into where do we want to go? So there is a change here that is required. People in cities are looking for solutions. People in cities are asking for what can we do? How can we do it? I don't think it's a time where we can spend a lot of attention to ideating only. It is important, it's necessary, but we must also focus on how do we present ideas that are relevant. And therefore, again, I think I agree with Rajendra that regulations, ideas of how ownerships, for example. So in couple of theses that I saw today, the idea of ownership was easily kind of merging here and there. And whose ownership are we talking about? Whose land are we walking all over? How are we going to address the questions of equity if we don't look at whose ownership these lands are? How are we going to consume private lands into public domain and be okay with it without addressing these questions at the concept level? I'm not saying we need to resolve all the problems, but we must be aware of these issues to begin with. So these are the kind of thoughts that are running in my mind just now. But to finally come to your point about intangibles, I think there, like I said about history in some senses has an intangible value to it. Right? History can be represented in so many ways. It's about who is talking about it, from what context they are talking about it. So there are many versions to history, as we can imagine. Intangibles are the same in some sense. Can we focus on tangibles for some time? I think it's time that we do that. That we say that if we can handle things that are handleable, let's just focus on them. I guess it will be better for our cities. That's my suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. That was quite insightful. I think I'll open this to either one of them. So, do we have time as a very pressing factor when we are looking at inclusive designs? Because are we looking at designs which could be appropriated over time? The idea of history, or when you talk about what is left behind and where do we go from there, or do we address the future? So, what in truly inclusive design, how do we handle the factor of time?
Can I
go ahead?
Yeah.
Brijesh, would you like to take it on, or can
no,
I?
Go ahead, please. Thank you.
I think I just want to take a little. I think it's a good context to broaden the debate rather than, I think, we getting back to the subjects. I think that might help actually to put a context to the subject we have at hand. I think, first of all, I'd like to point out is we have a very poor mapping of cities. The institutional system mapping is so obsolete systems, it does not help us to deal with these issues. I think the 4 examples we saw obviously does certain kind of a mapping. And I do agree with Brijesh that there are certain layers of mapping that is missing in order to address things on ground. But however, I think the ideation is important part of projectization. And in that ideation process, I think mapping is very critical. When we talk about, say, ethnic communities and the city is fractured because of certain consolidation with respect to that, or if we're talking about, say, child-friendly cities, then we're talking about not enough is understood or is mapped with respect to them. So I think there is a methodology being established, and I think there is enough amount of literature available how to map cities. But unfortunately, I would say that in our context, especially in India, maybe actually it is better done in European cities for that matter in terms of mapping of a variety of aspects. Unless we have a good quality of mapping, I think we certainly going to face issues. Other thing is that we have certain institutional tools for that matter. The way I think cities are looked into, or parts of the cities are looked into, they do not provide, I think, enough opportunities. And I would certainly suggest that the example that was looked from Ahmedabad, these kind of, I think, issues can be addressed bottom up rather than looking at top-down approach. Now, the planning process in our cities, I think, or in our country, we all know it's very top-down, and I think it's very detrimental to our, I think, overall context as a whole. The second, I think, in terms of is that I was just taking in a context of, I think, the person who presented on child-friendly environment. There was a mention of, I think, 12, 13 goals. But idea is that, how we translate these goals into parameters that can be turned into projects. That is, I think, an important phenomena. So I would certainly suggest that the urban design actually to ground requires a lot of mapping, a lot of research work connected with the real-time practice. I find in real-time practice, I work all the time on cities, there is not adequate information available when you get into the city, and the amount of time that you have available to address the, I think, the projects what you're dealing with are so short that you are not able to combine all the research, I think, that is inadequately available and spend time on, I think, researching the place and hence arrive at solution. So I think there are anomalies that exist in our planning practice or dealing with cities. I think it's time that we need to take urban design forward than the academic domain to in real world. I have been saying it. I have been an academic for 15 years. I have been now practicing over 15 years plus. I find that there is a divide. And the reason I'm saying that the students who present these subjects, I think that one needs to make them as a goal to carry forward these themes and reflect in their work. Actually, that's the way I think we can change our cities. And I think we need to set examples. I would be interested to know why students did not take up Indian examples for that matter, to talk about dealing with the this thing. Just to talk about like the fractures that exist in our cities with respect to ethnicities, I think we conveniently fall or take comfort with placemaking, and I think that is not a solution. There is a lot more necessary to understand the fractures that exist or that divides our cities. And also, I think very fundamental things that our cities are devoid of certain basic systems or facilities for that matter. I think we have to use them as opportunities to further urban design interest.
Thank you, sir. Rajesh sir, would you like to add something over here?
I can. I think just adding to what Rajendra already shared, I think the idea about when I kind of look at the couple of theses that we looked at today, there were mentions of guidelines, urban design guidelines. Now, I think I'm just using this as an example of what we could change at the level of a master's degree, that it is in a city where lands are owned by private people, and there are public lands, of course, so commons, as someone was saying, there are land in public domain, streets, open spaces, all of that, but there are private ownership lands. Now, we can't, there is no existing mechanisms in a democratic setup to say that we're going to give guidelines and imagine and hope that they will follow. People don't follow guidelines. People don't. Therefore, we have law. Therefore, we have regulations. So that distinction that in a city, when you're operating in an environment where there is a distinction between a private property and a public realm, we must appropriately use the tools that are available, which means regulations. So I guess that's one of the ideas that I want to suggest, that urban designers, and this is adding to what Rajendra said, that it's not just the design of the space, meaning the surface design of streets or open spaces, because we are looking at, I mean, we look at European cities, we all are very impressed by the form of the city. We look at how the buildings come together to make a form and the idea of a space. When are we going to achieve that? How can we achieve that in Indian cities? It is only through regulations that we can do that right now in the current framework. So the point I want to make is there are tools. I think it is time to reappropriate them, to reimagine them, to innovate within them as to how can they be used to better the agenda of urban design, to improve our cities, not in the context of improving a particular surface of a road or only that. It is obviously also that, but it's not only that. And think about how our sort of buildings come together and make some statement about a place, an identity of a place. So that's something that I feel we must now push through the system, and thereby connecting them much more to the real world demands of a practice, because as all of these graduates will straight away be integrated into the practices or government organizations, right? They will not, they are not undergraduate students who graduated and wondering what to do, whether I should do my master's or not. No, they are really out there now. So I think that connect is necessary. So just to add onto this idea that there is a need for innovation, and just to conclude, in fact, innovation in tools that are existing. For example, one Anukriti shared about the LAP mechanism. And I think Rajendraji said that this is much a top-down approach. And I think if we link the two, how do we innovate there? What is the other approach that can be taken? And that is an exploration that is needed, I believe, that we need to now, in our academic setups, that we must engage with students to enable them to think of these ideas when they go out. Yeah, that's all. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so bringing a little more focus onto the subject of inclusion itself, can either of you shed light on something that's really worked as an example that these young graduates can look at, where we do have mechanisms that have worked in real time, as well as something that's been appropriated by people itself? So is there something that's worked so far?
Can I, British? You go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think there is no magic bullet, actually, Sandhya. One way to do to understand this idea of inclusion, I think we need to increase and expand the role of participatory process. I think that's the way only we can understand inclusion. We need to understand who do we need to include. I think if there is not enough information on inclusion, then we might be creating a shared space which we don't know who is going to use it, actually. So I think we have come a long way, and I think participatory processes are quite well documented. The systems available today are so enabling to understand the participatory process. So I think we need to understand domains, we need to understand the participatory process, and we need to include everyone into that participatory process and understand what they aspire with respect to their domain or the areas that they live, work, or want to actually, have facilities for recreational or social infrastructure. That is important. For that matter, this example from Ahmedabad about an institution and the residents, can these two entities be brought together and take up a level of debate which may have legal issues, may have planning issues, may have urban design issues, may have about financing it. Multiple things are there. So I think solutions will come, and I don't think so urban designer alone is whole soul authority to deal with it. I think it's a participatory process amongst the professionals also. I think which we are a little bit lacking to integrate or collaborate with the other parallel professionals or expertise who understand certain aspects of it. So I certainly would imagine that every intervention requires a participatory approach where we understand who we wanting to include into an area or a project or a city as a whole. That is something which is fundamental to it. I think there is no ready-made prescription to inclusion as such.
I will add to this idea of inclusivity that you are sort of asking. What I want to suggest is inclusivity. We are currently, let's say, one of the ideas or some ideas that we saw today was about religious inclusion or ethnicity, inclusion of different ethnicities or different sort of people coming from different areas, etc. So that is an inclusion that is there in mind. So I believe that there are solutions beyond that, because people finally come to cities for a very simple reason. It's economics. They come to find work. They come to find better life. Everyone, every city is doing that. So if we pay attention to that idea and say that I think all communities could be integrated in that sense, if you think about it. But we don't include that sometimes in the debate of inclusion, economic inclusion, economic ideas of how to bring people together, because that is the biggest possible reason why people may integrate, I believe, and there is no challenging that, because everyone is here in the city for that reason. It is basically at the core of it. And sometimes, I mean, I feel that we must, again, I'm just adding to this idea that we must add the ideas of economics, meaning therefore finance. How will the projects be financed? That question, I think not a couple of theses did not even attempt to address that. Where is the fund coming from? Who will sponsor this? If you want to make these large ideas successful, for example, how will they be sponsored? If we give these kind of suggestions, people rally around this. So you are asking about successful examples. It is when good proposals are made, keeping in mind a lot of stakeholders and making sense to each stakeholder in one way or the other. And negotiations happen, things work, I think. And there is a value of the change in how it will help them economically. That does play a big value in what we do. So I think that is how I would perceive it. I wouldn't limit it to saying that we should try to say that we will bring different people of different religion together by doing certain physical intervention. But I guess it's about something else also. Yeah.
True. I think those are very, very good insights. Shrikant, do we have any questions from the students that we can take up?
We have not received any questions. We can make an announcement, formal announcement. Dear audience, if you have any pertinent questions relevant to the discussion or the topics discussed in the presentations, unmute yourself and ask.
So can I ask one question? If nobody else is, yeah?
Yes.
Sure.
Good morning, sir. So my question is for Rajin, sir. You mentioned that there are so many layers of mapping missing when we are talking about ethnic communities, child-friendly cities, or even among all the projects that that were presented. So could you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
Actually, I did not mean mapping with respect to the projects today. I was talking about mapping in general. I think the way I think cities are read today in the planning process, which is very limiting. So in other words, I think actually, if you see the amount of literature or the studies that are created across the outside the planning world, the urban design world and landscape world and all that, is quite a lot. But unfortunately, all those information or studies are not integrated. They're not brought together to common platforms. Primarily, what I'm saying is that when we start looking at a city or a part of a city, if there is certain degree of mapping available with respect to themes, that may be the objective of looking at that area, then that information becomes very critical to carry it forward. So in other words, I think idea is, very often people say that, there is not even a patch of a land in England which is not talked about. Somebody is not written on it, or a building or a street or whatever. I think what we need to do is create a lot more literature. I think knowledge certainly helps. To me, I think in the absence of good quality information on cities is a handicap that we always, I think, you as a student probably would know where you start when you're trying to generate information on your thesis. I think a thesis could be a development of already available work and further it in terms of, I think, ideas and applicability. Sandhya, if I could add one more point, I think I was wanting to mention this earlier.
Please.
I think there is a, also to the context, I think Brijesh was talking about economics or the economy of the city. I think there is a very disproportionate access to common, I think using the students' term here, to commons for that matter. And I think that's a serious concern. And at the face of it, what comes into is that, almost like, 60 to 70% of our population in cities is on the margins. There is not accurate data on that. Somehow we only talk about 20 to 25% of poverty, but I think the issues who do not have equal access or somewhat balanced access to commons is a serious concern. I think we certainly need to, when we talk about inclusivity, I think we need to understand these issues of economics. And there is a very disproportionate access to, I think, public realm in the context of that. So that's.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions that we can take from the students? Okay, Shrikant, should we move on to summarizing this?
We can wrap it up.
Okay, all right. So I just like key takeaways from both of you in terms of looking at theoretical confrontations versus practice. If we can get 3 or 4 good summary points as key takeaways to conclude the session from both of you.
You want to go ahead, Rajendra,
or? I suppose I thought Sandhya would actually summarize that.
Yeah, that's my assumption as well.
I'd be glad to, but if all 3 of us can pitch in just a small little snippet, because we get so caught down with all the theory around us, and how do we proceed that with practice? Yeah.
Can I add something to this?
Sure.
Is that okay, Rajendra ji?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that it's, I'm just kind of setting the tone to say that it's time that we urban designers start making sense in the realm of design of cities. We can't now only keep expressing our anguish about situations and problems. We can't only demonstrate how knowledgeable we are in terms of understanding the mechanisms and systems and beautiful places or beautiful problems. But I think driven by solutions is to show people what can happen, how can things change. That is what people want. Cities, and people, by that I mean cities. We need people to show, and urban designers are the only people, I believe, in the planning spectrum. Urban architects, planners, urban designers are the people who now need to activate themselves to be able to show people how things are done on the ground. When planning policies, when planning drawings hit the ground, what happens there? What is the magic that is possible? I think urban designers should be able to make sense now. I hope we all do together. That's it. Thank you.
Can I just add on to what Brijesh was saying? I think I have been indicating it earlier also, IUDI can certainly play an important role here. I think there's a whole lot of, this is a good idea. I think IUDI is trying to, create a platform for thesis can be discussed. Thesis take up very interesting subjects. So I think it's important to some of those subjects that are critical concerns of our cities can be carried forward by collaborating between agencies, especially say municipal agencies or municipal bodies and the IUDI and the students for that matter, and ground them actually. And a lot of learning actually comes when we actually deal with things on ground. And otherwise, we have never tested these ideas, where are the possible complications are. So I think IUDI can certainly be a kind of a launching platforms to further these ideas to connect with the real implementing agencies in the city. Right.
Thank you, both of you. So just to summarize this session, there were some really great presentations that question visible as well as invisible disparities in our cities, and also realizing solutions. And our experts, both the panelists, strongly approve participatory engagement, understanding economics, collaborative efforts, as well as looking at ground realities and mapping the same for the record. So with this, we are hoping to see all our young designers come out and truly contribute to creating more inclusive cities. With that, I think we'll sign off this session. Shrikant, thank you both the panelists, experts, students, and their guides to have been a part of this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Over to you, Shrikant.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
So with the session one for day two concluding, we can start with the session two on the same theme, inclusive urbanism. I would like to call upon architect Sharad Mahajan from GS Mandal Markwada Institute of Technology, Aurangabad, to introduce the topic, rethinking everyday public spaces for women's valiant maneuver and inclusive design by Mridul Deshmukh. Hello, Mridul.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes,
sir.
You're audible.
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. The student is Mridul Deshmukh, and her topic is rethinking everyday public spaces for women's valiant maneuver and inclusive design. Now, as the name suggests, the focus of the study is on improving the experiences of women while using everyday public spaces, as they have been identified as one of the most vulnerable groups of humankind by the United Nations. The idea includes their equal right to the city and public places, along with the right to be mobile at any time of the day. The capacity to welcome inspires a diverse group, and their positive behaviors, along with creating a sense of mutual connection, are the indicators of inclusive public space. This study establishes strong base for the hypothesis arrived through literature reviews, perception survey, and case studies. The analysis of the data from the safety audit, tangible and intangible aspects of the site is used to arrive at an action plan that ultimately helped her come up with the interventions and recommendations based on physical, visual, perception, and social parameters, so that the women can make proper use of what the city has to offer. On conclusion, the study enlists different provisions that can be made on a DCR level in order to make our cities inclusive and gender conscious as a whole while planning and designing. I would now ask Mridul to take over and take us through her work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Hello, everyone. My name is Mridul Deshmukh, and my thesis topic is known to you. I did this towards completion of my master's in urban design for the year 2020-2021. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Men and women use cities differently. Women's pattern encompasses multiple activities. It is not always work and home. So that is why their requirement while using urban spaces are different from men. For centuries, cities all over the world have been designed through a man's perspective. And that is why when women want to step out, they are supposed to create survival strategies. And it is evident from the statistical data that is available. Next, please. Here I have shared my analysis of the data available on the NETA app. The survey was conducted in 2019. The study states, they studied few states and cities of India, and it was seen that metro cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai were marked most unsafe by its inhabitants. There was a little bit of good news as states like Himachal Pradesh, Tripura, and Kerala were considered safer. Next, please. Before we go any further, I would like to define what I mean by safe and public spaces. So safety is not interchangeable with security. Safety and security can go hand in hand, but safety more or less deals with the perception. And when we talk about public spaces, I've divided them into two types: spaces that we have to use and spaces that we like to use. So there are different kinds of spaces that are part of our everyday life. The main aim of the study is to make our neighborhood public spaces safe and more accessible to women and girls. My research question is, how can public spaces be made to feel safe, inclusive, especially for women through urban design interventions? I have my hypothesis, which I will also talk about in my literature review. Next, please. About the thesis structure, basically it started with my interest and my personal experiences and also the experiences of people around me. The notion is so ingrained in us that after a particular time, we have to come back, that we don't even realize. When I say we, I'm representing women and girls over here, that we don't even realize that we have the same right to use the spaces that otherwise we are asked to create survival strategies in. With that understanding, I defined my aim, objectives of the study, followed by research, argument, and literature study. Through my literature study, I came up with an analytical framework which helped me create strategies. The later part of the study is actual physical study of the site, data collection through mapping, safety audit, perception surveys, etc. With that understanding and my study, I have designed my intervention and policy framework. Now, case studies. I have done 3 case studies. The first one was Vienna, Australia. Then I studied different public toilets in India and Disha project in Pune. Now, why Vienna? Because it is where all of this started in early 1990s. The concept of gender mainstreaming was first coined here. And as they have done it for last 30 years, now they are reaping the benefits of the same. Few initiatives, even though fragmented, have been executed in India as well. The gap in infrastructure in terms of lack of public toilets is being addressed by the award-winning transparent toilets at Teen Hatnaga, Thane, She toilets in Pune, Pink toilets in Delhi, NCR, etc. Now, Disha, demonstration of integrated and safe, habitable, affordable solution for neighborhood, where streets and sidewalks were considered as main public spaces, and how they intervene has helped me a lot, as it's very close to what I faced on my side. Next, please. Then my perception survey with the stakeholders of the site helped me understand the topic even more. My main focus was on 4 things. What are the areas that they frequent? What are their desires and aspirations? What places make them feel safe? And what are the places that make them feel unsafe? So that this is what I gathered from my interaction with the stakeholders. Next, please. My literature study introduced me to 3 theorists, Jane Jacobs, Ray Oldenburg, and Henry Labov. Jane Jacobs talks about eyes and street. Ray Oldenburg talks about third places. So apart from home and office, the other most important space is public space, which helps us improve our social interaction and sense of community. The right to the city. So everybody has the right to the city, no matter your age, gender, physical ability, etc. You have equal right to the city. These learnings helped me create a framework for my physical and social sphere also. Based on the theoretical analysis, I created an analytical framework where everyday public spaces that I wanted to concentrate on were identified. They were markets, residential neighborhood, industrial areas which contribute towards workplaces, and institutional areas which are frequented by women. The user study also helped me understand if the quality of infrastructure improves, then the necessary optional and social use of public spaces changes. So we can improve the physical environment, the number of users will increase, and that is what essentially we need to create public spaces which are vibrant and safe. As more people participate in public space, people will feel more comfortable to use them. Based on that, I created a toolkit which will also help me come up with my interventions. Next, please. This is the toolkit that I was talking about, and you can also see the criteria for site selection, which was based on typology, stakeholders, and a gap in infrastructure, which I identified through my studies. Next, please. Let's look at the site now. As you can see, Aurangabad is expanding. How you can see the how Aurangabad city is expanding. It is expanding more towards the east. That is why I selected this area, which is relatively the newer part of the town. And here I could find the amalgamation of planned residential areas, town centers, institutions, and industries as well. Next, please. So once I zeroed down my site, I studied it and realized that in spite of being planned, for example, there are sidewalks, but they are not barrier-free. They are not well maintained. The recent infrastructure, which is not even a year old, is not designed, as they have given sidewalks which are say 0.7 meters wide, which is not enough. And wherever there are sidewalks which are in good condition, there is a level difference of 3 feet. Hence, people can't really use it. They have provided some infrastructure, but not too much thought has gone into it. Next, please. So I identified my microsites. My 4 microsites are one of the residential neighborhood sectors, town center area, and part of industrial area, and a predominantly institutional area, which has hospitals and some educational institutes in it. The safety audit. The safety audit was conducted based on the parameters by organization called Safety Pin. They have conducted safety audits in India in cities like Delhi, Bhopal, Jodhpur, among others. Next, please. In the next slide, you will see those parameters in little detail. So these are the 8 parameters based on which I studied these areas to understand that how is the quality of light, are the street lights maintained, how is the pedestrian infrastructure, what is the condition of sidewalks, what are the different issues faced by the users, how is the visibility, what are the heights of boundary walls, is enough public transport available, etc. And I calculated the result for each of my site. I've also studied the stakeholders. You must have seen it in the earlier slide. And I gave a specific toolkit, which will also, site-specific toolkit, which will also help me in my interventions later on. Thank you. Next, please. Now, the next study was mapping. I studied building use, building height, ownership, and occupancy. Building use helped me understand what are the areas that make me feel safe and attract more people. So suppose residential, so are only residential areas better, or we need more variation in the building use? Building heights help me understand the enclosure, and if the physical enclosure is intimidating, or is it something that can make us feel safe? So quality of enclosure, what is its role? Ownership, help me understand if I need some kind of intervention. Suppose if I need any kind of intervention, then who are the stakeholders that I will have to engage with? Occupancy was majorly done for the industrial area to see if there are any parts which are deserted due to lack of occupancy, and are they affecting the site? And then I drew my inferences from my study. Next, please. Now, when it comes to activity mapping, first I try to understand the presence of men and women on site. What are the areas that are frequented by men more, and what are the areas that are frequented by women more? This kind of reinforced the initial idea from the literature study that women are present in those public spaces where you will give them some purpose. So they will take their parents and kids to temples, they will take them to gardens, they will take them to markets, they will take them to educational institute. But when it comes to earning money or revenue generation activities, you will see them only around schools and marketplaces mostly. Then I went into more detail. What are those areas that are frequented by women, and what are the hours of the day that they are occupying these spaces? This also helped me understand their necessary optional and social use of spaces. Next, please. Now, based on this, I also decided to quantify the existing scenario to understand what are the gaps that are there in the infrastructure. I realized that in my whole 1600 acre site, there is just one public toilet, and that too at a bus terminus, which is hidden behind a well-lit terminus. You can see how dark the place is. The number of toilets are also not in line with the user's activity. More toilets are given to men who also have urinals, while women who need more time to use a toilet had lesser number of them. The signage wherever present was not in line with pedestrians, so all the infrastructure available seemed more car centric. In the town center area, which is known for its hustle and bustle, presence of more men than women was observed. Also, the haphazard parking and lack of speed limits result in women not being very comfortable while using it. This sentiment was specially echoed by elderly women of the area. For 3 days, I carried out a parking survey to understand the average number of cars and two-wheelers that are parked in the peak hours. In spite of the number being not too high, due to nature of parking, the street became chaotic. Based on all this study and my understanding, I divided the issues into 4 types: physical, visual, perceptual, and social. I created an action plan where I wanted to concentrate on making women and girls visible as active users in the public setting, reduce the perception of fear from the urban environment, and mobilize women in the urban public space. Next, please. Now, in my actual thesis, I gave structure plan, action plan, strategies, and detailed interventions for all microsites. But today, due to the time constraints, I will take you through parts of 1 or 2 such examples. So here we are looking at the first site, which is essentially the residential area. For the structural plan, I have divided my strategies into 4 types. As our aim is to increase the activity, I wanted to divide them into phases because I understand that nothing can happen at once. So the first step is to provide dedicated space for walking. Then with walking, we can induce different activities in the next phase, and then we can go on increasing them. We also need to ensure eyes on the park, because one such good example is a new park in Aurangabad, which is located at Kranti Chowk. The park is renovated quite recently, even though it is at a height. But because once you reach there, everybody can see you and you can see everybody. So whenever the park is open, you will see number of people that are there. And in spite of having a lot of open spaces in my site, the area that I've selected, not all the areas are occupied by people, and that is why we need to encourage more eyes on the park. Then well-illuminated streets enhance our perception of safety, and we can create few placemaking activities like Sunday Street, etc., to really improve it also. Next, please. Next slide, please. To achieve my structure plan, I will need action plan strategies, because existing infrastructure cannot be uprooted and everything cannot be built in. There are different techniques and methods that we will have to use to improve the space. Retrofitting, improved surveillance, mobility, activity improvement, etc. These are the 6 sites under which I would like to work. I am proposing 3 toilets in the first case, retrofitting. So when I say 3 toilets, I have studied the policy and guideworks to propose new toilets. They prescribe that you need to have active public spaces and people using them, especially like if you can see the garden part in the plan. Suppose kids are coming here, mostly kids and elderly people visit this garden, and if they are there for 1 hour and if they have to use the toilet, then they have to go back, and then the probability of them coming back reduces. They either will not come back or they will not use the same garden. Signage actually can help us get better oriented in a place. So that is something that we will have to incorporate. With better lighting, like we have discussed so far, feeling of safety gets enhanced. Like mentioned in the safety audit, lack of lighting can make people feel unsafe. So in such situations, wherever through the audit I felt that there needs to be better lighting, I'm proposing that. Panic buttons. So even though most of us have mobile phones at our disposal, and but there are a lot of people who don't. Also in countries like ours, where we face internet issues on daily basis, so if we can have some kind of physical infrastructure, then I mean, it can help us. Access to emergency assistance, a small little kiosk where somebody can be available, or the surveillance need not be stationary also. Like we have Damini Pathaks, which became active after a certain hour, so they can also act as emergency assistance. Bus routes, this is the existing route that I'm proposing that in order to improve the connectivity, because on one side they have industrial area, and in case public transport network, I mean, the bus is not taking people to the opportunity of where they have the opportunity to work. So if we can improve the public transport, then that can happen. We also need to improve the pedestrian network on the streets. People who are using the sidewalks that are available are facing a lot of issues. So we have to identify stretches frequented by people which need the attention on a priority basis. Sunday Street and other activities by local artists will also help us improve the vibrancy of the area. Creating memory association with the space will make them feel safer and familiar. So that is why we need to create street that can accommodate everybody, especially hawkers who are not only sell essentials, but also are tools of natural surveillance, giving guidelines for permeable compound walls and also providing different activities in the area will help us induce more and more vibrancy in the space. Next, please. Now, this is my next site, which is the town center area. And here the main point of differentiation is the parking scenario. So based on that, I've decided on a time-bound pedestrianization of the area. You can see the red highlighted part. That is where I'm proposing pedestrianization. In the existing scenario, on one side you have residential age and on the other side you have commercial, hawkers, and parking is occupying a lot of space. Signage is available, but more catering to cars than humans. The parking is informal. People are using the space according to their requirement. If we can cater to their needs in structured way, then it will help us create comfortable environment. Making these building edges permeable will improve the sense of belonging to the space. Few traffic calming measures will also help us reduce the speed of the rider. These are the four designated. You can see I've identified the four parking that I'm proposing, which are mostly located in the institutional area. And we want to locate them in private properties. We can intensify them according to the UDCPR norms, which are already existing. The proposed parking exceeds the current demand by large margin, even in the first phase. The second thing that I want to talk about are the edges. You can see it in the second proposed section. Next, sir, on the same side. Edge of the Canot Garden and the current scenario. On the right edge, mostly cars are parked, and on the right, on the left, two-wheelers are parked. Here are and there are some small kiosks. So we can open those up and create edges to have eyes on the park, and they can also act as semi-public areas for which we can charge the shopkeeper or vendors, as the spaces they have in front is not enough and they have a lot of footfall in this area. So instead of those kiosks becoming like a hindrance between the garden and the street, we can really make them permeable. In this way, interventions were suggested for other two sites also. Among other things, we can create multi-utility lane depending on
last
the
2 minutes.
Yes, sir, I will wrap up. Depending on the width of the road, where we can have all other things like pocket gardens, hawker areas, signages, and can be according to the height of pedestrian, and all of that, and lighting can also be enhanced. So these multi-utility lanes will cater to specific requirements of each site. Next, please. Now, I have few recommendations based on the 4 parameters, physical parameters. I have taken help of few existing codes and my study to come up with them. How can we how can we distribute the space that is available to us? What are the things that we require to create a barrier-free design? How can we harbor safety with small little changes that are very, very doable? How can we create enclosures along those roads, which can help double up as shading devices and make us feel comfortable in those areas? Next, please. While considering public toilets, the key points that we have to keep in mind are like visibility, easy accessibility, vending machines, revenue generation, signage, and inclusivity. Just a simple block design can be replicated, or based on site, we can have mobile toilets also. So there are many options that we can go for. Also for street lighting, there are lighting that we have to pay attention to and keep in mind, and other things like permeable walls, we have talked about them earlier. Stakeholders involvement, how that is important to make any project successful, is also mentioned. Next, please. So after implementation of the first phase, this is how I think the master plan of my site will look like. Next, please. I will jump to the policy framework. Now, this is the policy framework that I've come up with based on my study. Like we have a separate section for, say, physically handicapped in UDCPR. Similarly, can we propose a separate section about genders and about specific requirements? First is more like a guideline. Our cities should be more people-centric instead of car-centric. We need to promote multi-utility lanes, just like we would like to promote mixed-use development, because if a bus stop is, say, coming on a sidewalk, then the sidewalk is lost. So can we incorporate informal hawkers instead of removing them completely? Can we create hawker zones in the multi-utility lanes so that the location of the activity remains more or less the same, but they have designated areas? So can it become more formal? Height recommendations for signages so as to make them readable, and they should be present at every street corner. Compound walls, so we need to define how much of the compound wall can be solid and how much can be permeable. Emergency assistance can be present at regular intervals. Women-centric communities with public toilets in every ward. We need to have minimum one community toilet. Also, empowerment centers and childcare facilities need to be present in every ward, which are, say, free or can be run by NGO at a minimal cost. All the commercial buildings need to have changing rooms, toilets, feeding areas, even a creche for women who work in those buildings. And we have to recognize.
You have exhausted your time.
Sir, just give me a few seconds. I'm about to be done. And we have to recognize and incentivize mixed-use development, which is not even seen in many DPs. Also, on a technological level, every ULB should have an app in today's day and time. It is quite possible to create it, so people can register their grievances on the app, because when I talk to people during my survey, they said that they have a lot of issues, but they don't know where to convey those problems. Information about bus stops, public toilets, even if they're available, they need to be on the app, because unused and abandoned infrastructure is an issue. Sometimes people don't know that the infrastructure exists. Also, I propose that every year we have to conduct safety audits of the whole city, and feedback for which should be available in a stipulated time on the same app, so that people know which are the areas that are perceived to be safe and which are not. If I succeed in doing what has been discussed so far, it will be a big step towards empowering our Nari Shakti. I thank IUDI and SPA also for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Are you done?
Yes, sir, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, Mrudul. Now I would request the next to be introduced. I call upon architect Manoj Parmar from Kamala Institute of Architecture and Environmental Studies, Mumbai, to introduce the student topic transactional spaces within post-metropolis, sociability in the public realm, case of Pune by Tanvi Dabir.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you unshare the screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Tanvi's thesis actually explores into the notion of identity, which is an important dimension of social and cultural life in cities. It grounds the city for its people to create a community of place, identity through attachment and sociability. The research is based on evolution of cities under capitalist globalization, conceptualized by phenomena of post-metropolis, especially written by Edward Soja. The trends of globalization within Indian cities and penetration of image of global city has altered the development of transaction spaces within our cities, which is the metropolis and even in the second tier and third tier cities. The homogenization economic trends of globalization has created fragmented expansion of the city. The fluctuation of density within central city and peripheral areas, shifting centers of growth towards the service sector, and shifting ideologies of public spaces to consumerist spaces have created disparate identities. So the thesis actually attempts to establish the relationship between what is transactional spaces, what is sociability, what is urban identity within a given public realm. Thank you.
I am audible, right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. I'll be presenting my thesis with the title as mentioned on the screen. Next slide, please. So first, I will be diving into the key ideas of the thesis. The thesis argument and observations are based upon the simple idea of identity of city, its experience of transaction, and the emergent sociability of the fragmented metropolis, coined as post-metropolis. The underlying concepts of those economic changes under capitalist globalization, homogenization of character and processes, and the production of space under consumerism. Next slide. Further, I would be, next slide, please. Further, I will be going into the understanding of the terminologies. The notion of identity is important dimension of social and cultural lives in cities. It grounds the city for its people, creating a continuity of place identity related to place attachment and sociability. The identity of a place extends beyond the physical realm of what is built. It answers the question of why a city should be built with certain characteristics. Transaction refers to the exchange of material goods within markets, exchange of social connections within public parks and restaurants, exchange of ideologies within educational institutions, or the exchange of places within transportation hubs. Thus, transaction spaces reflect the paradigms of development and social order within periods of city expansion. The sociability within cities is dependent on the quality of public space that attracts people and allows for the conduction of social and leisure activities, whether individually or in a group. People's experience of the city is by interacting within transactional spaces where consumption unites the city experience. Next slide. Post-metropolis refers to the phenomena of mass regional urbanization observed in the current phase of metropolises. It was a theoretical application of American city expansion put forth by Edward Soja. In recent years, the rapid spread of urbanization or the patterns of urban to suburban and the peripheral areas has meant that virtually the city never ends. Yet, it creates pockets within these extended areas. The stages of expansion of city fabric from a central concentrated nucleus to a fractal city has been observed within the current development paradigm of globalizing Indian cities. The concept of post-metropolis tells the evolution of the social, cultural, and economic dominance that served as a binding for the central urban form. Next slide. To establish the relationship between consumption and urban identity, I mapped the transformation of city spaces within the timeline of Indian cities. The transformation of means of production and expansion of city fabric, the chain of relationship between the commodity and the consumer became distinct. Thus, consumption has led to the formation of spaces of transaction, which are urban spaces that aid in forming associations with the city fabric. Next slide. The theoretical framework was established from the literature review undertaken. The understanding that city carries a sense of identity through its morphology, functions, and meaning of urban form is intrinsically dependent on the spatiality of urban transaction spaces. The urbanization of city fabric into post-metropolis has heavy influences on the cultural ideology of capitalism under globalization. These influences have fragmented the spaces of consumption and fragmented the nature of the city itself. The impacts of these processes are observed within the public realm and especially through the nature of transaction spaces with multiple full factors shaping the spatiality of consumption. Next slide. The understanding of transaction configurations are exemplified in this slide. Type A, variable space production depending on the type of commodity exchange. This type of place is commodity specific, which means that multiple spaces cultivated by the supplier or the producer. The examples for these spaces include market spaces, retails, shops of various kinds, etc. Type B, the space produced is important for commodity and consumer. Commodity exchange is place time specific, which means that the space for production is part of configuration. The examples include restaurants, eateries, open spaces, tourist recreations, theaters, etc. Type C, temporal transaction. The space, commodity, and time are variable dependent on the extent of type A and type B configurations. These emerge as spontaneous areas as a response to the demands from the people within active transaction zones, prominently along accessible linkages within visible locations. The examples include the hawkers dotting along roadsides or within setbacks of commercial buildings, along appropriated footpath widths within parking areas, etc. Type D is e-commerce. The space, commodity, and time are variable with implicit spaces for transaction. The explicit spaces are in the form of warehouses for storage of commodities or the raw materials. With the evolution of large-scale warehousing, active supply chains, efficient last-mile connectivity, and the shift towards online retailing, the delivery and the transactional spaces have become implicit. The research includes the exploration of type A, type B, and type C configurations. Next slide. The methodology started with linking the evolution of spaces for consumption along with the evolution of the city's economic timeline. The changes in consumption patterns were observed within spaces for transaction. The selection of the sites was related to the different areas of growth. The transactional spaces in each of these sites were analyzed through qualitative and quantitative spatial analyses. The resultant space configurations indicated the variations in the spatialities of consumption within different economic contexts. Observations of spatialities and transaction situations led to the measure of sociability within each area. Next slide. The units of analysis were broadly divided into three heads. Identity entails the analysis of morphology, function, and meanings of cities or areas within the cities. These are used to identify the tangible layers of urban form. Spatial configurations refers to the qualitative and quantitative aspects of space transaction. The intangible aspects for the experiential value of transaction zones are derived through the analysis of spatial formation. Transaction nature segregates the typologies of configurations as discussed earlier. The network of these zones refer to the range of supply net chains within individual areas. Next slide. For the purpose of understanding the evolution of economic transformations within globalizing cities, the stages of growth have been compared to the timeline of Pune. Pune has a strong historicity due to the development of the city as a Peshwa seat of power during the 18th century. The topographical advantage for military protection and the migration of trade-based communities invited within various states made it into a powerful trading town. The establishment of two cantonments within the city region due to its proximity to Mumbai converted the city's economy into manufacturing, export, and agriculture. The establishments of schools within the Peshwa period and colleges and universities during the colonial period made the city one of the centers of education. The post-independence period attracted numerous MIDCs and SEZs within the periphery that has experienced exponential growth. The liberalization period opened the city to the information technology sector within the global and national investments made in the peripheral areas of the city. The sections drawn in these slides shows the transformation of the city fabric through the economic development, where medieval settlements had an interlinking of transaction with social spaces. The modern and postmodern iterations separate two aspects of vitality. The pull factors of growth for the city are divided into two broad attached values, geographical and associationals. Factors like strong historic context, connectivity, land availability attracted growth towards the city. Other factors like historicity, culture of education, strong military hold, favorable state policies for establishment of service economy. The globalization of economy brought with it the culture of consumerism, infiltration of global culture, and changing patterns of consumption. Next slide. The sites selected for analysis reflect the connection of the trajectory of economic evolution. The three sites selected for the particular thesis are Area 1, the Pate area, where we see a variable economic base. Area 2, which is Kothur, which is a suburbia within the city. Area 3 is Hinjewadi, which is the fragmented development within the peripheries. The transactional configurations, previous slide please. The transactional configurations were located within various areas. The different configurations were indicated by the type of transaction and the extent of the network. The mapping of these typologies aided in identifying the precincts within each locality to spatialize the transaction configurations that were enumerated previously. Next slide. The interactions of provider, commodity, consumer create spatial configurations based on commodity consumed. So in these particular charts, I was trying to connect the supplier, the producer, and the type of spaces that transactional spaces that led within the each individual areas. So the relation of type A and type B configurations have been connected across this local or the city level, out of city or state level, and global or out of country level. Each network prevailed in the city and corresponded to the trajectory of economic evolution. Thus, the expansion of network was most prevalent within the peripheral areas. Next slide. Further, to analyze the various areas, the land uses were compared. The increasing percentage of the industrial land uses corresponds to the growth of the city, and a significant decrease in the mixed-use land use was observed. Thus, the multiplicity of transactions are maximum within the Pate area, which is the inner city area, segregated into mobility linkages in Kothur, which is the suburban area, and fragmented or privatized in Hinjewadi. The analysis of transactionally active precincts within each locality was conducted through combination of urban layers with qualitative aspects of space. These were further observed within the most active transaction zones within each precincts, as shown in the diagrams below. The radial graph was plotted with observed discrepancies of qualitative aspects of space. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So coming to the issues and concerns within each area, overall, Pate was the strongest in regards to the level of sociability. This was due to the multiplicity of activities influenced by the porous transaction zones. The segregation of transaction in Kothur led to multiplicity of transaction typologies, while the fragmented Hinjewadi was accessible but lacked passive surveillance and porosity. The strategies were divided into 4 different domains as per the issues and concerns that were mapped. Those are the spatial configuration, mobility, land use, and transaction network. Next slide, please. So the strategies are entailed as follows. Hybridization refers to the combination of various uses into one complex. Currently, these are spaces like shopping malls, commercial complexes, and industrial estates. Through hybridization of public space within privatized spaces, fragmented areas can be revitalized. The trajectory of transit-oriented development through the disregard of pedestrian has created dead areas within various localities. Through various mobility strategies of controlling the walkability of a neighborhood, sociable areas within transaction zones can be introduced. Land use has been restricted to be functional in nature, where efficiency and adjacency of uses determine the neighborhood image. Through inclusion of form-based and incentivized zoning practices, walkability and public amenities can be introduced. Next slide, please. The structure plans for each of the various areas are displayed currently. Transaction spaces create the active areas within specific pockets. When these pockets are equipped with spaces for socialization, they allow for association through imageability and multiplicity of functions. The successes of transaction zones lie within the larger percentage of mixed use in active zones and allowance of small scale interactions at small scale transaction points in relation to the human scale. The strategies include implementation of form-based codes within historic areas to retain engagement within transaction areas, enhancement of pedestrian experiences within the prominent mobility corridors, identifying nodes as micro public spaces, regulation of land uses, especially in peripheral developments, and identifying and integrating local economies within global areas. Next slide. Street designs for the various selected areas serve different purposes. While all interventions were based in creating walkability, measures like traffic calming within the inner paved area, the additions of micro social spaces within the existing Kothroad market, and visualization of hybrid spaces within Hinjewadi area were specific goals within each area. Within the fragmented periphery, the niches of local economy carved into the vacant plots of growth. Next slide, please. So especially within Hinjewadi area, what I observed was that the village economy continued its agriculture production through establishing a robust network within local markets. The connections within local markets allowed for alternative transaction zones to exist with the globalizing spaces. Through land use zoning and hybridization, the isolated commercial spaces can be integrated with local markets along major linkages, thus leveraging modern market trends and a participatory approach to market creation would sustain and expand traditional transaction networks. Thus, the nature of hybridization within post-metropolis, while inevitable, can be utilized to enhance the mixed-use nature of the old medieval towns. Through the combination of hybridization of public placemaking and planned walkable zoning, the peripheral developments could create a hybrid typology for transaction zones. That is it from my side. Thank you for this opportunity. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanvi. Can I now request Professor Aditya Sawan, Kamala Raheja Vidyanidhi Institute of Architecture and Environmental Studies, to introduce the topic between formal and informal, examining the role of Khasi formal settlements in the spatial growth of two-tier cities, a case of Guntevari layouts, by Chinmay Shrikant Pandit.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. So this thesis is looking at urbanism, which lies between the binaries of formal and informal. And the case particularly here is of the Guntevari layouts in a rapidly urbanizing city of Aurangabad, which is struggling to provide adequate housing for its low-income groups and migrants, because Aurangabad is a major industrial town and gets a lot of migrants. And these Guntevari layouts are filling a gap in sort of the housing requirements of the city, but they lie between sort of the binaries of informal settlements and formal housing that is provided by the state or the private sector. So the thesis sort of uses a comparative to understand sort of comparison with the informal settlements and formal housing across certain parameters of typomorphology, affordability, but also inclusiveness, and sort of really tries to understand the role that these settlements can play in the context of Indian cities today, and also how should planning or urban design intervene, in what way they should intervene in such a context. So I'll just invite Chinmay now to sort of give us a detail. Thank you. I think Chinmay, please take.
Yeah, thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the organizers for providing me the opportunity to present my thesis in front of the eminent crowd. My thesis is titled as Examining the Role of Quasi-Formal Settlements in the Spatial Growth of Tier 2 Cities, a case of Gunthevari layouts in Aurangabad. To begin, since India set out on the path of liberalization, the cities in the country have started expanding rapidly in both. Just can you move to the previous slide, please? Hello. Yeah, thank you. So Maharashtra, which is a western state in India, has seen a dynamic urban growth. And in the last 2 decades, majorly the second-tier cities of Maharashtra are under constant pressure of urbanization. Aurangabad, which is regional headquarters of the Marathwada region, is a major industrial hub. The city forms a crucial hub of trading due to its strategic location in the state. The population of Aurangabad is currently around 14 lakhs. The decadal growth rate of the population is phenomenal in the last 3 decades and averages around 80 to 85%. And if we compare that to the average decadal growth rate of Maharashtra state, which is around 40%, we can observe it is almost double. Next slide, please. So multiple spatial implications of this growth can be observed in the city of Aurangabad. The spatial implications of the growth can be seen in the form of formal and informal development. The formal development, which consists of layouts which follow rules and regulations or develop within the jurisdictions of the norms put in place by the competent authority. Whereas the urban informality challenges the formalization of the current design and planning processes. And informal spaces take shape over time, occupying different areas, and its border may expand to include the multiple uses. There are many settlements which lie at the intersection of these two spheres, which can be termed as quasi-formal settlements. These quasi-formal settlements is a recurring phenomenon which is observed in the peripheries of rapidly urbanizing second-tier cities and is popular due to the opportunities it provides to the residents. It has a complex relationship with the city and other formal and informal forms of development existing in the city. So now, while tracing the spatial implications of the growth in context of Aurangabad city, many interesting urban fabrics can be traced. The formal being the planned layout by CIDCO, the informal can be the notified slum by the urban local body. But a dominant pattern is seen, which is called as Gunthevari. So Gunthevari layouts can be termed as one of these quasi-formal settlements which lie at this intersection. So this phenomenon provides an opportunity to study the pattern of urban spatial growth in the second-tier cities. And this study can lead to understanding the notion of formal and informal growth and the quasi-formal growth which lie at its intersection. Understanding the ecosystem of these neighborhoods emerging through this development and thus their role in the city to be resilient can be explored further. And this research can help in shedding light on the patterns of urban spatial growth and specific challenges arising in the process and also the state's response to these challenges. Therefore, this brings us to the research structure of the thesis. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the aim of the study is to analyze in comparison with formal and informal settlements, the role of quasi-formal settlements in the nature of spatial growth of the cities and their position in the planning discourse. So the objective listed for this aim are to study the emergence of the Gunthevari layouts in the city, to examine the values and opportunities they provide in the process of planning and designing of the cities, to study the spatial implications of this regularization process on the Gunthevari settlements, to provide development strategies based on the specificity of the situation instead of application of generalized principles. And the research questions asked here are the what are the values does this quasi-formal settlements add to the city? What opportunities they provide in the process of planning and designing? Is the regularization process the only way forward for these quasi-formal settlements? And what role does these settlements play in for the urbanization of the developing cities? Next slide, please. So the thesis is majorly subdivided into 3 parts, wherein the first part deals with observation of the phenomenon and on-site explorations and identification of the key elements which are present on site. The second part then deals with the actual mapping and analysis of the site, which is further subdivided into 2 parts, that is quantitative and qualitative mapping. The third part deals with the formation of an analytical framework through identification of values and opportunities, and at the same time also identifying the issues and vulnerabilities present on the site. Thus, this leads us towards the establishing the need of interventions on the site, which can be demonstrated tangibly on the selected area. Next slide, please. So the mapping structure is as follows. For exploring the argument further, comparison of Gunthewari layouts with formal and informal settlements can be done. And through this comparative analysis, linkages between various forms of development shaping the cities can be traced. And comparative framework enhances the understanding and helps us in bringing out a specific character of particular phenomenon against the other. And so the parameters for this comparison will be governed by the typomorphological approach, which is a branch of urban morphology that understands physical form, formation, and transformation in cities with use and types of typologies. Typomorphology is an approach in urban morphology that classifies urban elements by their morphological character, such as typical buildings, streets, plots, etc., and how they are arranged, as well as their variations and mutations over time. Further, typomorphology can be classified under three main attributes of form, scale, and time. This will be the overall parameters governing the mapping structure. Next slide, please. Yeah. So it is very important to understand what is the process of formation of such Gunthewari layouts in the city. So there are three different scenarios which are observed on site. So first scenario deals with the vacant parcel of land, which is generally in the vicinity of the city, and the farmer or the landowner initiates the subdivision process and does the subdivision himself and sells the plots. In the scenario two, we can observe that the land which is identified by the builders in the vicinity of the city, which is having economic potential, is taken from the farmers and then developed and sold off. And in the third scenario, there are some land parcels which get trapped in between various Gunthewari layouts, and thus the owner, by acknowledging the context, does the Gunthewari layout on that plot. Next slide, please. So, while tracing the phenomenon through historically, the emergence of Gunthewari system in the city of Aurangabad is a result of two parallel aspects in the city, which has undergone in the 1980s. So, first was about region to city migration, which was majorly due to job creation, wherein the state was transforming the identity of city on the economic and industrial platform, and there was a gap in the housing and infrastructural sector. And these Gunthewari layouts thus can be seen as one of the element bridging this gap. Second was about core to periphery migration due to communal tensions. And with the rise of communal tension in the inner city during 1990s, the majority of the Hindu residents were forced to vacate this area, and then they settled in the peripheries with the help of a political party, wherein with the outward goals of the city, they were merged with the fabric and now occupy very crucial position in the city. So to conclude these factors of emergence, it was proximity to the city core, land available at a very cheaper rate, vacant and disputed lands, political will and support, lack of affordable housing in the city, and ownership which was provided. Next slide, please. Yeah, the site which is selected for mapping is the
Bye. You have last 3 minutes left.
Okay. The site which is selected for mapping is Kundliknagar Gunthewari layout, which is one of the oldest layout in the city. Next slide, please. The planned layout by CIDCO and notified slum by the municipal corporation is selected for the comparative analysis. And the next slide, please. The mapping of the site is done through various site visits, surveys, and primary data collections, and through the established typomorphological approach. Next slide, please.
So don't rush through your work. If you want to take time, it's fine. Don't rush through your work.
Yeah. Yeah, so different stories and narratives of the occupants were also documented so as to bring in the nuanced perspective and understanding of the values and opportunities these residents benefit through these layouts. And sample across various backgrounds were selected and then were interviewed. Next slide. So now if we take an example of one of the samples, it's the workshop owner. He can practice his livelihood at the same place on the ground floor, wherein on the top floor he lives and rent out the other floors, which helps in bringing the economic stability to his household. So likewise, all the various samples are studied and the opportunities are enlisted accordingly. Next slide. So now to conclude the key values and opportunities through the study were affordability, livelihood opportunities, rental housing, incrementality, flexible building use, mixed uses, homogenization, and a range of plot sizes available. Next slide, please. So now when we turn back to the regularization policy of the state, we can thus conclude that majority of these factors are getting affected and losing their significance. Only the cost of land is getting increased while bringing them in the formal domain. Next slide, please. So now the mapping of the site also brings us to identifying the issues and vulnerabilities of the site, which can be then broadly categorized under four different heads of mobility, governance, urban form, and physical and social infrastructure. Next slide, please. Analysis of these issues and vulnerabilities helps us in identifying the domain for intervention, which further leads us to setting up of cases for interventions. Next slide. Yeah, the examination of all these findings helps us in construction of two different cases for intervention. So first is about upgradation of the present existing Guntiwari layouts. Which is the case one can be formulated for upgradation of the existing quasi-formal layouts and will be demonstrated on the Pundlik Nagar Guntiwari layout, which is selected for mapping. At the larger city level, action is crucial as the Guntiwari does not function in isolation, but instead it is the part of larger city network. Thus, the work suggests financial and institutional reforms for having an inclusive approach for all these Guntiwari across the cities. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. And the other scale where tangible interventions needs to be done is at the settlement scale itself. This can be done through upgradation of infrastructure and introduction of public realm. The approach for this will be using streets as tools for upgradation, and the implementation strategy outline builds on the practical and symbolic role of streets as a key to linking up of neighborhoods, businesses, and economic activities situated in the site and adjacent to each other, and sharing of common public spaces provided by the street. Can you move to the previous slide, please? Yeah, the images illustrates proposed on site demonstration, and the strategy will be well suited for phased and incremental developments through strong participatory planning rather than pursuing the complex implementation of full-fledged upgradation of the urban layouts. Next slide, please. Yeah, the second case of intervention was about formulation of a framework for establishment of new quasi-formal zones in the vicinity of the city. The second case elaborates the formation of the framework for setting up of new quasi-formal zones in and around the city. The learning from the existing Guntiwari layouts in terms of values and opportunities, as well as overcoming the gaps, will govern the overall structure of the new framework for formation of quasi-formal zones. The framework will be demonstrated on site through different scenarios. Next slide, please. So three potential locations for development of quasi-formal zones around the city are identified based on the proximity to the livelihood opportunities. And the approach will be mainly governed by four major steps. First will be introduction and laying in of the infrastructure on the identified site, and then the people or the occupants will be introduced, and land tenure will be provided, thus making the housing affordable and workable. Next slide, please. Yeah, so to conclude, the tier 2 cities which are attracting many migrants from the larger region due to rapid urbanization and development of infrastructure and amenities. Thus, this provides an opportunity to relook at the quality and quantity of housing which is provided in the city. As Aurangabad is upcoming DMIC node, there will be surely a lot of job creation, which will in turn demand housing. In such cases, the quasi-formal zones can act as one of the options to fulfill the need in the city. This will in turn curb informality and act as alternative for housing in the city itself. As described earlier, it can be termed as a need-based approach and can be alternative for the spatial growth of the city. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay. So we can now begin with the panel discussion of the session 2. We have our expert members, Architect Sanjay Kanvinde and Architect Anjan Mitra with us. The session will be moderated by Architect Divya Chopra. A brief introduction of the panelists. Architect Sanjay Kanvinde. Architect Sanjay Kanvinde is an architect and urban designer by training, is presently a senior partner with Kanvinde Rai and Chowdhury. He has an experience over 40 years in the field of architecture with a degree in architecture from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and a master's in urban design from Rice University, Houston. With a rich, varied architecture and urban design, he has been associated in the design and execution of various educational institutions all over the country and has participated successfully in several architectural competitions with his work published in several architectural journals. Current assignments being handled include a research lab complex at IIT Kanpur, a research park at IIT Gandhinagar, and the recently awarded IIT Bhilai project. He's also been actively involved in teaching as a visiting professor in the Department of Urban Design, School of Planning and Architecture since 1980. Architect Anjan Mitra is an architect and urban designer. In the last 3 decades, he has explored various fields of design and planning. His search for responsible design practice takes him beyond the physicality of architecture to holistic experience of built environment, its tangible and intangible issues, and their connect to the society, especially in the Indian context. This journey has started with his design practice, The Appropriate Alternative, in 1992, and to over the last 3 decades, he has worked and explored in various materials, practices, and contexts. So I welcome both of you, sir. And then Architect Divya Chopra. Divya Chopra is an urban design practitioner, researcher, and academician based in Delhi and Bangalore. Her current research pursuits revolve around formulating an integrated urban development framework that allows for a collaborative and structured way of envisioning, co-designing, and co-producing our cities. She has been working across the community, partnered multidisciplinary domains with a significant focus on placemaking through a participatory art and co-design methods. She has been actively involved. Been actively involved as a part of urban and rural urbanism track as a part of Urban Form Lab at the postgraduate urban design program at School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. We welcome you, ma'am. Over to you. We can start with the panel discussion.
Thank you, Shrikant, for this opportunity. I congratulate all the participants and the guys for wonderful presentation. There's some relevant, aspects that have already been highlighted in the first session on inclusive urbanism, and I'll kind of want to build on some of the ideas that have been already highlighted, particularly with respect to participatory processes, which are very, very integral to inclusive urbanism. I think need to understand the larger cross section of the population whom are we catering to. What does inclusive urbanism mean, and who are the people, and what are the intersectional identities that are so strongly embedded within the discourse on inclusive urbanism. I would not take too much time at the moment, but invite both the panel experts, Professor Sanjay Kanvinde and Professor Anjan Mitra, to start with some initial comments, and then we can build on the conversation. Over to you, Sanjay sir.
Hi, thank you, Divya. Good to see a lot of friends around. But having said that, I think the whole gamut of the urban design program is kind of increasing dramatically, and that is a welcome step, because one gets to see a lot more places in the process. So I think it's been a very entertaining couple of days, seeing the kind of work that the students are putting together. But I mean, obviously, I think in the end, it all boils down to, whether it's really a bottoms-up approach or not, whether participatory planning is coming into play and what people want. That I think needs to be kind of looked at. Anjan?
Yeah, actually, I have a problem with the video. So I think if you can hear me out, so that is fine.
Hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Actually, I have also seen part of the first session, the kind of presentation there and kind of presentation the session 2 has a marked difference. And in fact, I would say that this is where actually the future of urban design lies, because the way the inclusiveness is now we are thinking, all said and done, urban design is basically an inclusive practice. And that is somehow we were grappling in the very beginning because the way we were being taught. But finally, it is all about putting an act together, which can be possible to realize in the real. Also deals directly with the real urban issues. In that particular sense, the 3 presentations that we see today all has very, very relevant to our urban life, urban lifestyle, the contemporary way of urban living has come forward. The first part, when one is talking about the gender issues, it is a kind of a day-to-day situations, and that is a kind of a very relevant topic to handle with. And I think it is good that students now are also getting out of this urban romance to something which is very tangible, where they can put their hands on and try to realize how to solve rather than how to dream. And that is one aspect is first is to take a very close look at that. And so I think the first presentation on that in the gender issue is definitely is a very relevant for today's urban context. Then when we further move on with the identity and public realm, now this is also is becoming true, because urban metropolis or any other urban conglomeration, what we see is not really a kind of a homogeneous kind of a unity. Cities are a fragmented cities. Even within the cities, they are like a couple of cities. And also there is a huge range of inequity that is revolved around this. How do one really
Sir, we are not able to hear you, sir. Hello, sir. We are not able to hear you.
Maybe you can just call him, Divya.
Basically on a maintenance urban.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's back.
Oh, okay.
So we
Can
lost
you hear
our
me?
voice in the middle.
Lost you in between.
Oh, acha. Now can you hear me then?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So so I really forgot where I missed out. Can you point that out where actually I just
You were talking about the first project.
okay. So then basically in the next project, it is when we are talking about the urban. What is urban? Is basically is about transactions. It's a hugely kind of opportunities that it creates for the people who come to the city. Now, in that kind of a situation, the typologies and the major implication lies with the typological transformations and also its connection to the overall city infrastructure. So again, that is why it also gets very important in that particular field. So again, the identity also has a major role as how we want to shape our cities for the future. So that is also a very, very relevant situation. And third one is this Kashi formal thing is there because all the cities are not grown. I mean, it is kind of a evolved. There are some settlements, then the other thing was put across. So every time any new kind of trend that comes in, it always adjusts to that. And these issues are really inclusive issues in terms of at a very conceptual overall level. So I really appreciate the students for looking the urban scenarios right from the areas which actually makes an urban experience and the notions of the public realm. So I really appreciate this shift of urban design focus from our earlier structure plan and all that kind of status. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll also want to build on the conversation that was there in the first session on how do we kind of, take these very relevant ideas and issues to very tangible design outputs, design strategies, design typologies, and eventually, at least conceptually, being able to attempt the implementation of how these ideas can actually be implemented on the ground in terms of, multiple stakeholders, ownership, finance. So if you could, want to highlight on some of those aspects through your own practice and through some of the projects that you've worked on, it'd be really interesting to add to this conversation.
Then you want to go?
Oh.
Hello. Ah, you're back.
Oh. Okay, Sajid, you start off till I resolve this problem.
Okay. No, I would, I think, broadly say that, in the end, we have to be kind of activists. I think the time has gone, and I think Prasanna Desai gave a very interesting definition of, the whole this thing of what is urban design. Because he said, "Jo andar nahi hai." So I think it really boils down to really the context. And that is very important, whether you look at ecology, whether you look at, the connections that need to be established across the site and to the adjacent areas. That I think is very, very important.
I'm glad you kind of mentioned the word. I think design as activism is something which is kind of picking up all around us, and we all kind of are part of it in some form or the other. And we see these young designers who have graduated to kind of, join this movement. But I think it's relevant to have, while we have larger generic design principles informing inclusive urbanism through different kind of projects and through theoretical premises and case studies, it's important to come up with very specific context related solutions within our context, which is very different from the larger generic conversations we've seen in terms of case examples. Anjan sir, would you like to come in?
As I was mentioning earlier, because these are the things, fortunately or unfortunately, I have been the part of this kind of how to make our urban design practice relevant to the people, because up till now urban design is a kind of a quote unquote is kind of a vague concept which lies somewhere here or there, but what role it really does play. And today's context, the master planning approach and that approach doesn't really happen. What happens in the cities are not, which is a product of major kind of a planning exercises. It is kind of a more or less taken by the political will, whichever way they identify the major development agenda, and also by the big players in the corporate culture. They really define the way the urban development should be going, whether it is the automobile lobby or it is the builders lobby. It's actually the context. Nobody is really looking at the city as a kind of a overall experience or a mechanism for which that is sustaining. And that is why it is in the informal sectors, they then take priority and try to adjust. This is all jugaad. Now, in this kind of a situation, if we really point out the things that is becoming very relevant issues, gender is definitely a major issue, because our working woman population, housewives also do work, but that is not acknowledged. But when they get out into the normal formal practices and other informal livelihood mentions in today's context, without husband and wife working together, it is an impossible task to survive. Now, this is a kind of a reality that we are facing. In most of the office buildings and other things, do we really give that is the kind of priorities? It is not there. Bureau of our standards, they have identified certain norms. But are those norms really practicable? Because I know a particular industrial project where I work, they clearly said there is no woman toilet in the in all their whole steel plant. Now, this is kind of a very disturbing kind of a factor, and that kind of a inequity exists in every parameters. So when somebody is looking and say and stand upright and say that public realm has to be equally shared and it will be respected, I think it is a good gesture. And for that, this is a very large concept, but it is also very implementable at the very micro level at the core. A starting can always begin. So looking at that kind of an advantage and looking from the perception of urban development and the public spaces actually is a very rightful direction for the design practice as a whole to evolve. What are the things that we consider? So it is the design agenda and the development strategy which has to hand in hand together with the kind of technical skill. And Rajinder was mentioning about the mapping. So all these things we can put it in an argument which is easier for the decision makers to adopt it for their local benefit. Urban design is always a politically appropriate solutions, because it always talks about the public life, and that is why it is so popular. So if we can really put our arguments in a proper perspective, which I think the first presentation has at least attempted quite a bit sensitively on that account, is to put this across, the idea across. Second is this when we talk about identities in urban area, you're from there, Mumbai, I'm from Kolkata, or Sanjay is from Delhi. How much of the city belonging that we can adapt to? The city's image is very different from different kinds of groups. Everybody has their kind of own identities, and that identity is always helpful. But one place all the identities is brought together is when they are engaged in kind of urban transactions. And transactions also lead to the scale of his operation. It also defines your typologies, the mode of the typology, the temporality of it, everything comes together. And that has a major sense in the way the city will work or city is behaving. As an urban design, I think the way city works is a very important issue to understand and work towards identifying solutions towards that. Because then it will be popular for everybody else, even the planners, to really take into account that, okay, here is something which is relevant, which is very contemporary thing to look at. This is the way we must look at our kind of a new development pattern and challenges there. And last but not least, this urban villages is a regular problem in the Delhi, all these Lal Dora concepts, because one place they are actually attuning to the past. On the other hand, the new land value, the huge amount of money that comes in and putting it forward, and the real estate development pressure is transforming them for good. The whole social fabric is being disintegrated because if you don't address this is something is going to happen. Calcutta has become almost like a gated community, kind of a conglomerate. So when the gated community and the next door traditional settlements are always at a loggerhead. There is a huge amount of social tension that arises of that design practice. If we don't understand, our study of history and other thing only tells you what is going to happen if this particular pattern follows. And if we can understand the urban issues much better, then we will be able to resolve it and try to seek a kind of a solution or resolving the problem. Actually, it is more of an issue because you really don't know which one is more priority and other priority, but how ultimately it will benefit the public, it is something that we have to safeguard. And I think all these thesis, through thesis, this is an exploration. So this has to be kind of more practically dovetailed and inclusive. Then actually urban design become a very inclusive process. I mean, that is the way I really looked at this.
But I would have also thought, being at the urban design stage, one would have expected the students to be more free to kind of explore more ideas. That somehow still hasn't kind of come across as much, I mean, over the last couple of days. But then again, Divya, coming back to your question about, how it is translated into our practice. Fortunately, I guess one is insulated because one is doing more of campuses. So, the land is already kind of defined by the client. Give or take some issues, but otherwise, but I still feel it still, I think, needs to be taken up in a manner that, how do you make but even when we are doing architecture, it's not that one is ignoring the principles of urban design. So I think it's very much part of the whole practice. So it's in a way become a way of life.
No, absolutely. I didn't mean very specifically to your practice, but generally also as a larger conversation. Shrikant, do we have more time to continue this discussion?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I actually had one more thought about, how do we, I also feel that it's important to engage with the policy frameworks and how design can, through unit level ideas inform the policy, or how, there are certain ideas in the policy and it's important through urban design to be able to give a tangible form to those ideas. And I think that's where I personally see a gap, and how do we kind of, bridge that gap? And particularly with respect to, some of the policies which are there in the domain of low income housing, like you have the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, or these larger frameworks for the certain kind of socioeconomic groups in the city that occupy a large part, that contribute to a city in a very, very significant way.
Can I answer that? Yeah.
Sure.
What you are really saying, and the way, although I have actually tried to narrate, identify the urban issues, but very simply, it is the urban design overall looking at the city as a whole, as a complete system, whether it's infrastructure, it's finance, it's everything, how actually a city is evolving. So a city is a living mechanism. The major kind of a tangible benefit that you see, or the tangible expressions that you see, it may come later, but the city is changing, and that is first can be outlooked through the kind of expressions it has. The moment the city tries to become local, you will see there is advent of huge flyovers cutting across your city. You will see the signages are going smarter. You will see all the impressions of because whatever we design, ultimately it has to satisfy a particular agenda. So the moment we are asking for more corporates to come in, the corporates, they will automatically need a large parcel of land to develop. Right. So you see, even as in the city like in Calcutta, there is a huge kind of first conversion is all the industries are gone. because they own the large parcel of land. So the target is identified, everything is identified. As an urban designer, you should be able to understand where the pressure or threat points are going to come and how it is linked to the infrastructure to be able to build that kind of an image. So everything that we design has to have some kind of an implication somewhere. There are quite a many. We have developed a very inclusive kind of a revitalization policy of a existing area. The whole thing was accepted popularly, mandated by the court, but couldn't get implemented because ultimately everybody wanted a flyover there. So rights came in with a flyover. Municipal authorities were very happy because a large parcel of money can be done with. It really doesn't have any impact on the area that we have done. So that is the whole problem, because that's a very romanticized idea, but whether it works. As an urban designer, we should be able to work both ways, on the top down as well as the bottom up, and through our design practice, we should be able to give a practical solution as this is the way, or this is the way to go forward. I am not against the gender, but that is only dealing with a very micro level. But also in the formulation stage, they came up with something which has to be regularized even at a larger scale. So that is a larger scale of urban implications. That has to be taught. So the issues that is grounded, today we have to work both in the ground level as well as the overall city level scale to be able to integrate and bring it together. And that is where the academia is there. How to really dovetail these two for getting the kind of a direction, kind of a development the city needs. That is the way probably I've been looking at, which is slightly different than Sanjay's.
No, also, I mean, I think I wanted to just add here, to your question, Divya, that we need to actually come in and work through the government in some manner. And to an extent, I think Manoj Kini is doing it, where he's taken over the tourism department. So, and similarly, there is, for example, an architect who is working with the Niti Aayog. Now, that's really the way to do it, I think. Otherwise, everybody listens to you, but nothing's really happening on the ground. And I also want to mention this whole fallacy of the smart city mission. I think we don't need these smart cities. I mean, it's going to destroy our fabric of the old cores of the cities. Is that what we are really talking about?
Yeah, I think it was also mentioned in the last session about how we need to start engaging with the agencies that are doing a lot of work on ground and kind of bringing these ideas there. I would kind of open up the conversation to the students if they have any questions for the panelists. Or the guides, or any other, or anybody else from the audience. Okay, looks like there are no comments. Should we wrap up this session, Shrikant? Okay, we have one question in the chat box. I want to ask about panelist comment on not wanting smart cities.
No, the question is how do smart cities actually help you? Because that is what everybody's agenda today is. But I think inherently our cities were always smart. So why do we need to reinvent the whole thing and tear down valuable parts of our heritage.
So smart city is basically an exclusive mission rather than inclusive thing.
No, and the 3 projects did show, in terms of great learnings from existing systems of how
True.
These quasi-formal networks are negating and negotiating with these challenges and coming up with typologies and solutions of, sometimes I also wonder, will planning or more design, as it was also mentioned in one of the discussions about how development proposals would lead to gentrification, and how much of design we need to do to, make the shift happen.
No, I'm not denying that, let's say, technology is necessary. But I think it has to be used in a meaningful manner. You don't need to destroy the fabric, is what my point is.
We have another question on how can we make justice to the public realm of smart city? How can we make those areas inclusive, as the current trend is to develop smart city anyway, the trend we can't deny. Any thoughts on that?
No, so I don't know whether we can tweak it to our advantage. So use part of the smart city mission, but use it for, selectively looking at areas that need actually upgradation. So we need not accept everything that the government kind of puts out.
No, in fact, this is one point actually. Actually, instead of smart city, basically one thing we must do is we should retrofit our cities better. So that is a kind of a more sensitive approach to what we have and how we can update it and upgrade it instead of completely replacing with something totally alien to that context. So that is where our sensitivity lies, is how do we really bring that ethos of continuity, but in a far more value-added and upgraded situation, so that most of the elements of today can be addressed. I think that is the way this is probably the way to the future, because then it will be sustained.
We have another, I can see Rajat sir's hand up if he would like to ask a question. Professor Ray, are you there?
Yeah, hello, hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am thinking of doing a thesis under the this resilience section, that how to prevent smart cities. If any of the future students can take that topic, I'll be happy to help all groundwork and data collection and all that. I'll put my students onto that work. One of the things, there are many such things anyway. Thanks.
Thank you. We have another question from the audience about the interventions are driven by desire to make it visible. Isn't there a need to push for test of ideas before they can be implemented? Would anybody like to respond to that?
No, I know. I think every idea needs to be tested. So that's where this idea of typology actually comes in, and how do you kind of apply it to the site? Just because you make a plan doesn't make it absolutely hunky-dory and perfect. And you also make mistakes in the process. You have to learn from those mistakes.
Sanjay, if I can reframe this, because everything that has happened, there is a kind of a reactions to it, and there is a people's acceptability to it. People has a kind of a tendency to kind of triggered, because that you can see through the informal or the vernacular expressions, that every culture has a way of doing things. If we can understand that, what actually is the trigger, how can you do that, probably we can test these ideas in terms of that, whether it works or it doesn't work. So there is no question of good idea or bad idea. The idea, it should be able to work. If it doesn't work, we have to modify that idea and again create an idea that will definitely work. So it's a kind of a thought progression on that.
No,
So
especially
it's
for the underprivileged. I think
especially for the underprivileged,
they are the most deprived actually.
Exactly. And to be able to do that, we should ensure that their involvement is there. If their involvement is not there, you cannot really help them, because they know exactly what they need. Only if we can kind of give them idea and channelize that, they will be able to participate in this in a much more meaningful manner. And it is possible through many conservation projects and other projects that we are doing. We are actually taking the local wisdom to actually guide us to arrive at a much more innovative solutions. And all problems, all mistakes actually arise as an opportunity. Okay, I think.
If there are no questions, can we wrap up the session?
Sure. I think there's just one comment which says all state acts have town planning schemes as a tool and could be point for involvement of urban design, and possibly the idea of testing that could be part of the process. I think I'll kind of conclude here, where we really need an approach which is kind of in between, that kind of looks at the larger policy frameworks and sees how new urban typologies, new urban functions which are responding to the contextual needs can be introduced, and how also in terms of participatory methods and tools, how existing frameworks, existing tools and methodologies can be reappropriated towards a participative practice, and actually bringing in the voices of the people we are designing for. I'll kind of sign off at that note. Shrikant, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you again. We will be closing in now for lunch break. We shall resume by 2:45. It's 1:45 now. We shall resume by 2:45. And there's a small announcement in the session 4. One student has backed out. He won't be presenting his work. So we will be giving more time to the students in the session 3 and 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope all of you had quick lunch, so we can start the session 3 for the day 2. The theme for session 3 is phenomenology and urbanism. So I would now request Sharat Sundar, architect Sharat Sundar R from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, Kerala, to introduce the topic Beyond Noise, Urban Sonic Placemaking by the student Fabia Talia Chandi Mohammed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Okay. We represent Department of Architecture, College of Engineering, Trivandrum. Regarding the thesis, many cities caught up in the process of urbanization pursue development strategies limited to visual aesthetics, overlooking its impact on the sound environment. Those city designers have created effective noise regulations. Sounds have not been used as a resource and are often neglected in urban design. Considering this gap, the thesis examines the existing theory and best practices for sound considered urban design, an in-depth study of the existing spatial and sonic structure of Palayam in Thiruvananthapuram, conducted through visual, behavioral, and sound mapping techniques, reveals that apart from physical territories, sonic arenas also exist within the precinct. The thesis sets forth place-specific guidelines and targeted interventions to create a sound-conscious environment in Palayam. In this context, the thesis concludes that soundscape ideologies actually complement urban design principles and that this can be used to enhance the experience in any environment in future. I would now ask Fabia to take over and present the work. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, shall I start?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, good afternoon.
One second, I'll just make a small announcement.
Yeah.
One of the students from session 4 is not attending the seminar today because of some health issues. So the rest of the participants will get an extra 1 or 2 minutes to present, so you can peacefully present your topics. Thank you. Continue.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. The thesis is titled as Beyond Noise, Urban Sonic Placemaking. Next. So basically, this has been developed by identifying a research gap and understanding that there has been several noise regulations and other traditional methods that have been used where we consider sound as a loud or maybe as a noise, and it is all done measuring decibels. But beyond that, in a city, when it comes to urban design, what else can be done and how can sound be considered? So based on that, I've done an extensive literature review and try to correlate urban soundscapes and the concept of urban placemaking. And for that, I chose a primary study area called Palayam, which is in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. And I've tried to answer the question as to how does urban spaces have to be designed, considering sounds adding place value to it. And then I've developed strategies, guidelines, and policies with site-specific urban design interventions. So as you can see, the existing scenario is that they have typically they stop the sound or they block the sound by a wall or building, where again the decibel is considered, but the visual design of towns and cities quite are put at forefront, and acoustic design is often overlooked. So it is highly important that we also consider sound as an important criteria, because it's the sound also that makes a space a place. And also you can see that 55 decibels is actually the criteria that is given by the World Health Organization for an outdoor environment. And this is never maintained, or this is not considered at all when it comes to designing urban spaces. And based on certain theories, it is understood that the visual experience of cities is not just independent of the sound experience, but rather linked to it. So it is highly important that we consider sound as another component and not just as noise. Next. So as you can see, I've tried to see how sound can actually be important in urban areas. It can actually be age-based sounds, or it can give a sort of symbolic identity to a place, or it could be sounds from a religious place and give a religious image to that particular place. It can even create a micro environment, or sounds can also be indicating privacies and creating territories, or also it can give you some sort of orientation, or it can be also informative, and you can also understand the density of a place just by listening to what's around you. So it is possible that we can link sound to placemaking. And next. So I've taken a place called Palayam, as I said, in Thiruvananthapuram. And if you look at the macro level, the map of Thiruvananthapuram, you can see that the density and the place has evolved in around 15 years to a high extent. And on the left hand side, you can see the noise mapping, and the color that is shown in the darkest blue, that is Palayam. And it was recorded at the morning, afternoon, and the evening to see that Palayam had the highest sound levels also. And over the years, if you see, Palayam has a very long history, and from very quiet and serene ground places surrounding palaces to places where there were bans for special royal families. Palayam has had a history of sound, but in a different way. And today it has the density has increased, and also along with it the traffic, and thereby the characteristic is not evident, as in you cannot understand the sounds distinctly, but it is all muffled. And as you can see in the land use map, over the years, Palayam has transformed. It has a mixed use area, like it has both residential and educational and public institutions and commercial areas surrounding it, but it is also transforming from the residential to mixed use areas, because people have started moving out of Palayam as the traffic also has increased. Next. So this is the square that is shown is the area that I've taken, that is around 1 kilometer square. And this happens to be the central point of Palayam, where all the major arterial roads of Thiruvananthapuram cross. And it is seen that per hour, approximately near 1,200 vehicles cross at this point, and thereby showing how highly intensified Palayam is. And as you can see, it has all sorts of land uses around it, with the most important landmarks being Kerala Legislative Assembly and the University Stadium and the Chandrasekhar Ren Nair Stadium, as well as the most famous Kannimara Market. Next. So looking at its built fabric, first I analyzed certain parameters that are considered when it comes to permeability and placemaking. So the first is walkability and permeability, and it is seen that though Palayam is actually walkable, and by taking a 100-meter radius grain analysis, there's a lack of Fox granularity. So it's kind of the walls are extensively making it the place very long to walk, and there's a lack of change in this design as you walk every 100 meters. And looking at the edges also, you have both active and inactive streets, but there are a lot of potential edges where the public use can be enhanced. And looking at the accessibility in this 1 kilometer square of area, only 7% is actually accessible to people at all times. Otherwise, it is controlled or restricted. And you're looking at an urban pattern analysis based on sounds. You can see that there's a pattern in the how the buildings are placed and how we can modify these spaces for other urban areas as well. And next. And looking at the activity, I've done an extensive analysis on how spatial and sonic effects works out in Palayam. So the 200 meters has been chosen as the length of the study along each block, along each street in Palayam, since this is the average block size length. Sorry, previously, yeah. And I've taken three kinds of street sections in this case. Like for example, areas having streets having no buildings on either sides, or it is on one side or on two sides. So in each scenario, I identified that for a width of 6 meters, say a street, the sound level actually becomes significantly reduced when the height and width ratio is increased from 0.5 to 2. But as the the width ratio increases above 2, there is not significantly any difference in the sound levels. Similarly, for open spaces, say if it is beyond 27 meters, the sound actually gets completely dispersed. So increasing the height really does not contribute significantly to the sound levels. And similarly, for a width of 20 meter for a street, say, the levels of sound between a height width ratio of 0.1 and 0.5 and 1 are less than those for the other height width, but the ranges of the sound pressure leaves levels lesser becomes when the height width ratio are much smaller than that of the width of 6 meters. So in this way, I've tried to analyze how different street sections can actually contribute to different sound levels. Next slide. And if you're looking at a micro level, say the Palayam junction itself, you can see that the spatial quality changes along at different points because of the different kinds of activities that are happening there. For example, you have the Palayam Mosque, and it kind of creates a sense of familiarity to that space through the azan, but at the same time, when you have several cars incoming, because it happens to be also the crossing point of Palayam, so certain sonic territories are created locally itself. And next slide. Next slide. I've tried to create a sonic image based on this study, and it was found that there are three kinds of sounds. So basically, it's called keynote, signal, and sound mark. Keynotes are those kind of sounds that are always there in the background where you can't pinpoint to the source, but signals are where you can pinpoint to the source, but it is also kind of informative. And sound marks are those that are accepted by the people of Palayam and otherwise Thiruvananthapuram who associate that sound to be of Palayam. So in this way, I've created a sonic image, and here it is a mix of sounds from various religious institutions, as well as from lottery shops, from street vendors, to the cries of birds, and at the same time, the market sounds and the traffic noise. Next. So based on this, I've created an existing sonic structure plan. So that is on the left hand side. So I have marked places where there is a limited audio variation, or where there is a difficulty to differentiate one sound from the other, or where there are areas where there are no visual or sonic identities. And with that, the other existing structure plan has been based on the placemaking parameters. So there are certain areas where there are absent linkages, or again, like I said, lack of aux granularity, and neglected open spaces, and visual and physical barriers. So the vision is to create Palayam as a sonically diverse city precinct, fostering public discourse. So the idea is to bring physical and sonic connectivity in a spatial network, ensuring safe travel, and also strengthening the visual and sonic distinctiveness of landscapes. The objective is also to create functional coherence, creating sociable destinations to develop places to stay also, and to add economic viability and improve the health and well-being of all the citizens. So the proposed structure plan takes into both placemaking and sound together, and is giving an idea of transit placemaking, because this is the point where most of the cross points are happening. And I've proposed super stops instead of bus stops, where the other aspects and amenities of the people are considered, and also how visual improvement can actually create a better image for Palayam in certain points, and also by increasing pedestrian linkages and new vehicular linkages. Next. So for this, I've tried to bring in strategies at three levels: macro, meso, and micro, by understanding how sound and placemaking goes hand in hand. So if, for example, in macro level, say in terms of access, you can say the traffic layout. So there should be a medium speed traffic with no stop and go behavior. So by providing chicanes, you can actually control that, and also by giving pedestrian desire lines. And in terms of experientiality, instead of giving you can give transition zones from one place to the other, and also by introducing the concept of cutout effect. That is, say you're moving in a road of high traffic, and when you move to a certain block, the sound completely cuts off. I'm not saying the noise levels, but maybe a different sound appears, so you understand you're in a new place. Similarly, by creating an identity, that could be done through interweaving the historical landmarks through visual and spatial connection, and by increasing the fine grain to create more number of social destinations, and also by increasing the diversity. In the meso level, what you can do is the movement links can be given with some individual identity and character, and also creating convertible frontages, so they have a character at all times, and the edges can be neutral. And also by giving an effect called ubiquity effect. Ubiquity effect is can be used in areas like, say, food streets or book streets, where there needs to be a considerable amount of sound, but at the same time it is not noise and irritating. So this effect I'll be explaining how to be done in through the guidelines, and also by giving niche effects where certain sounds can be directed to certain points by changing the shapes of the certain places, and by giving facade treatments, and by controlling the street enclosures. At the micro level, what we can do is the entrance to certain buildings and the exit can be controlled by making it as a portal where the material can be changed through either of the pavements or of the portal itself, and by introducing subspaces in the large public space where you can get a refuge in times of need, and also by giving a crowd density control in certain areas through certain new sociable destinations. Next. So the guidelines again have been done at 3 levels: the macro, meso, and micro. So at the block level, for example, like I said, you can give, say the block length is 90 to 100 meters width. 90 to 100 meters in length. So refuge spaces can be given at every 100 meters with minimum 16 entrances. So this kind of creates a diversity, but at the same time gives you an opportunity to go to these refuge spaces. And by introducing concepts like the cutout effect, I have tried to analyze, in case of Parlayam, what are the minimum widths and lengths that are possible for this. So say in a 5-meter cutout, the sound can be actually reduced by 16 decibels in the street of a building, say, of depth 10 meters and width of street 6 meters. And again, by checking the inner yards, that is the spaces that come between the buildings behind the main traffic sources and the main roads, you can again give refuge spaces. And also, as of 2021, 1,800 people cross the Palayam junction per hour. That is like 30 people per minute. So the suggested width of streets for 10 people minute is, the suggested width of streets is like 10 people per minute per meter. So in this case, by increasing the width to around 3 meters, for example, say 30 people per minute has to be given as a minimum. And as I said, the ubiquity effect, like for food streets and book streets, can be given. So the best combination will be like at 6 meters street width and 12 meters height for the buildings on either sides. You can best obtain this effect. And for example, say there are street vendors among these streets. So to identify their sound separately, you can give small niche effects or concave spaces, so that when we stand, we are able to hear their sounds directly. Suppose it's a street vending in open spaces. So in such an area, there is no need of concave spaces because there are no other buildings to reflect the sounds, but they can be heard directly without the reflection. And in large public spaces, you need some sort of reverberancy feeling, but because there'll be a mix of singular sources and none are dominant. And in such areas, the sounds of footsteps are preferred over other sounds for people according to certain surveys. So in such areas, for a height with range of say 5, it is the maximum. Next. In open spaces, similarly, I've given certain sizes that are apt in each scenario. And in case of a built form, at the building level, we can treat the building edges and the heights of the balconies or the extra fenestrations can be controlled in certain areas. Next. And in terms of land use also, according to each land use, I've tried to give how crowd density could be given in certain areas. Like for example, in commercial areas, you have different categories. So for example, in an open market, the best density would be say 0.11 to 0.78 people per square meter. So accordingly, the space can be given. And also at a very micro level, conversation landscapes can be introduced. Next. So the master plan for this 1 kilometer square of area has been prepared. So the intervention areas are basically by introducing the pedestrianized routes and also subways that are connecting the different apps and linkages. And I'm proposing certain car parks in certain areas because this is a area where there are a lot of public institutions as well as markets. And by also shifting certain commercial buildings at the main roads to the other commercial market areas, and by also proposing affordable housing in an area where currently now mixed use is being developed, and by introducing refuge spaces. Next. So the first is the concept of the central spine that is moving across this 1 kilometer square area. So here the objective is to create a pedestrian oriented street that is vibrant and rich. So there will be other routes that are made for the vehicles that has been mentioned in the master plan. And other than that, for example, say the commercial street along the central spine can be given a crowd density like say 0.10 to 0.5 2 persons per meter square. And also the square that connects the central spine will be given acoustic corridors to connect the square to the refuge spaces, but also giving tranquil environments to the religious institutions that are around the square. And again, as said earlier, the cutout effect can be given. For example, in this next slide. Next slide. Another, sorry, the previous slide. Yeah, so the central square that I was talking about here, to create a square accommodating sonically diverse events all around the year of hi-fi environment is required. So here the channelizing effect has to be used to accommodate around say 920 people at a time according to the statistics. And the metamorphosis effect that I mentioned for large public spaces will be required. And the concave spaces can again help focus sounds in times of street vendors or other small events. And masking can be done using fountains or other water sources to mask the noise from traffic and create eventfulness. And small sun sails or small shades can be given at certain areas where actually the it provides shadow. At the same time, the subspace of the square or the edges can emphasize certain sounds in certain areas by giving a voice richness. Also, cap parks can be given in certain areas that acts as refuge spaces, but also a break from the event areas. And transition zones can be given from one area to the next. And next slide, please. Another area that I've intervened is a residential area that is currently being transformed to a mixed-use area. So here the targeted groups are actually, you can see that there's a transient population here. It's not just people who have already been there for a long time, but considering the existing infrastructure and the existing heritage structures nearby, the height also should be restricted in such areas. And the strategies will be to maintain what do you say, a good reverberant environment, but at the same time without disturbing the people living there. So non-retail spaces that are currently being transformed and being into normal shops, it can be enhanced to co-working spaces by activating vibrancy in these areas. And adaptive reuse also can be done as restaurant or retail spaces, considering that this is an area where a lot of public is expected. And the crowd control through proper walkways and sound niches along blank walls should be emphasized. And the residential plots that do not have access should be given access to at least pedestrian movements. And the vacant plots can actually be converted into car parks within exchange for a public land. Next. So here also, in terms of sound, you need a sense of transition as you move from the main streets to this street behind. And for that, the concept of cutout effect is used. And again, the ubiquity effect is used in areas where, like for example, these streets are currently being used as book streets or food streets. So the highly reverberant and loud space and loud and distinct sounds both need to go hand in hand. So geometrically reflecting facades are required in such areas. and niche effects can be given exactly for where this street vendor is present, as shown here. And threshold spaces also should be given. That is, every 100 meters you should give a small threshold space, and also the inner yard should be considered such that it is laid with grass and it is also modulated in height. Next. So for this, implementation tools and policies can be introduced. Like, for example, adaptive reuse should be enhanced here, where it can be converted to restaurants or rented hotels in Palayam, considering the demand of the transit passengers, students, and workers. And tax incentives also can be given by introducing the concept of convertible frontages, that is contributing to the widened sidewalks. And land pooling techniques has to be used here to provide affordable housing in such a scenario. And certain case examples show where how they've modified parking areas considering sounds. And the existing framework actually shows that at the national legislation levels, there are pollution control boards that control the noise levels, and also in the state level. But there is no a policy where it actually incorporates urban design into it, other than the decibel levels. So certain policies, like say pay to pollute policy, can be given, where non-motorized transport shall be recognized as an essential mode, and adoption of electric vehicles should be enhanced. And horn not okay policy could also be introduced to stop drivers from unnecessarily honking in public spaces, especially where the heritage and other public institutions are there. And boundary wall and fences policy can be given, where the erection of boundary walls and fences in a manner that it is designed to meet the requirements of the owner in support of the particular character of the surrounding built environment. So it can be visually permeable, but at the same time will control the sound also. And also the yeah, that's it. So yeah, thank you. Hello.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I would call upon architect Brinda Shastri, adjunct faculty, RV College of Architecture, Bengaluru, to introduce the student topic, Sensing the Invisible, Sensory Urbanism Project by Shritu PR.
Thank you, Shrikant. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to all. I'm pleased to introduce Shritu Hiran's work on behalf of the thesis faculty at the RV College of Architecture. This thesis is on sensory urbanism, and it focuses on developing an analytical framework to assess the perceptual dimensions of a place. She has aptly titled her thesis as Sensing the Invisible. She argues that as designers, we typically have a very ocular-centric approach to design of urban places, and we tend to disregard the contribution of other sensory stimuli. So such an approach could result in experiences that are either homogeneous, conflict-ridden, or fragmented, and it could lead to placelessness, sensory overload, or even a lack of meaningful connection between people and place. So this thesis nudges us to consider certain questions. How can we as designers decode and analyze a place using our visual and oral senses to understand its contextual embeddedness and contribution to place identity? Another question that it seems to address is that how can the decoded patterns within this sensory environment be organized into a collection of adaptable resources that would enable us to derive design approaches for an enhanced multisensory experience. Further, it can also look at what are some of the policy implications and regulatory implications when we design for a multisensory experience. So Shritu looks at the core area of the city of Thrissur in Kerala to show us that certain unique, invisible oral stimuli, along with the visual sensory experience, induces associations between people and place, thereby contributing to the place identity. She further postulates that such associations evoke specific behavioral and emotional responses, which would help us to assess the spatial qualities of the place. So the thesis finally ends with decoding the multisensory experience of this place and derives guidelines that can provide a direction for enhancing the multisensory experience, which can lend to city building in terms of its identity and branding. And possibly, if extrapolated, it could even become a framework that can help design with empathy when considering people with different abilities. Although this is something that can be extrapolated, I will let Shritu continue to present her work and discuss some of these topics, these ideas. Over to
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. So, next slide. So this thesis is about the perceptual dimensions of urban design. So perception means gathering and organizing sensory cues from an environment. So these sensory cues means what we see, what we hear, what we touch, and what we smell in an urban environment. And these sensory cues will be unique to each places. So that's the sensory identity of these places, of each space. And so when we look into each senses will be having different range of proximity. The range of proximity is high for vision, then for sound, and it's very less for taste. So when we look into the concept of place identity, it's the sensory experience and association which help us to register an image of the place. Next slide. So coming, as we explained, like when we look into the current developments, it's mainly focusing on improving the physical setting of the place by ignoring the sensory identity. So resulting homogeneous spaces that we are creating, it will be either sensory deficient or sensory overloaded. As a result, it will evoke negative emotions in the people. So this project is mainly trying to connect three key aspects. One is sensescape, human behavioral association, and multisensory design. So the intent of this thesis is to develop a toolkit for analyzing the sensescapes and corresponding human association and for improving the sensory experience of an urban space. Next slide. So coming to the thesis program, so my research question is to find out how the sensescape of a city and the people's emotional association with this sensory stimuli altogether create a system of experience in the city. So coming to the limitations of this thesis, considering the range of proximity and subjectivity of each sensescape, this thesis I'll be mainly focusing on the visual and soundscape of a place. And also when we looking to the sensescape, it has some quantitative and qualitative aspects. So in this particular thesis, I'll be looking into the qualitative aspects of these sensescapes, and also the temporal sensescape of the context is not explored much in this thesis because of some issue with the time frame and all. So, but when you look into the scope of this risk, as I said, only 2 sensescapes are majorly considered in this thesis, and this can be further explored by identifying the interdependency between visual, sound, and other sensescapes. Next. So coming to the case studies, I have done case studies about visual perception of street, visual perception of landmark, perception of sound, and multisensory perception, and theory of biophilia. So when we look into each researchers, the methodology and mode of mapping is different. For us, exam right side, we can see an image. So it's a dotational mapping represented by Raymond Lucas. So here he represented 6 sensescapes in a single diagram. The insights from all these case studies help me to develop a proper structure for this thesis. Next slide. So coming to the structure of the project, it has 2 parts. One is to analyze the urban sensescapes and human association. And next is the application of toolkit into a context. It has 8 parts. The first is to qualify sensory stimuli. That means these are previous slide. Okay. Sensory stimuli. So when we looking, so here I'm considering 2 sensory, visual and sound. So these are the parameters or attributes that need to be collected from the site and analyzed. For example, in the case of visual stimuli, and visual terminus of the city will be studied. And in the case of sound stimuli, the sound coming from different urban sources will be studied. And next is the parameters to qualify human behavior. So here what I've done is I have considered 6 basic human emotion, and assuming that these are the 6 possible emotions that a person will evoke in a person's mind when they exposed to a sensory stimuli. And also associations like memory, sense of time, sense of direction is also considered. Then coming to the method of data collection, for visual stimuli, we can do photographic documentation. And in the case of sound stimuli, various sound recording apps, instruments can be used. So once the data is collected, then we have to do a multimodal mapping. So I have developed a mapping method. It has 3 parts. One is the first part is mapping the sensory setting. The physical setting of the place will be mapped along with the sensory cues. Next is mapping the sound stimuli. And next one is the mapping of the sound stimuli. And finally, then the next part is the stakeholder selection. So as we all know, this sensory experience are very subjective. So we need to conduct a stakeholder survey to arrive at some result. And next is the sensory perception survey. So in this case, the survey question will be a description of a sensory stimuli, and the people who are attending the survey have to mark 2 responses. One is they have to choose between the 6 emotions that walk in their mind when they exposed to a sensory stimuli. And next thing, they have to choose the association, and it's a subjective thing. So they can also write subjective association for that. Next, once we're done with the sensory perception survey, we have to analyze the data we got. So for that, we have the sensory experience wheel, and sensory experience wheel will help us to develop some kind of sensory indicators. These are attributes that need to be orchestrated to improve the sensory experience of a place. And finally, the strategies and patterns for multisensory design. Next slide. So that's about the structure of the project. Now the application of toolkit into a context. So I have taken Thrissur. It's a place which is rich in daily and temporal sensescape. So here we have done the destination and path mapping. Major cultural, social, religious destination, recreational destinations are marked. Next slide. So this is the activity mapping. So all the activity zones of the city is mapped, and also the distribution of stakeholders along the city is also marked here. So what I have done is I have taken people who commuting on daily basis to the city. It can be a person who is working, which has fixed regular working hours, can be a person who have regular working hours, can be a student, or it can be a person who is visiting the city for different recreational and religious activity. And also the activity mapping of all these kind of stakeholders are mapped in 3 different times. Next. This is the city level soundscape and viewscape mapping. So in the soundscape mapping, we can see the different sound in the city, sound markers in the city, like geophony and biophony. It's the natural sound, like there is a Maidan in the center of the city. So rich in geophony and biophonic sounds. And around that, we have the city area, which is where we can see a lot of urban noises and all. And coming to the viewscape mapping, the street walls with the different enclosure characters is mapped, and also the major visual terminus of the city is also mapped here. Next. So for conducting a sensory perception survey, we need to pick a path. So based on overlapping the stakeholder analysis mapping, I have chosen a route which is marked in this map. So it's a route connecting the 2 major transportation hubs of the city, and the pedestrian footfall is high along this place. So this is the path which is chosen for the sensory perception survey. And in the right side, in the astrometric view, we can see the major visuals of the city. For example, if we take the church is one of the tallest building in the city. So it's both a visual and sound marker, because it has a wider visual corridor, as well as the sound of Holy Mass and the church bell. So it also serves as a sound marker for the city. So similarly, we can see a same element which function as both sound marker and visual marker, like that. Next. So next comes the multimodal mapping. So on the right side, we can see the end-term mapping. So as I said, it will be having 3 parts. One is the sensory setting. We can see the physical setting of that space, and all the sensory stimuli, like the sound of birds, sound of tree leaves, and the sound made by the street vendors, urban noise. Everything can be seen in this sensory setting mapping. Next. Next slide. And this is the second part of that mapping. So here we can see, first part is the mapping of the visual stimuli. So as I said earlier, the enclosure and the visual terminus of the path will be mapped here. Below that, we have the soundscape mapping. So here I have used sonic graphs to map the soundscape of the city. So we can see the first map is about the natural sound. Second mapping is a graph is about the sound created by human beings. And finally, the urban noise. So we can see how 3 different sound sources of that particular path is varying, how where we can see some kind of overlaps and all. Next slide. So this is just a demonstration. So likewise, we can do this mapping for major streets in the city. And coming to the sensory perception survey, because of this COVID and all, I have conducted an online survey. And in this survey, 22 questions were asked, 12 visual stimuli and 10 questions were about the sound stimuli. I got 62 responses. Next slide. Next slide. So, and this is the output from the sensory perception. So if we take the case of the same church, I found that when I asked about the sound stimuli of that particular church, most of the people rated happiness for that particular sound source. And coming to the association, some people has rated it to evoke good memory and it gives sense of direction. So like that, for each sound sources and each visual marker and visual stimuli, we got some responses. And then the sensory perception wheel. So the first ring represent each sound and visual stimuli. Second ring represent the emotions, and the people rated each emotions from a scale of 1 to 5. And the outer ring is the association. So if we take SS1, it's a sound stimuli from it's a sound of siren from the municipal clock tower. So we can see it's the gray, like the fear is rated more for that particular sound stimuli. And coming to the association, most of the people voted for a sense of time, because every day this particular sound is heard at 6 p.m. So it's give a sense of time for them. Next slide. So, after after analyzing the output from the sensory survey using the sensory experience wheel, I derived a sensescape indicators. These sensescape indicators are qualitative and quantitative attributes of a sensescape that has to be orchestrated to improve the sensory experience of the place. So when we look into the table on the right side, if you take visual landmark, it's a sensory stimuli and it is a desirable sensory stimuli. And we can tag sensory stimuli as desirable or undesirable based on the survey that we are conducting. So here we can see, here the sensory indicator for this visual landmark is visual connection. That means the visual connection is the sensory indicator that has to be enhanced to improve the sensory experience of the place. Like that, we have I have identified sensory indicators for each sensory stimuli. Next slide. So next is the vision. So vision is to create an engaging and comfortable sensory environment for Thrissur city, which will encourage people to spend time in public realm along with the daily chores of city life. So in order to achieve this multi-sensory spaces, there should be some guidelines. So for here, I have identified 4 multi-sensory design dimensions to harmonize sensory stimuli. So first dimension is transition. The thing is, we need to work between the transition between 2 different sensory stimuli. Either we can shrink the boundary of a sensory stimuli, or we can stretch the boundary to harmonize the transition. Next is the pace of user movement. So the thing is, we can speed up the movement of users where there's an undesirable sensory stimuli, and we can slow down the movement of people in places where we have a desirable sensory stimuli. Next is the pattern of movement. We can create a direct path or convoluted path based on the quality of the sensory stimuli though, and also the temporality of sensescape. If we take a religious marker, it can be there will be some temporal sensescape associated with that particular marker. So in that time, in that cases, we can do some kind of functional intervention there. Next slide. So coming to the patterns of sensory design. So these patterns are multi-sensory design guidelines for each specific sensory setting. So these sensory settings are very much specific to the context. If I take Thrissur, I have identified these sensory settings based on the multi-sensory mapping, multimodal mapping, and I have applied these 4 dimension, multi-sensory dimension to each sensory setting. If I apply the toolkit on another context, the sensory setting will be different, and also the application of these four multi-sensory design dimensions will also be different. So in this case, here the pattern one, if there is a water body along an urban thoroughfare, then what we can work with the transition between the soundscape from the water body and as well as the urban noise. And also we can integrate that edge with the sensory route. We can slow down the movement of people along that sensory route. In the case of pattern 2, if there is a landmark in the city, so here what we can do is we can slow down the movement of people in front of that landmark, and also we can do some kind of functional intervention considering the temporality of that particular landmark. Then pattern 3, if there is an open space in the city, we can create a path along the open spaces. So we can work with the transition between the soundscape, and also we can create a reveal of particular views. And coming to the pattern 4, like if we have a street which has built enclosure on either side, so here we can work with facade control and all. And finally, if there is a market, because market spaces are places with which is mainly dominated with human sounds. So in that spaces also we can apply these dimensions to improve the sensory experience. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the application of these 5 patterns in this particular context. So the places where we have a water body, we can apply pattern 1. And in major visual corridor, we can apply pattern 2. And in the urban open space, like the Maidan, we can apply pattern 3 like that. Next slide. This is a strategy mapping. So what I have done is I have created 3 sensory routes. One is the major vehicular route, which is connecting to transportation hubs along with the pedestrian path. So it will be the sensory route 1, where the pace of movement will be high. Another one is in second route B, which is along the periphery of the Maidan, and the path C will be along the periphery of the temple. So these are the main 3 sensory routes, and along the route we can see the application of each patterns. So when one person is walking from one point to another point, they can experience different sensorial thing. So this is how the pattern is applied. Next slide. So next slide is just a demonstration. So along here we can see the sensory route 2, like the pace of movement is less. Along the periphery, a new sensory route is created, and the new visual corridors are created. So this is just a demonstration. Like that, we can create different designs for the city based by applying the parameters. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shritu.
Yeah, thank you.
So now I would request the next guide to introduce the topic of the student, Professor Nishant Lal. This is guide for the topic urban form and perceived safety or fear, an empirical approach to form, space, activity, and perceived safety in women case of Shilaj, Ahmedabad, from the student Shiza Christie.
Good afternoon, everybody. A very warm welcome to the afternoon presentation. This is Nishant Lal from SPA Delhi. And I'm very honored to introduce Shija Chisti, who is one of our urban design students. Can people hear me?
You're audible, sir.
Yes. Thank you. Welcome again to all faculty and students. When Shija picks up this topic of urban form and perception, it is one of the really old foundation principles of urban design. But really what she's brought here through a thesis that I'll let her introduce and talk about it in more in detail is really her own personal way of engaging with this topic through various multiple studies. And what you'll find really highlighted in her method is the use of augmented reality and some reference to virtual reality. And I hope she's able to explain some of those aspects based on the rigorous theoretical framework and the multiple diagrammatic analysis she's been able to do. Her thesis focuses on spatial form. It looks at spatial conditions, and the analysis which leads her into this specific site at Shilaj in Ahmedabad. It's a very pertinent topic, the way she has looked at the Indian cities where we have a lot of these exclusive gated developments and what happens to the fragmented area outside. So with all this, welcome to Shiza. Please carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you're audible. Please start.
Yes, yeah, so hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shiza Christie, and I will be presenting about urban farm and perceived safety fear in women for the case of Sheila Ahmedabad. Next slide, please.
But you're not visible.
Sir, I'm having a little bit of internet issues. So I'll switch on the video once I'm done presenting. Is that okay? I'm sorry, hello?
Should be fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, next slide, please, sir. Yeah, so the thesis outlines the concern that we are not uniform and so are our everyday lived experiences, and pursuit safety and fear is an important part of this everyday, strongly negotiated by the built environment, and the Indian context presents this nuanced difference, especially for women across age, caste, class, and other differences. Now, this phenomenon is acutely witnessed in emerging urban residential peripheries, where insecurity and fear creates a city of walls, brittle and segregated, shaping our urban realities, which are not conducive to perceived safety. And despite the known impact of the built environment on perceived safety, there is very little systematic inquiry into knowing these correlations. And there's a limited body of empirical reference that designers can rely upon while making design decisions, which is why designers rely on intuition while designing for experience and in urban conditions, which creates designed experiences which are not in tune to lived realities. Subsequently, to undertake this inquiry, it is very necessary to employ research methodology that addresses the limitations of traditional techniques and experiment with more participatory and virtual modalities of representation, where effective responses are recorded by granting high degree of presence to individuals when evaluating an urban environment. And immersive virtual environments elicit a high level of realism and presence to conduct participatory empirical experiments, and hence they have been employed for this study. So the thesis aims to inquire and derive correlative patterns between formal parameters of form space activity and perceived safety in women, and create a framework for guiding development in the urban residential peripheries to create safe and ideal realities. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah. Now, the perception of safety is strongly rooted in context, and the city of Ahmedabad is a case where it is perceived as a safe city for women according to indices, while on the other hand exhibiting a segregated urban form that has emerged out of episodic conflicts. The contemporary Ahmedabad developing in the western peripheries like Sheelaj and development along the SG highway, as you can see on the left side of the map, marks physical and social isolation, auto seclusion, pseudo recreation, and controlled by formalized security. And so this provides a case of inquiry. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah, so the study precinct Sheelaj is one of the most rapidly developing urban residential periphery in Ahmedabad, and the SP Ring Road, the Thaltej Sheelaj Road, Sindhu Bhavan are the major arteries. The railway line, it crosses the precinct, and a TP scheme-led development is seen, which all of which are in different stages within the area. The area is highly monofunctional, and large gated developments mark the precinct with hampered publicness and lack of everyday destination for all age groups, especially women. It addresses women's movement in public space and safety's correlation with it, that it is attributed to purposefulness and the routine activity theory. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah, so the social content of the precinct is strongly along socio-economic lines seen through the development profile and the TP proposals. And for the study of perceived safety and form space parameters, it is the step 0, which is the stakeholder identification, which has been done pertaining to both the existing and potential residents of the place. And then they have been stratified into primarily across socio-economic profiles, their area of residence, across Ahmedabad, their occupational differences, the marital status, and age group based. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the first step, an exercise undertaken after the literature review of theories and models to determine the independent variables, which are the form space parameters, was to do a qualitative narrative of women across different cross sections, wherein women specified aspects of built environment, vegetation, infrastructural and activity parameters, along with aspects such as time and familiarity. So they were noted down. Thank you, sir. Sorry, next slide, please, sir. Yeah, the synthesized parameters or the independent variables which are collated were enclosure ratios, edge conditions, front side setbacks, ground floor commercial percentages, functions, number of people, fenestration, vegetation details, street lengths and block perimeters, parking and vehicles pertaining to aspects of prospect, refuge and concealment, or visual and locomotive permeability, routine activities, navigation, legibility, and information fill. Next slide, please. Yeah. After synthesizing the parameters, the next part in the experiment design came about to be as 360-degree panorama images of different urban conditions were taken with the Google Street View app, these environments then later during the experiment, immersive virtual environments were generated with the View Gallery Photo Viewer app. And then they were fitted in the Procus One VR headset, which was used to view the environments and then the subjects rated them. Now the subjects rated aspects of perceived safety on the scale of 1 to 7 and valence and activation on a scale of 1 to 9 by understanding the as you can see on the image on the right, the circumflex model of effect and the emoji grid. And in total, 67 subjects recorded the ratings, after which analysis was done and inferences generated to be implemented in design. Next slide, please. Yeah. So for the analysis, the correlation matrix, pairwise regression analysis, and ANOVA were used to assess the effects of independent variables with perceived safety, which was the dependent variable. And the analysis provided with inferences where enclosure ratios of 0.8 to 1.2 yielded highest safety perception as full enclosure ratios provide strong spatial definition. For high permeability, no boundary wall conditions, that is at 0 meters, yielded highest safety perception. Next slide, please. Sir. Yeah, no front and side setback conditions with increased number of ground floor premises, around 15 to 20 in urban conditions, they yielded highest safety perception. And if we look at the parameter corresponding to the type of vegetation and the trees, it states that for a given, in correlation with the side setback, so two independent variables in conjunction with the perception of safety, it stated that the presence of trees and vegetation means a decrease of perceived safety owing to concealment threat and prospects that it would offer. Next slide, please. Yeah, perceived safety had a positive linear correlation with ground floor commercial percentage and a non-linear relationship with the number of people. And this attributes, to the routine activity theory and the permeability. And safety peaks at the presence of 100% ground floor commercial percentage within the range of 25 to 50 people at a given time in a particular setting. Next slide, please. Yeah. Around 60 to 65% facade to fenestration percentage and around 10 to 20 balcony conditions minimum in urban environments yielded high safety, high perceived safety, positively attributing to the idea of passive surveillance as is known. And while vegetation negatively correlates with perceived safety, for example, perceived safety has a negative relationship with, if you look at it in detail, so perceived safety has a negative relationship with tree heights of 0 to 2.53 meters, but positive with 4 to 7 meters. And it coincides with the aspect of how ground level concealment and unclear sight lines a certain particular tree height provides, along with and so these were then used for used in design demonstration and other elemental parameters like street light and pavements, signages, which are part of information field. Those inferences were generated as well. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah. After analysis of the form space based content, So this was one of the part of the study which was doing the empirical VR experiment. The second was obviously the urban design site studies, where basic urban design studies were conducted, especially because a topic concerned with women and their everyday destinations and purposefulness and open space structure and things were studied. Now, this analytical map shows that the precinct has high unsafe spots and stretches. It coincides with the everyday movement routes of informal vegetable vendors, construction laborers, teenage and elderly women, as rated by the subjects during the site study, while being extremely unpleasant and high on activation, which describes the alertness women feel when prone to threat in these real urban conditions within their home and everyday destination range. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the highly bounded gated development, along with clearly demarcated zones of controls, with the signs of orders, disorders going to unkemptness and no man land creations, the development form and type is creating scenarios of no social interaction and minimal and time boundedness in the public realm association and usage. And these are the major issues and things that form, the existing structure of the precinct. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the proposed structural level strategy looks at creating a safe public transport network first along the major corridors and coincide last mile connectivity with the system to address the aspect of mobility and safety for women. The second strategy is for routinizing of activities and safety, which is achieved by integrating continuous inner pedestrian linkages designed to become socio-cultural or recreational spines along the existing destinations. The third is about moving away from the server and service relationship that usually that is existing in this particular precinct and usually exists in residential peripheries, and create a new everyday destination for social overlaps as part of the late evening and even nighttime economy as well. And the fourth is to foster an atmosphere of livelihood enhancement and shelter provision by providing opportunities of skill learning and training in the public lands, which is as proposed in the TP. Whereby fostering interdependence pertaining to the social control and the familiarity theory for safety in conjunction with the women empowerment cell and NGOs which are working in the area at present. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah. Now moving on to the urban form space-based restructuring. Overlaying the development zones above the proposed structuring, which I talked about previously, the linkages and proposals along with the strategies, they have been translated into an implementable regulating plan formed by street-based approach, which has been divided into three major categories, which is the urban active corridors, urban transitional, and urban neighborhood corridors. And then also generating a regulating plan. If you can see the smaller plan on the right side, which is the regulating plan based on enclosures to avail the building height to street width conditions desirable to perceived safety as per the study inferences which I discussed earlier. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah. Coming to the proposed form space based detailed guidelines, I'll talk very briefly for one of the corridor. For example, for the urban active corridors, the minimum ground floor commercial percentage is 100%. The permissible FSI here existing is 4, and primary street width is 30 meters. And the desired building height required to achieve optimum enclosure is in the range of 24 to 32 meters, which can be modulated in terms of build siting in reference to the street. With only the street, street-facing builds to be of desired height, and then others as per design choices for flexibility. The front setbacks can be modulated in the range of 2 meters, and the side setbacks are discouraged. But in cases of requirement, they can be modulated in the above stories as shown in the diagrams. Next slide, please, sir. Hello. Hello. Yes. So the frontage types associated here are varied, shop fronts projecting or otherwise with shaded pathways and passages, forecourts for larger buildings, overhead galleries and outdoor extension or any such kind within the range which is derived from the study. Also, the ground floor premises should not be larger than 3.5 to 5 meters to ensure visual and locomotive permeability and robustness. And in cases of fenestration percentages, If the ground, so conditions such as if the ground floor is 75 to 90% retail, the upper floors or stories have to have minimum 15 to maximum 55% of fenestration percentage, and so on and so forth. Yeah, next slide, please, sir. Yeah, coming. So these were the guidelines and at the structural scale, and then the detailed guidelines of those. Now coming to the design demonstration location, where the guidelines have been implemented to form a proposal. So as seen in the maps on the right side, first the restructuring undertaken, is to break down the impermeable block system which exists for in the TP scheme by restructuring, the existing TP layout to create continuous street lengths within the range of 75 to 105 meters, one length, as per the study inference. Now, secondly, with this achieved permeability comes the time aspect. That is, how do I move about and how long will it take for me to move about in an urban? Sorry, sir. Can you move to the slide above? To the design demonstrations slide. Yes, here. Yeah, so I'm talking about the right side map, the second map. The second map on the right side, yeah. So strategizing a park and walk or cycle strategy in neighborhood by creating parking pools for catchment areas of 250-meter radius. This then helps, create an uninterrupted public space system within the neighborhood, seen in the third map on the right side, where based on priority walkability experiences by creation of places, destination nodes and edges, which are integrated with the existing and proposed in the public lens, along with the major street types that I discussed in the regulating plan. Now, this brings us to the left drawing where, the design spatial system is created and anchors from bottom of the map to the top, say major recreation destination with provisions of open sports facilities and recreation activating, morning and evening walk routines for women and families. Subsequently, one moves upwards towards the retail node and anchor and urban square, and then towards the existing eateries, cafes, and the food street primarily by the suggested, ground floor use. Now then different kinds of people, that is age groups and genders, have varied opportunities there. And then towards the primary socio-cultural destination in the center, where skill development centers, learning for SCWS and other groups which exist in the precinct, men, women alike, and certain social infrastructure facilities like library, schools along the community and the social spine are provided, and making it the major social precinct. Yeah, next slide, please, sir. Yeah, so this is the spatial system or the volumetric disposition, of the urban transitional type corridor, wherein the ground floor commercial percentage is 50 to 65%, and this street integrates the existing cafes and restaurants into the spatial system. If you can see the corner plots where gray color, which are demarcated in gray color. So the corner plots, or the building form would help in clear navigation and information field, while enclosures in street would vary pertaining to existing conditions. Again, those corner plots to be granted additional floor or to have personalized treatment, just as we have for the ground floors, increasing form legibility. Next slide, sir. Yeah, so this is the urban neighborhood street spatial system, and it ranges from shared private courts to semi-public areas, and the idea of a shared street and scaling to the urban squares. All the while, fostering different types of engagements from, next slide, please, sir. Hello, yes. The form achieves here in the urban neighborhood street type high robustness and permeability by no setback conditions and street modulation of frontages, with any potential of concealment for offenders and clear sightlines. Again, the corner plot heights and functions are accentuated for high legibility. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah. The building skins interaction to the public provides, degrees of active and passive participation, where the ground floor commerce is graded from the street corners inwards, terraces, balconies, and windows, all contributing, to the lived dimension of the street space, granting passive surveillance, engagement, and social interaction opportunities. And the frontages contribution, which is the Otla, veranda, and the shop fronts, especially in the Ahmedabad case, provides different levels of simulation as well as engagement. The degrees of rigid public and private zones are blurred as against the existing scenario, and moving above safety, high pleasantness is achieved. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah, so the desired ideal conditions that were designed from the study inferences, but tested over a very small sample size. So the design demonstration was taken back to the people by the same experiment process, taking 360 spherical renders from SketchUp model and then creating immersive virtual environments, wherein the design condition and lived dimension at two particular places, that is B and F, were rated to be low on perceived safety and high on activation. So this tested out the whole process of how one takes inferences, how one engages people for data collection, derives inferences out of it, and then applies that to design demonstration, while again taking this designed ideal realities back to get to test it out. Yeah. So the study demonstrates the routing of an urban design inquiry in an empirical and quantitative study methodology and a closed loop participatory engagement. And in conclusion, it is imperative that one may reflect upon the urban design discipline and its effect on people, subject, and citizens. Now, these are not just our urban spaces. This is where we live, we experience, and then we get affected. Now, these are our realities, and realities that explicitly manifest the differences in our being, our identities, and our everyday experiences. And when these so affect us, it is imperative that they have to be ideal and equal for all. And this study was an attempt at making one such intangible aspect and experience, which was perceived safety, tangible and quantifiable, and subsequently create desired ideal realities. But it is witnessed and understood through the process that the construction of ideal realities is not a linear process, but a non-linear, looped, iterative process with testing and idealizing and attempting to develop a language of mechanism that is safe and favorable for all. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shiza. Hello. So now we move ahead for the panel discussion. So I will briefly introduce for the session 3, we have with us architect Manoj Parmar, architect Anand Wadvekar as expert members, and the session will be moderated by architect Siri. I will briefly introduce our panelists. Architect Manoj Parmar. Architect Manoj Parmar, and master's degree in urban design. Prior to starting his practice in 1991, he worked briefly in USA. He has been practicing and teaching in KRVIA Mumbai since 1992. His firm is MPA Designs. His academic interests include theoretical writings on architecture and urbanism. He has contributed actively to redevelopment of housing projects across the city of Mumbai. His key projects are also executed in Dubai, Malaysia, and Singapore. He has been part of urban design team development guidelines for slum redevelopment in northern suburb of Mumbai. He has presented his work at Young Architects Forum at UDRI and CEPT University. Anand Wadvekar heads the Department of Urban Design at School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. Anand did his doctoral studies in urban and regional design from Hokkaido University, Japan. His interests are urban history, postmodern urban design theories, distinctive urbanism of South Asian cities. He has presented and published papers on urban history, urban nature, and post-colonial urbanism in many international conferences. Besides teaching, he has worked on many consultancies and research projects. He is keen on identifying the ontological processes that generate the distinct urban form of Indian cities. Our moderator, architect Seema Maya, is a practicing architect and urban designer with research interests in areas of architectural theory, design pedagogy, and historic urban precinct regeneration. She has worked on diverse range and scale of urban regeneration and architectural projects in design practices in India and United Kingdom. Since her association with RV College of Architecture in 2019, she has worked in various capacities and is currently associate professor at the Urban Design Department. She is actively engaged in teaching courses in architectural and urban theory and history. She has conducted urban design and thesis studios both at undergrad and postgraduate levels. She has given several guest lectures, been part of invited jury panels in colleges across India, and is a part of the design consultancy cell at RVCA. Thank you. I extend a warm welcome to all of you. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. First of all, Shrikant, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So a very good afternoon to everyone who's joined us today. I extend a very warm welcome to Professor Manoj Parmar and Professor Anand Vadekar for joining us on the panel. We have about 30 minutes on this session, which looks at phenomenology in the city. So let me first of all start the session by, lots of appreciation to the students and the guides for taking up subjects which firmly put the spotlight on the need of the hour, which is to look at intangibles and qualitative aspects of designing urbanscapes. And I must say that across the three projects, when I was watching, I was very reminded, it's very reminiscent of Juhani Palasma's writings, where he talks about embodied experience and how we derive meanings from our context. I think he talks about how I confront the city with my body, how my legs measure the length of the arcade and the width of the square, and how he talks about how I dwell in the city and the city dwells in me. And so with that, I'm going to open this out to the reflections from Professor Parmar and Professor Vadekar. To the audience, we are a post-lunch session, but please, we would love to hear your views on this and share your questions in the chat box for us. Over to you, sir. Can I request first Professor Manoj Parmar and then Professor Anand Vadekar to share their views today?
Manoj, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Since morning, we have seen some interesting conversation with the students and the research work. And of course, the idea of phenomenology and urbanism is slightly more complex one. I believe that a phenomenological approach and urbanism, has a kind of a, its roots in failure of modern urban planning paradigm, which included proliferation of thriving neighborhood, isolation of functions, production of alien spaces, which are hostile to human form. I think basic fundamental premise on which the phenomenology gain its momentum, and also along with it, the place making, so when we discuss this, I believe that less focus has been placed on defining the source of errors that modern planning paradigm, engage unknowingly. And these errors were in part due to neglect of nature of fully embodied experience. A neglect manifested in an overwhelmingly visual disposition in embodiment. The visual disposition is implicated in the exclusion of place by modern concept of abstract space. I think struggling to achieve that abstract space has been central to the modern paradigm. In this concept of space and visual disposition, that is implicated in it undergirds the utopianism of abstract forms that characterize the project of modernist planning paradigm. So when we talk about phenomenology, the basis for humanizing urbanism should be the solid participation of all the senses in synthetic interaction. The phenomenological critic can help us to see precisely where modernist approach to planning or urban design, went wrong. It can also help us or lead us to the false dichotomy that we always kind of, I don't know, somehow it is engaged in academia also, is trying to establish what is modernism and what is orthodox traditionalism. I think these bases are fundamentally to be displaced, and I think phenomenology is the only approach to which you can really address this dichotomy and bring about the real human experience. Having said that, the phenomenology research has cultural connotation. Now, I'm making the statement with full conviction that the whole idea of phenomena and cities cannot be relegated in abstract sense. It needs a cultural context. For example, if I say crowding is very central to Southeast Asian urbanism, as compared to the western side of the globe. So these cultural connotations are central to this discourse of phenomenology. While most of the literature are produced in other parts of the globe on phenomenology, clarity of such relationship between phenomenology and cultural specificity. Along with, I'm using the word psychophenomenology. It means the psychology of people when we talk about experience of urban places are so different in different parts of the world. And these three aspects is yet to be explored to make any conclusive remark on urban design guidelines. So broadly, I feel that research, of course, is moving in a certain direction. At least it has started questioning a lot of issues which are related to phenomenology. But the last point is very important of all. Is urban design increasingly becoming subservient to urban science and engineering, where spatial, experiential, and visual qualities are almost suggested to be pushed into margin by measuring those intangible with scientific devices. Now, this is where I leave this discussion, and I think I would like to have Anand's view on this. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just pick up from what where you ended. First of all, congratulations to all the students and their guides for putting up, again, to say, stimulating topics as far as the thesis is concerned, and the ideas which were discussed were quite interesting. They have been dealt in academia as well as in profession, as we see around. But every time we look at these topics, the new dimensions come up. And that's what I think is an interesting aspect when it comes to urban design and the way we look at cities. Three different theses as they dealt first to primarily dealt with the sensory expression, experience and phenomenology as one categorized it. And third one was, of course, the perception of fear and the idea of safety, which is there in the urban environment. As Manoj said, that somehow we are increasingly feeling that urban design is slowly becoming, and that's not only urban design but many other disciplines, academic and humanities discipline, which are becoming little subservient to how technology and the progress in technology is overpowering. So it's very difficult to keep the pace of academic research and the response with the speed of technology at which it is growing, and therefore it essentially brings us to the core issue in this debate is that how cities in recent past have been reduced to technological problem rather than the human problem. And that's what brings us. So branding like smart cities and these kinds of city branding is there and now in front of us, and city has been then reduced merely to a technological problem, and human and humanizing urbanism issues which were just mentioned are little sidelined in that sense, and not only little but in some cases quite sidelined from the main discourse as what city is all about. So it was interesting to see these thesis discussing these issues on the forefront, which is very important, very critical to put that into a discourse. Another interesting thing when it relates with spatiality, it was good to see the urban elements such as walls, facades, streets, sidewalks are problematized in a different way, and not necessarily as a part of infrastructure only. So now, of course, the infrastructural debate and how infrastructure creates certain kind of a sociology is already in the discourse and theory. But at the same time, it's good to see that it is being constantly challenged as well. So we see infrastructures and we see building parts are being now problematized with this perspective of let's say sensory experience as well as the safety. So openings on the wall, width of the sidewalk has huge impact on how experience as far as the sensory aspects are concerned is consumed. And that's really critical that we discuss that in urban design, and urban design advocates that in all the challenges which are there. Then at the same time, we also feel that there is of course, we are trying to move from technocratic urbanism to a little more human-centric urbanism, moving in the sense that there is an effort now, because the way cities are now claimed highly by the ICT and these kinds of technologies. So you have that conflict which is coming up. But at the same time, the way all these intangibles were measured in these three thesis is, of course, there's a overly use of technology, we all know, and of course there are different tools and techniques which do combine that. So there's an interesting mix which can happen, and that has been the tradition, as how do we gel these two things together, the human-centric viewpoint with a lot of aided by technological means. So that is also important to keep that balance. The third thesis, which Shiza's inquiry, of course, looked at, it challenged the ever expanding question as how our urban planning systems are patriarchal in nature and have been in patriarchal in nature. So how do we resolve that issue, at least make query towards that issue is something. And there also urban elements are problematized with that lens, and not necessarily as an act of architecture, but more complex phenomena which are happening around the building and within these spaces. So that brings us to again the same interesting discussion as how do we construct our cities and how do we build our cities without actually designing them, and that's what urban design as Jonathan Barnett defined in 60s 70s when he wrote that book, Introduction to Urban Design. Again, we saw these words coming out: ubiquitous computing. There are data which are now born digital, so it's no more mapping the things in digital, but data which are born digital. They are recorded on site, processed directly. So it's not digitization, but the data itself is born digital. It's coming directly in the intangible form, and how it is then processed. The future of urban design will have to rely on these kinds of data. They are very complex to manage, and so is the machine learning and other parallel development happening. But there is always this confrontation as how much we are ready to let these things take over the constant question of how to humanize cities. So that remains the central part of the debate. Yeah, in the last, I'd just like to add a literature written by Richard Sennett, the book Flesh and Stone, where he discusses bodies and cities, the movement of body and city, and he traces the historical evolution, the way city responded to bodies and other kinds of thing. Of course, body as a physical aspect and body as an idea and concept. Again, these theses, and second, which comes to my mind, is Foucauldian discourse of body politic, the way bodies are conditioned to behave in certain way. The power stands, of course, in the background of all this. It has a dominant hand. So the third thesis, Shiza's thesis, which was on gender and perception of fear and safety, essentially brings about how things are conditioned, and therefore can we relook towards the elements, urban elements which we have been working, and do they have at all a role as far as the mediation is concerned. So all three theses are takes us in that direction, which is very much needed and need of the time, has been always the need of the time, whichever content is seen you look at. Well done. I mean, in terms of generating debates and the kind of questions which were raised. That's all from my side.
Okay. Thank you, Anand sir. I was just going to ask, pick up on a thread with both of you touched on, which was the idea of how we are increasingly using technology and how data is like now digitally born, but how we are using that to map human experience. I would like to also know from the students who presented their work or the guides, what they think of this, like what do they think of this? So any of the guides, please, Professor Nishant Lal, Professor Brinda Shastri, any of you, I mean, or the students, Shiza, Shritu, any of you, we want you to be part of this because this is the emergent trend and we want to know what you think of it because you've used this in your work.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fabia,
I'm Fabia
please.
here.
Yes,
Yeah.
Fabia, please.
Yeah, so just talking about this digital connection, for my thesis, I had used a particular app to record the decibels alone. But apart from that, in Germany, there's an app actually where just like Google Maps, you can record the sounds of a particular place and it is stored there. So when people say come for as a tourist or just to visit that place, and say it is a historic place, they're able to listen to the sound that was maybe presently not there, but previously that existed there. So it's like anybody in any part of the world can contribute to this app actually. So certain things like that will enhance the experience of the public. They can also be a part of this by even contributing to designers, like the things like that. So I think certain things are very essential when it comes to designing spaces, considering such sensory things. So
thank you.
I think this digital this thing should be a part of the academy. Yeah.
You firmly believe that. Interesting. Any other views? Shritu,
Yes,
or any other views?
Ma'am, can I? Yeah.
Yes, Shiza, please.
Yeah, so one of the other things when talking about the use of technology is, when Anand sir was talking about how data is digital and the use of machine learning techniques and stuff. So the idea, if we can talk about the intention of it, especially when talking about my thesis, the intention was to, use it to create a data-driven approach, which has a certain kind of backing or one that we can rely upon, rather than as of now, when talking about certain aspects of perception in urban spaces, designers take it as common thumb rules or given common practices that this is supposed to be such and such, a street is supposed to be this, a sidewalk is supposed to be that. But what this technological, the use of it and the intervention thereof, they're allowing is to rely on a strong evidence-based approach, which then gets translated into creating our urban realities. So I think the intention thereof of using this particular aspect of technology into urban design practices, especially for my part, was that. And the second aspect of, when I was talking about the use of virtual reality as a medium to understand aspects of perceived safety, is when you're talking about experience, it is a first person point of view, right? The idea of subjectivity related to it, and when we are trying to quantify it or when we are trying to measure it as to what a person is feeling, how safe or unsafe.
Shiza, are you there? I think we kind of lost you there. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we lost her. Fabia, do you want to say something else, or Shritu? Okay.
Hello, I'm sorry I got logged out.
No problem. Tell us.
Yes, I was talking about, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yes, I was talking about the idea of virtual reality and what it does, right? Especially for my thesis, and how it aided the study of experience. So the fact that it is a first-person prerogative and the quantification of a subjective experience, I think what virtual reality and other mediums does is gives you this idea of realism and presence when one is trying to record a subject's experience when they are rating perceived city. For example, what has been done so far is you use photo simulation techniques where you provide photographs and then they get rated upon, or you go or then those photographs are edited and stuff like that. But what this 360-degree panorama image is taken, put into a VR machinery, and then when subjects rate on it, the idea of presence and realism that one feels when one is supposed to rate how safe or unsafe a place is for them, it becomes very important. And I think in that particular respect also, aspects of technology and its innovations in the studies of especially perception and urban conditions are very helpful and I believe needed. Yeah. So both the points. Yeah.
Thank you, Shita. I'm just going to bounce this back to the panelists. So I'm asking Professor Vadekar and Professor Parmar, do you have any counterpoints to this, or do you? Is there anything you want to add to this?
So we are. I think what I said and maybe what Anand was mentioning, not really about need or not need. I think first we need to acknowledge it is increasingly becoming technocratic. We are conscious of that. I feel that we need to acknowledge that. And again, as I said, by virtue of that, one should not create further dichotomy, which is old technology versus new technology. One should not create those new lenses to divide the way urbanism, is being talked about. We are talking about humanizing urban experience, and it can come through many ways. So one is to restrain from creating this dichotomy, and that's why I think we need to adapt new things, but also try to make sure that we don't indulge in this creating more dichotomy.
Thank you, sir. Anand, sir, anything to add?
Yes, I think I do agree fully with what Manoj just said. The issue here could be, how do we record or how do we map the individual, the intangibles? There has been the question in case of how we map various dimensions of cities in urban design discipline. Kevin Lynch did it with combination of cognitive things, and he did image of the city. That was the first sort of attempt in a way to generalize certain universal, as he put it, aspects of how do we look at cities and how do we perceive city cognitive. And we have now come much beyond that, and now intangibles can be mapped. But these data are complex to interpret, and also at the same time, what to do with that interpretation is also has been a big question, and that's where I think our role is limited. At the same time, we have to acknowledge that. So how do we take it? How do we build? And that's what I said. How do we problematize our environment, spatial environment, through this lens? If at all, the materiality and tactility of our cities can be analyzed through these kinds of mapping, which are done with high technology. And this data is also very limited. I mean, it's not something which is widely available and can be can be mapped easily. That is also highly controlled by power. So big data, as we talk about, it's not something which is freely there available in the market. So we can do it with limited instruments available. But there is a big data. There are huge amounts of data sets lying, but they are completely concealed, completely secret from all of us. So that's also another fight as we start using data centric approach in our design and thinking. Where is the data, and what is that nature of data, and from which source it is coming, are also pertinent questions that we need to ask. So if we want to keep, as we say, urban design more democratic and oriented towards people and participatory in nature, we also need to find out a technology which is a little emancipatory, which is difficult. David Harvey, Marxist, said that no technology is emancipatory. It excludes people all the time. So that way, how do we use data? There's also increasingly emerging field called data justice, in which people are talking of how data is filtered, where it is accessed, how it is used for the larger public good and common. That these are becoming disturbingly difficult question to deal with, and that's what it comes to us as urban designers. What do we map, and how far and how much we can include in our discourses. So like I said, these three theses shows us that there is a lot of possibility in academia and research to go ahead with that. And it also places urban design at an interesting juncture, that we always say that, where does urban design starts, whether it starts at the ideation level with group of planners, landscape architects, and other disciplines and transport planners, or does it come at the last, wherein it is merely reduced to beautification, the way we are currently seeing how cities are treated in these times. So that zone where urban design need to be placed or need to be identified as a profession and as a mode of practice, I think these thesis also in a way adds to that there is a process before urban design comes into that zone where it can be, let's say, executed, made possible, and what happens after once it is done. So the place of urban design in terms of the whole design execution process, where it is located. And I think it has its location at many places, at conceptual level also, the way all these three theses puts up the idea, and also as how it is ultimately executed. So we have certain tangibles. There are public commons like footpath, sidewalks, the building frontages. All of them are very critical from a built environment point of view, and I mean also from urban design, the way it deals with the most possible ways of looking at city or executing design solutions in some cases, apart from large scale projects. So here is the case lies where one can talk about a few tangibles where it can be demonstrated. So that's why these theses are critical in that way. It's good to see that kind of debate emerging.
So just picking up and moving on from these modes of reading and representing our lived experiences, I'm just moving on and asking how to integrate aspects like these in both practice and policy. So I just wanted to know your views. Shrikant, a quick question. How are we doing for time?
Yes, madam.
We have time?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Right. So Vardeka sir and Parma sir, just your views. How do we take this into the realm of actually putting it into practice? Like, how do we move this research forward? Your views on this?
I feel that again, I feel every act of practice is a research by itself, knowingly or unknowingly. You are carrying out some research, you are investigating things. I think to me, every act of practice is an academic exercise, and I think that's perhaps an attitude that we need to develop. But on a positive side, a lot of work that we do at KRVI, surprisingly through government organizations and semi-governmental organizations, they are asking for some of these research areas. When, for example, the first is talking about soundscape, and they're looking at how do we really reduce the sound and what kind of ways in which we can do that through particular speech. And through this kind of initiation, I think lot more possibilities of integrating it further, not only in the private practice but also in the public practices like government organizations. So there is a bit of activism involved in it. I think urban design cannot shy away from activism. You need to create awareness, I think, and I think to city like Mumbai, it's very much possible. But I think something which I think a lot of cities can learn from. Like for example, from tomorrow onwards, the equal street starts all over Mumbai. It means there are no traffic on that road. So at various places, and these are all controlled. So these are all initiation by local citizens. So I think there is a way in which this urban design can really help in improving quality of life. And this is the way you can push the research ideas into the reality.
Thank you. And Anand sir, your views?
Yeah, that's all. I think, as I said previously, also how this can be included in practice and in our everyday urban life, in terms of how big dreams are executed, how designs are done, and finally implemented. There is a huge scope that urban forms can be seen from this perspective as well, which, as we know, has been lacking. So there is of course, science behind it. There is certain decision-making process as how do you decide the form, whether it's facing front toward the street, the U shape and C shape, the way we talked about it. There can be definitely a possibility as we include these lenses as well to look at genesis of our own form, and where retrofitting can be done. In fact, one of the thesis, I think Fabia's or Shritu's thesis talked about retrofitting as one of the measure in the structure plan. So there is a possibility that how we can reclaim those spaces with these lens as well. So I see that as Manoj said, in large scale cities, perhaps in areas where people are aware and part of participatory process, which is if it is happening already, then this helps a lot.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm just throwing it open to the audience as well as participants. If there is some ideas you want to discuss around the idea of sensory urbanism, we'd be and ask probably questions to our panelists, we'd be very happy to take it on. You can ask questions to the students who presented too. So it's open right now.
So Seema, this is, may I make a couple comments?
So, yes, please.
Yeah, so the question about technology that had emerged earlier in the discussion, I just wanted a little kind of point. I just wanted to make a point on that, which is that technology basically is a tool. And as long as that remains a tool towards, gathering information, data, and doesn't become the core of providing kind of recommendations, then I think we are all right. And I don't see any kind of personally don't see any danger in utilizing technology, because it definitely will augment the process in a lot of ways. And of course, this is not to discount the fact that oral narratives and experiential on-site kind of conditions are equally important. And I think I'm speaking on behalf of Shritu, because when she was doing her thesis, there were constraints due to COVID that had hit the city, and she had to highly rely on technology and like remote means to gather data, and it helped tremendously. Although one does see limitations in that process. So I think that is my kind of response on the technology question. And about converting the whole idea of taking this topic of sensory urbanism and looking at it from a practice perspective, it is very significant to note that you can't convert a lot of these intangibles into, say, a design regulatory policies or mechanisms that will kind of give you results at a regulatory, through a regulatory frame. Some of them are so intangible that they have to kind of take on this role of becoming guidelines, which are something that is community driven. And so participation becomes very significant in these kinds of processes, where you have the community to take the ownership of implementing some of these guidelines, so-called guidelines that come out of this process, because they are subjective and there is a desirable vision. So to kind of achieve that, we do need a participatory approach that will, work towards those visions. And regulations can only do so much. So it's like, drawing a fine line between regulation and aspiration or vision, and trying to kind of figure out how one could work it out. So that's my take. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanna. Any other inputs or takes that we can take on here? Okay, are there any questions we can take? Because the chat box just has, does not at this moment have any questions, but there's a little note by architect Rajat Ray, I think, on looking at eye tracking devices, and he's given us a link to that, probably looking at the other side of technology and how they monitor our cities. But yes, please. Yes, Professor Nishant.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to add, I think, in particularly to the case of guiding Shiza, and this is a question for the faculty team who are out there today, is are we ready to move beyond drawings? Don't get me wrong. I am also an old time drawing, I rely on drawings. And however I feel when we understand it, but when we go out in the stakeholder realm, models are much easier, well understood. And if models are not there, our drawings are just as thick and heavy as legal documents. It's not very easy to explain to stakeholders. Maybe that tells a lot. So when I saw Shiza's augmented reality process, which she didn't, there are lots more slides to it. I thought that's a wonderful way to engage with stakeholders. And that again brings us back to academic. How do we do that? How do we train our students to do something like this? We have not been in studios. We are on virtual medium. Are we going to wear a VR, lens and see it in our classes? Are we going to see that, or are we going to ask drawings? So that's something we should also start questioning. Actually, that brings to value to what our students bring forward in these inquiries, and because all these issues are very important. I think soundscapes is very important. Somebody said bird sound, that's very important, but how do we take it forward? So it'll give them leverage to understand how these topics can be moved laterally towards a practice mode and also an academic mode. We also have to give them the leverage. So I think that's just something for us to think about, that what are we ready to, are we ready to let them do all this, or how do we broaden the curriculum to engage these technologies? Because currently it's quite disparate. Technologies is totally separate, and we talk about it, we bring it, we bring it in the theoretical framework, but really we are engaging in the academic of teaching urban designers to engage with the people of this dense cities, which is many. So I guess we should just be wary of that, of how we follow up this through, because these are, I think, for us to look at the topics is a sample of what all is coming and what all do we have to prepare for that. So thanks again. So
thank you, Professor. I think we're nearly done with time. Correct, Shrikant?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So can I request our panelists, Professor Valvekar and Professor Parmar, for their closing comments, and then I'll close it. I'm sure there's a lot to discuss, Parmar sir, but then I'm out of time.
I know, Anand wants to.
No, as Nishan just put it quite nicely, and like I said, there has been this question of how do we map intangibles and how do we create a scope that intangibles become integral part of our inquiry as well, if at all we are talking about humanizing our cities. So in that sense, yes, there is a lot to be done, and people are aware, and students themselves are now also bringing with themselves new kind of technologies. They come with applications. It was good to see students talking about analysis of variance tests, ANOVA tests, which are done through SPSS and other forms to arrive at certain points, which is good. So definitely we'll need these tools which are added, not only statistical but also as we say experiential and including virtual reality and these kinds of things. So we have to get prepared, and slowly I think urban design academics will take direction towards it. And like we said, these three theses are something which tells us that there's a huge possibility of looking at urban form from a very different lens, and how that lens can be integrated into how we create or lay guidelines for our cities. So congratulations again to all the three presenters as well as their mentors.
Point that when we talk about any kind of method, there are two things that we need to really look into. What is data, what is information, and what is knowledge. I think no matter how you really carry out your research, whether you use a technological aid or a physical survey or perceptual survey, it's still a data. And I think what is information and what you produce is a knowledge. So I think information is something that what does this inform? I think that's where the human intervention is important, because that's where you're going to interpret. So whatever we do finally it is not just being interpreted by any kind of technological device. So I think data, information, and knowledge are something very important. What knowledge you bring it on table at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Parmar and Professor Valvekar today. I'm going to close this session on sensory urbanism, phenomenology, and the city by talking about how cities will always, enhance our memory and our imagination. And I think we designed for both. So thank you very much. Over to you, Srikanth. So we close the session today. Thank you to all the participants.
Thank you.
Hello, sorry, there was some disturbance. Hello.
Hi, Srikanth. We close the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you, panelists and the moderator. Thank you. So we can go ahead and start the next session. The theme of the session is urban resilience. So we'll follow the same format. The students will be presenting their topics after the introduction from the guide. And at the end of the presentation, we will be having the panel discussion. So I invite now Architect Shilpa M. Prabhu, Assistant Professor at the School of Planning and Architecture, to introduce the topic Cultural Resilience of the Heritage Core of Madurai, Tamil Nadu, by the student Kusumanjali. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. Myself, Architect Shilpa, working in School of Planning and Architecture, Mysore. Moving on to a topic, today we will be sharing with you all the few facts and figures, some history and developmental suggestions in cultural heritage. So to begin with, cultural heritage and its transformation is resilient and sustainable and have become more integral part of development along with the existing challenges and the issues. The specific study or study precinct what we have been chosen is heritage core of Madurai, which is one of the beautiful city in Tamil Nadu. Keeping these points in mind, let's get more details about the resilience nature of the Madurai city. I would now request Kusumanjali to take over and walk us through with some more information about the Madurai city.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be presenting my thesis. So next slide. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Kusumanjali. Start.
Next
You will
slide.
have 20 to 25 minutes.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Next slide, sir. Okay, so my topic, cultural resilience. So here I'm trying to understand the past behavior or the character so that we can prevent the adverse effects of urbanization that is currently happening across almost all the cities in India. So I particularly have taken the city of Madurai, so which is the cultural capital. So which is the cultural capital of Tamil Nadu. And my study focuses on understanding the character of the heritage precinct, its transformation due to urbanization, and also to develop a strong cultural connectivity. So next slide. So here, apart from the religious and the cultural background, the city is also known for its educational and industrial hub. So which makes it an important center for trade because of its strong connectivity. So the selected precinct, which is the heritage core, is around 2.45 square kilometer of area, and it houses a population of about 8.5% of the total city's population. So so next slide. And here a brief about the various transformations that has happened under the different rules under the various empires. So here the significant contribution was made by the Pandyan dynasty during which the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple was built, and by the Nayaks who have contributed to the various landmarks within the city like the Raya Gopuram or the Pudu Mandapam or the Tirumala Nayak's palace. So next slide. This particular slide, it talks about the morphology, the transformation of the precinct, where we can see, where we can observe that the major development has, it began from the 16th century onwards. So next slide. So a lot of cultural processions are observed throughout the year within the temple complex. So, and apart from the processions that happens within the temple complex, there are two main processions that goes beyond the temple complex. So one is the Chitrai festival that starts from the temple and it ends at the Vaigai river, and the other one is the float festival that starts from the temple and it ends towards the Teppakulam, so which is the temple tank. So next slide. Yeah, so here I've tried to understand the transformation of the urban spaces through secondary data. So one is I've considered my heritage precinct to be one of the major urban space, and then the transformation of the river and the temple tank, which is the Teppakulam. So the river specifically here, it becomes dry all during the summers. So that's when the Chitrai festival happens. So you see the dried up riverbed, it acts as a public space during the festival. So to start off with the urban design layer, so I've limited my study to the historic precinct. So starting off with the building heights, which I feel it's very important because the entire precinct's building height is regulated by the considering the height of the Gopuram. So whereas in the present day context, you see that there are a lot of buildings that is violating the norms. So there are more number of buildings which is above G+3 floors, and because of which the view towards the temple, the visual connect to the temple is lost. And this happens even within the 100 meters radius itself. There are a lot of huge hoardings that does not only block the view, but it's also occupying a larger area of the facade. So because of which the character of the building is lost. So these are mainly seen by the violation of the building bylaws by the newer constructions that is happening, which is leading to the lack of traditional facade typology. So next slide. And then, so the building use also has an impact on the building heights in the precinct. So the commercial buildings are leading to the new construction, and due to which the demolition of the older buildings. And as you see, the traditional building typology is lost. So increase in the commercial activities in the heritage precincts have also not only leading to congestion, but it's also causing a lot of visual pollution because of the hoardings. And there's a lot of misuse that is happening within the heritage buildings. So you see a lot of heritage buildings have are now housing a lot of commercial shops. So you see that they tend to damage the heritage buildings. And also if you, so next slide. So, and here I also try to understand the street hawkers that are present within the precinct. So there are a lot of petty shops in the main streets of the precinct, and because of this is mainly because there is no defined space for the vendors, and the street vendors they form a very important part of the commercial activities in the precinct. So you, because of which they are tending to encroach the pedestrian pathways. So first of all, there are not much of a pedestrian pathways all around the precinct. So in the areas where there are footpaths, so these hawkers have encroached the pedestrian pathways. So next slide. Yeah, and a figure ground map which gives us a brief study of which helps us understand the pattern of the city, where most of the coarse grains that is observed in the precinct is all the commercial activities that is happening, and all the fine grains is all the residential activities that is happening. And apart from that, the only open space that you see in this particular core is only the temple and its the buffer around the temple. So apart from that, there are no open spaces at all. And talking about the climate, so since it's a hot and humid climate, so it causes a lot of discomforts for the visitors, especially for the pedestrians, as you are aware that because of the dense fabric, there is the parking is quite away from the precinct, so which causes a lot of discomfort for the users. And I've also tried to understand the street activities and the vendor activities that was before and currently what is happening now. So next slide. So a small understanding of the violation that's happening in the precinct. So here I've tried to place a cloud at 9 meters, so which is the maximum height a building should have in the precinct. Whereas you see that there are almost around 77% of the buildings are above 9 meters. So this was a small analysis. So next slide. So for the guidelines, I've tried to segregate my entire precinct into 3 different zones. So each zone will have a building guidelines such, and also within the first 100 meters to 300 meters, I'm restricting the vehicular movement and also proposing a no hoardings or no billboard zone around the temple precinct. So, and also in the from the inferences, you see that there are a lot of these heritage structures that have been misused by the vendors. And so next slide. So talking about the proposal, so some of the strategies that I've tried to use is to have a cultural linkage with the 3 important nodes, which is the temple to the river and the temple tank. So towards the riverfront, a proposal for the riverfront development, so which can accommodate all the street vendors, jogging or walking track, and a few deck spaces. So those deck spaces can also be utilized during the Chitrai festivals for the public gatherings. And so here across the river, there are a few bridges. So two of those bridges are being used by the vehicular movement, whereas the one particular bridge is being abandoned. So I've also given a proposal to convert those unused bridge, so which can also provide some kind of a public space for the people of the city. And the next thing is I'm also proposing a NMT network from the temple to the temple tank. So the street that is connecting the two spaces to have a dedicated NMT or a battery operated vehicles, a route for them with a in between parklet spaces that can be used for the cyclists and so on. And so next slide. So since the tank area is one of our prominent public spaces, so that's mainly because of the microclimate that is created due to the water body. So you see that there are more number of visitors visiting the temple tank. So around the periphery of the temple tank, so I've tried to provide a certain space for the street vendors, and along with a few green pockets which can house certain small activities, and these mobile public toilets can also be placed in the furniture zone, because in the whole of the precinct the number of public toilets is actually very less. It's hardly 1 or 2 in number. So next slide. And then the last proposal was to connect the temple to the river. So this is one of the key routes. So I've tried to segregate or divide this route into 4 different zones. So starting from the temple, it will be a public space where you have a lot of vendors coming in, and also since it's near to the park, you have a provision for the food stalls. So in case if it is also used by the tourist people as well. And then the next zone, it mainly talks about the tactical urbanism, because having a proposal is quite difficult in this particular stretch. So tactical urbanism would help. So this region will talk about more about interaction with the locals. So the tourists and the localites could have an interaction. And then the third zone is a commercial zone, which exhibits the famous products in the in Madurai. And then the last zone will talk about the market spaces, and also a few streetscape design proposals incorporating the NMT network and the parking facilities and the street vendors. So that's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kusmanjali. I invite now architect Mriganika Saxena from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, to introduce the topic, Finding Our Roots, Urban Design for Coexistence of Natural and Human Worlds, by the student Rudra Sharma.
Thank you. Thank you. Rudra's thesis project really emerged from a deep interest and curiosity in how the human world should interface with the natural world, so that the relationship between the two becomes more symbiotic, where both systems benefit from each other rather than being a parasitic one, which is how things stand today. His larger canvas is the Aravallis, one of the oldest and the most degraded mountain ranges in India. And he uses Jaipur as a test bed to firstly establish how the relationship between the city and Aravallis has been on a sustained decline, and then to recommend a framework for how this relationship may be restored. From my perspective, I think this exploration was pertinent for 2 reasons. And I say this because this is a forum where there are multiple students and young urban designers present. Firstly, that the Aravallis and Jaipur can be seen as a case in point. All our urban agglomerations across scales are gradually and in a sustained manner encroaching upon ecologically rich ecosystems. These could be, through urban sprawl along peripheries of cities, or this could be through inner city development, building over lakes, etc. So I think the understanding or the recognition that a framework is required for how our cities end and meet natural ecosystems is important. That's why it was pertinent. The second point, I think, is really from Rudra's perspective or from a student's perspective, is that through the process, I think they emerged an understanding that urban issues cannot be solved through single urban design projects. And that's what this project does. It tries to put forward a framework that enables urban transformation as a process. Using tools and mechanisms strategically, the project goes on to make recommendations across time and across scales. And of course, I mean, a lot more could have been done, sorry, Rudra, but it's that framework, I think, which is pertinent today and in the way urban design is practiced and in the way thesis projects are done. So I'll stop here and I hand over the platform to Rudra. All the best.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the introduction. Forever grateful for your guidance. So I'll start my presentation. So finding our roots. So the idea was to reconnect with our roots, which historically, from the beginning
Rudra,
hello?
sorry to interrupt. You have
yes?
exactly 15 minutes.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So, no, previous slide. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, I'll start with the larger understanding of the Aravalli Hills as the ecosystem. They define the various climatic zones of Rajasthan. And as you can see through this geomorphology map, that Aravalli Hills separates the country into two parts, where the western side is the desert and it stops the desertification of the land towards the east. And because of that, we get the monsoon across the Aravallis due to the orographic rainfall. And because of these hills, various cities like Delhi, Jaipur, Udaipur, Jodhpur, all these cities have come across into the foothills of these Aravalli Hills. So over time, we can see the impact of the vast urbanization and mining and other forms of degradation that has happened for the last few decades. There is a significant impact of climate change in Rajasthan, and it is visible through a lot of data that we have in the form of rainfall and forest cover. I would now like to talk about how built form is a manifestation of the culture. It is the understanding of the ecological systems by which people creates a well-rooted culture, which in turn shapes our built environment in the urban systems. So because of these natural systems, there are now in our cities, we have conflicts and coexistences between humans versus nature. And there is a strong need to develop a harmonic relationship that respects their territories and provides quality habitat for them to live. Next slide, sir. So the aim of this thesis was to create a sustainable development model for the neighborhoods on the foothills of the Aravallis that seamlessly integrates people with the forest after critically understanding the nature of both. So I have two key areas of research. One is the human world and the natural world. And I talk extensively about the fringe, where the both worlds meet. Next, please. So there is city and there is forest, and in between there is the fringe. Next. So the imperceptible stakeholders. Citizens have a claim and stake in the urban spaces. Good urban planning and design caters to their needs and aspires to deliver the stakeholders with a respectable quality of life. While the human stake has been established, our development models have constantly ignored the ever-present non-humans within our cities. Even though these stakeholders are an integral part of our everyday lives, they have remained imperceptible to our planning, development, and policy-making processes. Next. So these stakeholders are a source of livelihood for us. They bring joy to many of us, and they have a companionship with us. Next. But because of these conflicts, we are now skeptical about our territories. We want to protect, but also we are constantly encroaching upon their territories by urbanization. The key idea is to find a way to coexist together. Next. The human world is eliminating the essential natural environment through various urban developments. How can we provide right to the space to these imperceptible stakeholders as well? Next. So I did some case studies, including the Bishnoi community of Marwar, where it is the values of the communities that define their culture and environment. Therefore, it is crucial to inform people by all means about the importance of the ecological systems. This next case study was about the urban water management systems of Singapore, which was more of a systemic understanding of how these larger systems work together, and they are critical to the city and its survival. And the last one was about a case of adaptive reuse of industrial buildings. So industrial buildings are an important part of our cities, and they are where they are the areas which provide great opportunity to house social infrastructure and various public functions. So it becomes critical to have strategies in place to guide the transformation of our industries which are present within the cities to create equitable cities and public spaces. Next. Next slide, sir. So coming to the city of Jaipur, I would like to say that we call it the smartest city of its time when it was planned, the city of Jaipur. And it is still being extensively researched and studied about how it was a great example of urban planning and design at that time. But over time, we have seen that the city, while it has grown many folds, the smart city has become dumb over time. And now in this era, we have again started this whole debate about smart cities. But what we have done is basically through urbanization and various practices of encroaching upon the wetlands and all these things, we have removed the key sources of water, and now Jaipur gets water from 160 kilometers away from the Bisalpur Dam. And if there are many concerns with various reports that any time in the next 5 to 10 years we might face great scarcity of water. So this is another major critical point. Next, sir. Next point is the urban sprawl. The city over the last 3 decades has really got extended beyond its boundaries, and the core is decentralizing and the city is sprawling. And the problem with urban sprawl is that it is taking over the agricultural lands, the forest lands, and unless the environmental costs are accounted and addressed in the land use practices, eventually our land will be unable to support any of these activities. And we can see these impacts through the change in the forest cover, how because of lack of water, the forest areas are getting dried up. And the sprawl in the foothills has significantly impacted the natural terrain. Next. So coming to the site, this is near the Vishwakarma industrial area of Jaipur. It is the worst affected region of the Aravali's in Jaipur. River Dravyavati of Jaipur originates from these lands. The industrial area is a major cause of all forms of pollution and sits along the ecologically sensitive zone. There is a presence of tribal people who are constantly dependent and have a relationship with the forest on the foothills, and their livelihood depends on it. So the depleting forests are making things worse for their survival by traditional means. And this fringe has become the backyard to the city where the poor and the marginalized live. Next slide, sir. So VKI area has the potential to transform into a strong and dense core to deal with the development pressures while retaining its job providing nature for all, which is critical because it's not just about transforming an industrial area into something that the city needs, but it is more important for it to evolve into something that the city can accept over time. Next. So the main issues that are in this site, they come when I map this thing where the fringe is divided and has a very weak urban character. There are hotspots of development along the Mir Sikar Road and the Delhi Jaipur highway. But as we move inside the fringe areas, we can see that it has become a dump yard. It structurally becomes the backyard of the urban area, creating a dead edge. While we see the presence of all sorts of activities, whether it's public offices, religious, recreational, residential, and industrial. Next. So this is the mapping of the natural character of the river Dravavati along its riverbed. So as you can see from top to bottom, the river originates from the foothills of Aravallis, and you can see the presence of these forested areas. As we move towards the industrial area, we see the dumping and the impact that it had on the forest cover. And the next image shows how the effluent discharge of the industries has created this man-made lake, which is filled up with toxic industrial effluents. And it is this polluted water is going directly into the cracks of the Aravalli Hills, which is also polluting the groundwater to an extent. So the development model which the city came up for the last 1 decade was about concretizing the whole riverbed. And it is a mistake that the case study that I did about Singapore, they did this concretizing in 1980s and then they removed it 20 years later. And now in 2015, our city did this thing again. So so coming to the land ownership and existing use, many large underdevelopment land parcels in this area are government owned. The forest corridors can be structured around these open spaces while providing necessary development for the city. Next. So in the last 2 decades, 60% of this natural terrain has been eroded by human activities. Even though a boundary was demarcated between the forest land and the urban land, the exploitation through groundwater extraction, dumping industrial waste, cutting down trees, and stealing the soil from the foothills has eroded this terrain. Next. So talking about the forest. So forest is the provider for home, livelihood, culture, and recreation for humans as well as non-humans. The local and indigenous communities have been living with and protecting the forest for centuries with a vast repository of lived and traditional knowledge about the forest ecosystem. The idea is to involve the communities in designing and managing and educating the public. It is essential to ensure their rights over the resources under the Forest Right Act. And it is critical to develop a strong edge character along the fringe that respects and strengthens the interdependencies of all the living beings with the forest and vice versa. Next. So the existing structure plan, as I already talked about, the fringe has a divided and weak urban character, and it is evident through this map that the major focus is towards the hotspots and the highways that are surrounding the city from where the city moves. But as we move deeper and go towards the fringe, we only see these nodes where the streets end, and there is no linkage in between these places. And therefore, because it is the backyard, it is the way it is. It has become a dump yard, and all these kind of things have happened. So at the larger level, urban sprawl and ecological resources are the issue. At the macro level, ecological systems are affected by these development corridors. And at the micro level, encroachment over the fringe becomes the issue. Next. So following are the strategies that I came up with. Number one was creating interdependencies between the forest and the cities. So therefore, the forest corridors come from the forest into the city, and the city also moves towards the fringe, and the green zone between the city and the river acts as the seam which integrates these two. So along the seam, public functions, public institutions are located, which also strengthens the urban mobility, linking the urban areas on the fringe. And green and white industries are to replace the polluting ones, which are the red categories, according to the system in place. So the intent is to, previous slide, sir, sorry. Intent is to protect the forest, respect the forestage, strengthen the natural systems, reduce the carbon footprint, and strengthening the local culture towards forests by providing quality live, work, and engage spaces, and guiding the transformation of the industrial area. Next. Next. Yeah. So the evaluation framework and the vision is about socio-economic ecological regeneration of the fringe by creating strong ecological systems of interdependencies between the city and the forest that leads to an equitable urban development. Next. So according to the structure plan, as I had explained earlier, the fringe is activated by creating these various nodes, activating it through public institutions, and managing things through the ecosystem services, and from that perspective. The proposed area program includes social infrastructure, public institutions, housing, physical infrastructure, and the industrial transformation. So I'll explain it ahead next. So this is the proposed structure plan of the demonstration site from an ecological perspective.
Last 1 minute, Rudra.
Okay. From an ecological perspective, creating an interconnected loop of forest corridors housing the ecosystem services. Next. So this was the selected site for design demonstration and best represents all the issues that have come up in the research. Next. So next. Yeah. So design was divided into these 5 aspects. The forest, for the forest and the animals, there was a sanctuary which was created in the foothills. For the industries and the fringe, it was about redefining the role of the industrial areas. For nature and people, how ecosystem services can help the city. And the public realm, where the integrated institutional hub will take care of all the needs, the social needs of the citizens, especially for the marginalized one. And live, work, and engage spaces, which is about affordable rental housing for the workers who live there. Next. So this was developing the fringe character through strategic networking and opening up the fringe through this non-motorized public corridors. Next. So this, as a part of the afforestation strategy, the degraded forest land shall be used to house the homeless urban animals. The land will provide food and shelter to them. Animals will roam free in the forest and will fertilize the soil of the degraded forest and spread the seeds of native trees. The industrial area will have to have a research facility on industrial waste and its sustainable use and disposal, water management facility, which will treat the water, the polluted water, and then release it through the phytorite belts, natural phytorite belts, which will release it into the river Davavati. Next. So the Waste Research Center manages and educates about sustainable disposal. Liquid waste gets treated and discharged into the lake that further regenerates the forest. The cultural industries are a new way to look at the special local industries and their modern manifestation. So the key idea with the afforestation was to regenerate the natural ecological cycle by bringing animals back home. Within 5 to 7 years, the forests will start growing back naturally. And in 20 years, the system will become self-sufficient. The forest will be a carbon sink to the city and will attract more rainfall. The groundwater table will rise and water scarcity will be managed efficiently. Next. So this was about the ecosystem services, how the green areas will benefit this whole system of the treatment of the waste that the city disposes. Next. Next. So the integrated institutional hub is a city level spine which is created with agglomeration of economic, cultural, educational, and agricultural activities. This space brings in people of all age, culture, class, caste, and gender together and seamlessly merges into the forest. Next. So this Maidan in the city is an ephemeral space for the city, but right now is a destination. By creating this robust precinct around it, the area transforms into an active hub that becomes an everyday space for the city. Next. The forest corridor integrates the institutes with residential areas, strengthens the local communities, and creates a public fringe that sustains the local economies. Next. Addressing the dire need for workers' housing, these clusters provide a diverse range of open spaces with small private units of 30 square meter each. The ground floor will have shops and commercial areas for social activities as well. Housing the social infrastructure. The courtyard typology has shared commons, thus making it affordable for the workers. Next. So for the concluding remarks, informing people about their ecosystem and making the forest life visible within the public realm. It will support and generate contemporary cultural roots. By creating these support systems to the larger urban ecological systems, long-term goals of regenerating the foothills and making sure that it thrives is achievable by the people of Aravali. So we have this human and non-human world where there is society and form and space, the built environment and the intangible aspect. So these systems, the social systems, ecological systems, and the physical systems, they bind the society together. And it is these systems that maintain the harmony in between them. So thank you.
Thank you, Rudra. Now I request one of the student coordinators from the organizing team to introduce the panelists for the session. Nitin, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rajat 3 did B.Arch in BE College, Shibpur, 1982, Masters of Urban Design from SPA Delhi, PG Diploma Conservation from Florence, and MA in Conservation from New York, a professor at University School of Architecture and Planning, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, Delhi since 2011. Rajat has worked with architectural practices in Calcutta and Delhi, including Saha and Associates, Stain Doshi Balla, and KT Ravindran Architects. He has also worked as independent researcher, consultant, and advisor for conservation and urban design studies and projects for INTACT, ASI, DUAC, KMC, and others since 1987. He writes occasionally on architecture and other related areas. He has also taught at Sushant School of Architecture, Art and Architecture, TV School of Habitat Studies, and other institutes. We welcome you. Jasmine Saluja. Jasmine Saluja is an architect and urban designer based in Mumbai. She received her master's degree in urban design from School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, 2003. She is a part of National Council of IUDI. One minute, sir.
There was some technical glitch with the echo. Just forgive us for that once again.
Sorry, sir. There was a glitch in the. She is a part of National Council of IUDI, Institute of Urban Designers India. She is a founder partner, which is a collaborative at Plural, which is a collaborative approach to the urban research, design and planning there, bringing together multidisciplinary professionals and government bodies to lead them into projects addressing inclusive planning, equality in shared public spaces, and affordable housing. She was a speaker at ACP UN Habitat Conference at Brussels in 2018. She is a TEDx Alone speaker and on the verge of publishing a book of co-authored by her. She is a visiting faculty for the master's program in urban design at KRVIA Mumbai. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome you. Bilay E. Menon. Bilay E. Menon is an award-winning architect holding a master's degree in architecture with specialization in urban design from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. His keen interest in symbiotic relationship of nature and culture had made him work in the fields of ecology and heritage. His works as a partner with landscape architect Chitra Pili concentrates on the field of ecological restoration, biodiversity conservation, zoological parks, and urban heritage conservation projects in different parts of South India. Bilay is currently the National Vice President of the Institute of Urban Designers, India, and an adjunct professor of Department of Architecture, College of Engineering, Trivandrum, for the MArch and Urban Design Program. We welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have had a great 2 days of discussion on urban theses by students from various colleges in the country. And this is the last session where we're talking about urban resilience. So I thank you, both IUDI and SPA Mysore, for coming together for this and putting forth so many engaging sessions over these 2 days. So about urban resilience, I'll state my observations first and then invite Billy and Rajat to state their observations. And post that, we can take some questions from the audience, students, from even the students who have presented their thesis and the faculties. They could also put their questions in the chat box, and then we'll wrap up the session. To say this is not the end of the day because we have a pivotal panel discussion post this as well. So I see urban resilience as another transformative approach. We are redefining it, the transformation through a different lens. And I think as cities have developed, a lot of evidence is gathered, and as technology and data is more accessible, even to students and researchers, our approach towards designing cities is moving more towards evidence. So the two theses which we saw today in this session kind of highlighted about cultural resilience and ecological resilience, where the purpose of a transformation was very rightly identified. Not that this identification is something which can be addressed only under urban resilience, but we need to understand that what are the adversities and how resilience is being addressed. So I would like to open the session for both of you, so that how is resilience addressed in the face of adversity, and how urban design and what urban designers can play a role in this. Rajat, Billy, anybody can start the discussion.
Billy Menon.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Rajat. Yeah. We had a very interesting evening today, and there were two theses that were presented in this session. The first one was the cultural resilience of the old fabric of Madurai, where we saw that, breaking the ceiling of urban consumption is what is affecting the cultural resilience in that particular city. And the thesis was about, mitigating that and looking at it as an issue. Similarly, the second thesis very interestingly looked at the coexistence of natural and human worlds, and the conflict between these two worlds, and bridging the relationship between them was the attempt in the thesis. As we can see, the problem that we are looking at, the topic of the session today is urban resilience, and there are various aspects that affect urban resilience, such as climate change, and there is damage happening to ozone layer. There is decrease in biodiversity. There is increase in hazardous waste, and many other global problems, environmental problems that are directly related to urbanization in general. And these are problems that has actually grown over years within our industrial societies. So as we know that cities have become very notorious for, very careless treatment of all these kind of environmental goods, which are, otherwise very scarce and becoming very scarce and vulnerable. So we are expanding. The cities in India, or the cities of the developing world especially, are expanding. And there are pressing issues with urban planning that has been that, first of all, this, expanding into our natural resources, or consuming too much of natural resources. That has been one of the issues. The other issues is that it very carelessly ignores elements of human behavior, and giving rise to grave socio-psychological problems along with it. So it is happening not only at the
the resilience, the subject of resilience is not only affecting the environment, but it is also affecting the culture of our cities. So the cities have become a symbol of, I should say, the neglect of organic cultural traditions. And what is the result? The result is that there is a destruction of identity of places that has been happening. We know that cities almost consume 70% of the primary energy produced in the world, and almost 80% of the raw materials. So along with economical consumption, the society also consumes the cultural changes and the expansion that comes with it. So it is a sword with which cuts both ways. On one side, it is destructive to the environment. It doesn't look at the carrying capacity, or it doesn't look at what is appropriate. And along with that, it also takes the baggage of the change in lifestyle, the quick change in lifestyle and culture that comes along with it. So for instance, large cities in India, the settlement surface, if you look at the settlement surface per inhabitant, have been increasing in the last decades. If car-oriented approach was the problem that we have been dealing with all these last few decades, there is even greater problems with separation of urban functions. We are putting urban functions all over the place. The earlier triangle of work, leisure, and housing and all that has gone for a 6 now completely, isn't it? If you look at any of the big Indian cities like Bangalore or Delhi or Mumbai, there are urban functions thrown out into the field. They are everywhere, and that has resulted in expanding the footprints of our cities. So I just want to begin with saying that urbanization will continue on a global scale. So the decisive impulses to mitigate this issue or solve the social and environmental crisis, therefore, also should come from the city. So we as urban designers, the kind of thesis that we have been seeing in the last 2 days, many researchers that is happening in the field of urban design, should look at this as a very important issue of resilience, both from a cultural and environmental perspective. And the solution also should come from urbanization or from the city itself, or from the way that we look at the city. So with that, I'll just hand it over to Rajat for his comments.
Well, this is thesis and urban design. That's the beginning point now. And this particular panel is about resilience. The whole thing is a bit of a letdown because, just a second, hold on. You see, urban design by nature appears to be a connecting discipline, integrating things, people. Now, following from that, when you say resilience, I think right from the beginning or at the back of the mind, there is already an idea of compromise. Connecting to things that have been said earlier and come later. So if there is compromise right in the beginning, then where is the resilience? This is connected to multidisciplinarity as well. This is connected to what is urban design as well. So when Kusumanjali is talking about Madurai, and I'm just waiting to see when her ghats and staircases steps are coming. And they came. When her guidelines are coming, and they came. Now, who speaks for whom? And this is thesis. Where is that specific stance? If you're talking on behalf of somebody and talking about resilience, you cannot talk that because the culture of urban design academics also is very decent. We are nice people. At the end of the day, we want to go for a solution, compromise, everything is good. And our contribution, but we go overboard. we won't only give our contribution, we also act as others. So we give everybody's contribution. So do a structure plan. So this is not resilience enough. And it's all very peaceful, all very nice. Our country is not going to be very peaceful and nice in very near future. So I think unless the point is underlined properly, and before that it is already sort of resolved into some opposition and trying to come to a pact, it doesn't work. Second one, Mriganka, I can understand why you were saying he hasn't worked enough. A lot could have been done. It's different. There is some kind of a attempt to be more creative in this composition and this what do you call the compromise, and thereby the compromised condition tries to achieve a creative value. But again, it's a resolved resilience. The resilience is not really highlighted. It is thesis, right? Not on ground. So there's not enough talked about what is at danger and what is supposed to, resist what. So once upon a time, or quite occasionally, people talk about urban design, it could be a practice of resistance. More so, conservation could be a practice of resistance. Instead of that, it becomes a practice of compromise and contributing to consumption at the end of the day to get my good grades and people happy, my friends happy, my guides happy, and everybody happy. And that is leading to some kind of a very boring situation. That's my overall comment at the moment. Don't mind.
I think there's a dichotomy here. Urban resilience or resilience, is somewhere where we rebound to a situation. And when this terminology, came into being, or we started addressing, initially it was mostly addressed for ecological reasons like or climate change or something as robust as a pandemic. But here we see in both the theses that the adversity here are the urban regulations. And, I think there is no compromise which the people make. They just overrule it by themselves, because that was pretty evident in the first thesis where there was a height restriction, and we see that all the built is above that height restriction, the bubble which was visually shown. So people just violated the regulation. So if that is the adversity, and cities needs to be resilient for that, and urban designers or urban planners need to address. So again, we are approaching or providing solution towards the realm in which we are caught or expected to function within. So I think in the pragmatic, in the realistic world, we are caught in it. But in the academic world, where we can venture out more and come out with a perspective where we look beyond these regulations. We had a very engaging session, the first session of the day today, where the differences between what is a guideline, a regulation, project, and tools were discussed. So as an outcome of a thesis, if we kind of culminate into guidelines, then guidelines are like directives. And it should not also end into projects, because we are expecting frameworks and we are expecting dynamic changes to happen through that framework on similar perspectives in various cities. So what are these new tools that as urban designers which we can craft or pull out so that we are we can address urban resilience better? Yes, Rajat, go ahead.
In that session, Rajinder and me, what's his name, it was decided that guidelines don't work, for your information. One of the speakers said, well, what guidelines? Nobody believes in the guidelines. You got to do it. So that's about guidelines. And guidelines in whose favor? What is being guided, right? And why should, always a tool of academic thesis, as you yourself said, and you made a difference between academic thesis and not the other thing of practice. For this guideline idea already is a given compromise solution. See, our problem is whatever urban designers talk about, It's very easy, difficult to say because there are few things urban designers not talk about. And all those areas have their own people, experts with their own core competence. We have to talk about everything. So that's also a connected issue. Now, if we are talking about guidelines, what are we guiding? Where does the guideline question arise in the first place? What are the conflicts in guiding? The guideline of 100 meters and 50 meters around monuments, the National Monument Authority is sitting tight in their office. They're not going to do anything about it. Or if they've done anything about it, we cannot speak about it here. It's no question of harping about guidelines in thesis anymore, unless you say, well, my thesis is on making guidelines. That kind of a thing. In the same session, that's a different session. They were talking about another dimension of urban design, where they are talking about executing projects, what Rajendra Singh does, and talking in that sort of an ambit. So the diversity, it's a big choice situation. Which is the correct urban design? It cannot be taken so easily. So if you are guided, if you are, choosing that way of doing urban design, it's a reality, move into it. Now that cannot be the general rule. Now, I didn't want to talk about now, but I'm telling you, I studied 30 years back. So we did study, we did analysis, we did synthesis. We identified issues, problems, and potentials. Nowadays, we sort. We didn't do sort. Then, after that, we sort of got it a structure plan. And the structure plan followed by certain intentions which are done by guidelines. And if we had time, we did demonstration of the guidelined products. And if we didn't have time, we said, no, the guideline is my end of thesis because I'm an urban designer. So this is my thesis. And then architects will come and build within it. And that is still continuing. Almost each and every thesis here who talked about resilience and SOAP and various interesting topics, very intellectually proposed, all of them are doing the same thing even today. I'm sorry, what's going on? I'm not an urban designer. See, I didn't get a chance to practice urban design. I got a degree and I did some conservation work and I taught 2 semesters in urban design as the junior faculty. Now I did architecture. So that's how I have called me. I don't know. Okay, Bilal, sorry.
No, I think, my view is that why, this guidelines and controls and rules and regulations, none of these are working in today's Indian context because government itself is the biggest violator in our country. You look at any major project that is happening, any major infrastructure project by the government, they are violating all rules. You look at projects like in Kochi, there is this water metro project that is happening. Every water metro jetty, which is actually on the backwaters, which are under the CRZ ambit. Of course, the water transportation jetty it is exempted. But if you look at those buildings that are coming up, these are huge buildings with the shopping, facilities on the top and with the restaurants that are located. These are big buildings are being built in the name of transportation infrastructure, violating all rules of CRZ, and this is being done by the government. If you look at Delhi, there are people like Rajat and a whole lot of people in Delhi, including me. I was also working in Delhi with the KT at that time. A lot of us have seen people fighting, tooth and nail to protect heritage in Delhi, including that of the Latins Delhi. And now you see what is happening in the central vista of Latins Delhi. The government itself is violating, and they are disrupting the whole pattern of whatever that guidelines and controls are all about as far as urban conservation is concerned. It's completely, thrown out of the place. So if the government itself is such a big violator, why would the people then follow, all these guidelines and controls? Everyone is looking at violating them because the government is setting the bad example.
Even do a thesis on violation of guidelines.
Yeah, and we don't have to do we don't have to do a huge one because you take any big government projects, all rules are violated. The problem for us is that why this is happening is because we have to think what we are producing and what we are consuming. Our cities, our government projects are consuming far more than what we deserve or what we make or what we have. We are crossing all barriers of carrying capacity, whether it is environment or economy, and we are pumping in money and resources that are borrowed from elsewhere. You get funds from Japan, you get funds from here, funds from there, make a large project, everyone gets a cut. What is the end result? You violate all the rules, you build a monster that becomes an economic liability tomorrow. What is happening in Sri Lanka now? Urbanization has gone into a scale where the government itself is actually failing to protect its people, protect its environment, and finally, landing in huge economic crisis. And India is not too far away from it, because if you look at the consumption pattern, if you look at the goods that is being spent, all of it is borrowed money. They are borrowed resources that is being spent on large infrastructure projects. Sorry to be a little negative.
Okay. So I think the purpose of I think any project or thesis inquiry is towards benefit of different stakeholders, largest being the people itself, and then ecology. Then there are tangible aspects like culture, religion, and social aspects as well. So we all understand these disparities which happen in the world, and it's not restricted to Indian cities only per se. So the question now moves into, if we have to bring about a change, then where is the point that needs to be triggered? Is it by involving ourselves into the decision-making process, which would, kind of take our students who are at the threshold, who have just presented their thesis and they're entering into the real world, if they want to bring about this change in a positive way so that we do not compromise, and there is a certain activism involved in all of this. We did have the discussion in the last panel itself, where we said that if you want to bring about a change in the public realm, as urban designers, most large part of our practice is to engage with people, with government, and with other agencies which are not a single client, and we need to come together and to bring this change. So to the students, I think they should also look at into entering this machinery of decision making to bring a change, and not only at the outset of it and then address these larger issues. Because no matter how large a thesis topic we pick and how viable a solution we generate, how can it bring effect on ground is also, I think, in the gambit of urban design discussions to kind of deliberate on. So with this, I also open the panel for comments or questions from the audience. If we have any, I think this is a very interactive session where you can just unmute yourself and ask a question to the panel.
The guideline is removed, now open up. See, they're used to guidelines. We are all used to guidelines. When the class will be over, then somebody will go, "Ah, sir, ye baat karna tha." I'm very crass.
Yeah, to the point that Jasmine was making, I think urban designers have already been playing some important role in in looking at this issue, and we should engage right at the stage of project formulation itself. That is when the big mistakes are done, and if we can mold it from that point, if we can get into the frame at the stage of when the project is being conceived, a lot of mistakes can be undone, or a lot of mistakes can be avoided, especially with respect to resilience. And yeah, Sujata is, I think, raising her hand. Yes, Sujata, you have a question?
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I joined some of your sessions. Good to see you, Jasmine, as well.
Yeah, hi, Sujata.
I mean, I really believe that difference can be made if more people understand the value of urban design. I think it cannot be restricted just to be within schools, students. I mean, what you're doing now, IUDI with this thesis seminar is great. I think in the audience, like participants, there should be a lot more people who are actually decision makers, right? Then it makes a difference. So one of the things maybe, I don't know if IUDI can actually do is try to see how you can get more urban designers in the government machinery. So like, I mean, I'm based in Hong Kong, but right now I'm in Bangalore working on a project here on the metro rail. But one of the things when I went to Hong Kong long time ago, like in '94, urban design was not even talked about at all. The word urban design was not mentioned. Now you see that actually there is an institute there, but also there is positions within government where there are placemaking positions, there are urban design positions happening within government. So one thing to do is see how you can get these kind of positions within government so that decision makers understand when they're trying to make, because earlier, I think the previous speaker was mentioning about the validity not only of why guidelines when you're not following, and also the other person was saying how government actually violates everything, right? And this is because of, I think one is maybe ignorance, not knowing what they're actually doing, and another thing is just looking at short-term gain versus long-term value, So I think, see if this is a question to the panel, but also to IUDI in the longer term. Can you do something to have more positions within government where actually there could be more urban design so that decision-making becomes much more sensitive? And I think it'll only change if they realize that actually doing that, making good urban design decisions is also value. And it creates a lot of, even they can get money out of it. So public realm infrastructure, I know a lot of infrastructure money is being spent in India, but it's really on roads, highways, flyovers, whatever, even covering rivers maybe sometimes. But if you put public realm infrastructure as one expenditure item, and then all your public realm within the cities are actually made better, then it's good for the people. So if these two things, if IUDI can somehow do, I think it'll make a big change in India. Sorry about it. I just want the panelists to answer what they think. Can it be done or not?
If Jasmine allows me, I'll be decent this time. I'll be very decent this time. I must say.
Rajat, 1 minute. I'll come back to you.
This time I'll be decent.
Just give me a moment, yeah?
Yeah,
thanks, Sujata. I think small demonstrations have been very active in various cities in India. And although this is just the start of things, but we have been waiting to perform as urban designers for a very long time. So we do, kind of expect to engage with the government and do much larger and meaningful projects. But I think at least that the conversation, the dialogues have initiated, and I'm sure IUDI is taking and looking keenly into it. We just have 5 minutes. I'm sorry, I'm the bad person announcing this, to wrap up this session. And I see 2 hands already. And after that, Rajat, you will do the closing remark. And later I would end this session. So I have Mr. Ashok and Ms. Saxena here. So please.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, just to respond, Sujata ji, I just recently I came to know there are 2 urban designers in DTCP, Government of Andhra Pradesh. So I felt like so nice to hear them that they're working in DTCP. I think slowly the stream of urban designers coming into the government sector is in way. but it's very small in participation, and they're also being part of IUDI members now. So I think slowly we can expect our urban designers community to be more active in the government sector. So I think it's a good start, at least to know that people are there in the government sector. So that's what I just thought of responding. Thank you. And apart from that, regarding thesis, both Madurai and Jaipur, they really, presented well. I really enjoyed the Jaipur work. The graphics were nice, and the students' approach was good. As I said again, going back and commenting on thesis. So the planning authorities' approach always we have seen across Indian cities in Indian context. So we don't know why all these industries are put upstream of the river, upstream of these, well, they know that the pollution and pollutants would absolutely go through the entire urban agglomeration. So I don't know, it's very monumental mistake and it's very common sense oriented planning approach. But now we have to live with it and we have to correct it in a possible way. And yeah, I think I congratulate Mr. Rudra for a good proposal. That's it from my side. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, Ashok.
Thanks, Ashok. Rigadka, can we quickly just take your comment and then I'll have to close the session because we are getting into another panel discussion.
Sure. I just have one thing to say really, and completely agree with what Sujata is saying in terms of, getting in more urban designers into the government. But simultaneously, I feel what we need to do during our urban design teaching is to make sure that at least 2 semesters is multidisciplinary. We cannot expect a thesis, which is, dealing with aspects of resilience, where these students haven't been exposed to working with urban planners, transport planners, urban infrastructure specialists. When a university or a college has these different fields, why can't 2 semesters actually be on projects where these students work together on one project, right? So thesis is the culmination of your work, but you need to be trained towards that. At least 2 semesters, studio work should be multidisciplinary, where different students from different departments come together and work on one project. That's where we are training these students to actually work towards complex issues, which are urban, our cities are dealing with today. And that's how we work as professionals. We never work as an urban designer alone. And I think that practice needs to be cultivated in education. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. We definitely need to come out of silos and engage, together in the real world with different professions. So thank you everyone for your comments. And it was an engaging panel discussion. I know it was not supposed to end this fast, but we need to, Rajat, we can take the discussion ahead. Okay, you can call me and we can talk about it. And right now, please allow me to close this session. Please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, students. And thank you, SPA.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. So with the time schedule being very tight, I'm sorry we had to interrupt in between. So yeah, we can now start the deliberation session for the day. I would request one of our student coordinators to introduce the panelists of the deliberation session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to introduce Professor K.T. Ravindran. Professor K.T. Ravindran is an urban designer practicing from Delhi. He is a member governing council, chairman of the Architectural Heritage Advisory Committee, and convener Delhi chapter Impact. He is trustee the Madhavan Nair Foundation, Kochi. He is former trustee of the Indian Heritage Cities Network Foundation and was member of the advisory board of the United Nations Capital Master Plan India. He was also dean and senior academic advisor, RICS School of Built Environment, member of the international jury of the AP Capital Complex, and subsequently member of the expert committee for balanced regional growth of AP state, including the capital. He was formerly vice chairman of the Environmental Impact Assessment Committee, Government of India. His recent work was the preparation of resilient urban design framework for low-income state housing in Tamil Nadu for the worldwide. Welcome, you, sir. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Aruna Dasgupta. He is an architect and urban designer, currently engaged as professor and head department of urban design at the School of Planning and Architecture at Delhi, as well as the coordinator of the Center of Urban Design Innovation, as president and founder member of the Institute of Urban Designers, IUDI. Aruna Dasgupta has been actively promoting the idea of holistic urban design through government agencies, NGOs, and educational institutes across the country. He is presently an expert member of the State Heritage Advisory Committee of Himachal Pradesh, Heritage Conservation Committee of NCT Delhi, and Niti Aayog Committee on Architectural and Planning of Hill Areas and the Committee on Rural Development Act of the Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Government of India. Welcome, you, sir. Now I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pini. He is currently the principal of Kerala State Institute of Design, Kollam, and also the managing director of KTIL, Government of Kerala. Dr. Manoj has more than 2 decades of experience in design education, research, and practice. He also serves on the advisory board of the local self-government and state government organizations in community-based design initiatives and project implementation. He is the founder secretary of IIA Kollam Center, State Executive Committee member in charge of Sustainable Architecture and National Secretary of IUDI India. Dr. Manoj has initiated many public projects where design plays a vital role in engaging the society and for the social benefit. He also stated the design initiative by Government of Kerala in rebuilding Kerala during 2018 floods under Kerala program. I welcome you, sir. And lastly, I would like to introduce architect Champaka Rajgopal. Architect Champaka Rajgopal is an urban designer, planner with over 20 years of experience in having worked on cities in India and across the world. She is a researcher and practitioner in the realms of urban design, planning and governance, and the governance of urban and regional infrastructure development. She has an undergraduate degree in architecture from SEPT Ahmedabad, a master's degree in urban design from the University of California at Berkeley, and a PhD from the University of Amsterdam. She presently is faculty at Azim Premji University and Science Co at Paris. I welcome you, ma'am. Please start the session.
Am I audible?
Yes, Manoj.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me start the conversation. And my warm welcome to all the delegates here. And I'm also welcoming our seniors, Professor K.T. Ravindran, Professor Aruna Dasgupta, and Champaka, and other dignitaries on and off the line. In fact, it's too late for us to start this session. We are supposed to start it by 5:30, and it's almost 6 o'clock now. And I know that how tiring it will be after a long day of deliberations and discussions. But still, I think it's an important session too, because it's a winding up session. And I'll just be very precise, and I would like to, I request our, speakers to be precise and to the point, so that we can save time and give some time for discussion, or maybe to get a few questions from those people who are listening too. So in fact, as far as urban design is concerned, IUDI is concerned, we do have 3 most important programs that we conduct every year. One is the national conference, other one is the educational colloquium, and the third one is the IUDI thesis seminar. And this is a very successful event that was happening since last 2 days. And IUDI thesis seminar is basically, for me, as far as I'm concerned, maybe you can correct me, I always think that this is kind of a health check. for our system. Because we do have 23 schools and we do have students coming out learning urban design from different schools, and thesis basically kind of gives an impression about what the process is and how the education system in this country perform and how things are happening. So it's a kind of a direct result from the laboratory. So if I take it in that case, today, last 2 days, I was attending almost all the sessions except 1 or 2. I'm quite happy to say that lots of very very wide topics were covered and very interesting discussion happened, and the guides also were part of this process where they introduced what was happening with respect to that particular project, and it was quite interesting to see. So on that positive note, let me come back to what I would like to introduce. Something which I gained from this entire process is that urban design, both as a profession and a discipline, relies on the medium of urban form to cut into the urban system. And all the projects that were shown here, it shows how important is the micro scale morphological structure of cities and dealing with it, and the concept of inclusiveness, resilience, and how the phenomenological approach helps us in dealing with the design issues that we face in this different contexts, and the way it was demonstrated. So designing inclusive cities, we have a very strong, I believe that we need a kind of a strong ethical framework that allows us to act, whether it is in the case of land management, whether it is case of housing, or whether it is in the case of basic public services or use of public space. I think that we have to have a very kind of a strong ethical framework, and also parallelly we are also facing the challenges of the climatic change and the temperature rise and pandemic, etc., etc. So my first question to the panelists is, one, how important is to integrate the profession with supportive domains, because I know that from this discussion what is slowly emerging out is that urban design cannot stand alone. I always think that we have to integrate it with multiple professions, and looking at the other side of the profession, what I'm understanding now is that urban design, we have to coordinate with different kind of experts, whether it is economists or whether it is climatological experts, or whether it is GIS experts or landscape experts or land management experts. So we do have a plethora of different kind of a domain which we have to act together. So I think that we may have to integrate with them. So my question is, how important is to integrate the various domains into this profession? What is the way, and how effective strategies we can devise to address this particular way forward? This is my question to Professor K.T. Ravindran to start with.
Manoj, can I reserve my comments later? You could start with somebody else.
Okay. Professor ADG.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Manoj. I would have bounced this question back to Professor Ravindran, but since he had the first opportunity, he made sure that it is coming to us first. But nice that you have started with a question. I was wondering, the last 2 days has raised so many questions. I was wondering which one we will be really, attacking or connecting with. Now, how important is it to integrate the profession with other domains? I think that's a given. It is absolutely important. The closing remark that we heard in the last session from Iganka was that it is high time that urban designers, even within the educational environment, starts becoming multidisciplinary, and that it is through the multidisciplinariness that we will be able to find collective pathways for collective engagement, which can help address, even understand the complexity that we face. So I think that's a clear-cut answer that we need to become multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, whichever word that we would like to start using. What are the effective strategies for this is an important question. I understand that most of the urban design programs, as I have seen so far, has within itself various kinds of disciplinary inputs, whether they be from social sciences, whether they're from the economics and the world of finance, whether it's from land and projectization discussions, also from different dimensions of planning. I think most of our curriculum would clearly showcase different inputs from various disciplines. Now, do they measure up? Do they measure up in creating strategies for application, or strategies of working together towards problem solving or towards comprehending what is to be done? So from a theory input, is there input that is necessary at the plane of the design studio? And here we are getting into questions of pedagogy. Here we're looking at how a studio should be run, who will comprise, or what will be the components that will comprise the studio format. And within that, will there be this kind of a multidisciplinary approach? We must remember that the planning discipline has at its entry level, right, not just architects. Urban designers at the entry level so far or mostly rely on architects alone to come into the discipline of urban design formally. We have very recently started, not comparatively recently started, opening our doors to physical planners. But planners, the planning profession or the planning discipline had right from the beginning looked at geographers, sociologists, economists, civil engineers, and architects to become part of themselves. Has it resulted in a greater sensitivity towards cities? That's a question which we still don't think we would be able to vouch for completely. Which also means that does multidisciplinary inputs finally result in a common minimum denominator of homogeneity of what we would like the product to finally become, right? And if the product is supposed to be only about physicality, then a geographer planner also only discusses the dimensions of physical built-up spaces, not necessarily about ecology and environment, right? Similarly with the social planner. So I think we would have to put our minds to it. We have started doing so, at least in our school and SPA. But it's a very relevant discussion to formulate and figure out what could be the effective strategy. I don't have a clear answer, but I know that there are starting points of what we can do right away. There will also be questions of other kinds of convergences, not just disciplinary convergences, but practice academia convergences, industry, practice, government, academia convergences. I think these convergences will have to be put into discussion.
Okay. Okay, Champaka. Champaka.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Manoj, and many thanks to the IUDI for having given this opportunity to participate in these very rich discussions which have taken place over the last 2 days. I've been listening in on most of the discussions. Feels really good, and especially because I teach in the School of Public Policy and Governance at Azim Premji University, which doesn't deal with urban design. It doesn't deal with urban at all, pretty much. Actually, the school there, we don't explicitly focus on the urban, let alone urban design. So it's very important actually to see our own space of urban design from within and from the outside at all points in time. And it's quite a struggle for me actually to survive in Azim Premji University because they don't do urban in the true sense of urban that we all deal with in our disciplinary spaces. So I'll share some reflections on the question that Manoj raised from this perspective of being an insider and outsider at all points in time. Over the last couple of years, I've actually learned how important I've come to appreciate our studio pedagogy more than ever, because I think as Arunava mentioned very rightly, and Mriganka highlighted this as well in the previous session, that it is inherently an interdisciplinary field. It's not a sector. Urban is not a sector. It is an interdisciplinary space by nature. And we, as a group of practitioners right here on this platform, actually so beautifully bring together education, research, and practice so perfectly, because as Arunabh mentioned, it goes down to pedagogies as well as macro level policy decisions. So I think we must really valorize this special space that we occupy as professionals who bring together these three areas of education, practice, and research, whether it's applied research or scholarly research, and kind of really bring ourselves out into the space of multiple other disciplines as well. The other reflection, building on what many others have said, but also adding something new. I think one point that didn't come up in most of our discussions since yesterday is the importance of taking a political position. I think that's why we don't have enough presence in the larger discussion and discourse that is taking place in the space of development as such. So if you take a political position, and I don't know why many of us actually shy away from it also as professionals, not so much in the space of urban design, but much more in the space of architecture, we end up being viewed as technical experts as opposed to people who have political positions. And I think we need to really deeply embed ourselves in political spaces of engagement. It's only then that we will actually be able to raise our stature to a much larger space, to much larger spaces of debate. I'll stop there. I have other thoughts as well to share, but hopefully in the next round of questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Kapila. Professor Katie.
Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, first of all, for not throwing me to the lions in the beginning. I must say that it's been extremely heartening to see the kind of subjects which the students have dealt with. And the original intent of a seminar like this was to actually look at student projects as the reading of the pulse of where our profession is going, or where is that active today's stage of engagement with the city. And I think that's come through very, very beautifully in the last 2 days. And I'm so happy to see it. Even though I could not see all sessions, I missed 2 sessions because of some other engagements. But this question that you have thrown up first is a very important question. And I think the first and foremost thing in such a question is to integrate our mindset. Do we have an integrated mindset? Or are we specialists looking for professional opportunities? Or are we people who are public-minded and who are looking at the subject from diverse perspectives? And have we integrated our own mindset with other disciplines? I think that's the first issue. And I'm also happy to say that the last 2 days of deliberations with so many brilliant students who raised all these interesting issues and found solutions for many of them, shows that there is an integrated thinking in the urban design profession. And like Champa rightly said, the urban is an interdisciplinary space, which it is to begin with. So as people who design in that integrated space, I think we are obliged to have an inclusive thinking about other disciplines, because that's it's no one's monopoly. City is no one's monopoly. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is that it's also a question of looking at in the actual field, looking at urban design as a co-production space. It's not just about learning other people's disciplines. It's about having the openness and open-mindedness to be able to work with other disciplines in an integrated way. And that's co-production of the city. That I think is the second most critical thing. And the third one is through the experience of doing co-production work, through the experience, not through theory and not from books, through the experience of doing co-production work, pick up the strategies. The because those strategies are always not a theoretical strategy, but it's a strategy which comes out of contextual experience. So our experience of working with other people must yield a strategy of how to take the work forward in other situations. And maybe we should be sharing those kind of things more often in our discussions in the future. That's one suggestion I have. And the last thing I'd like to say is that the kind of complexity that we have found in the manner in which the students have dealt with many of these issues, that's the promise of our profession. I don't think there are too many other disciplines in India who are thinking and speaking and discoursing at the level at which we are doing. I'm not just talking about its intellectual content or its complexity or anything, but the kind of engagement that our students are showing with real issues of the city. I think that's something that we have to take forward. I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. In fact, I just wanted to add one point. Why I raised this question was basically when I was going through the thesis, which was presented since last 2 days. And also when I go and see the work that is happening in different schools as a juror, I don't know, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but what I felt was, many a times what happens to our students of urban design is that, we do a lot of study, but the problem is that when you take certain areas where you have to have, serious data to be considered, serious data to be, processed and, which has to be used in for the design purpose, there we fail. Many a times we fail. I have seen that happening in many a times. So basically what I understand is, here architect Sujata has written that we have to have courses in transportation planning, economics, landscape and ecology. Yeah, true. We do have all these things in place. It's not that we don't have. We do have very good lectures coming up in the classrooms. We integrate these things, we discuss. But the problem is that when we confront a particular issue as we are doing as a professional, the problem is that many a times we fail because we don't have that expertise. How to bring in that expertise is a serious thing that we have to consider. Let it be there. I don't know. It's we can have a kind of a very easy solution, but I think that this has to be kept in because many professionals and many academicians are listening to this discussion. I sincerely wish that this particular point should be considered and it has to be kept in mind. Maybe we can have this discussion later. Now coming back to the second part today. As you know that we had this discussion on inclusiveness and also on gender and all. I always feel that productivity has dehumanized urbanscapes. Urban designers are basically, I believe that they are mediators between the civil society and the decision makers, as Champaka was just mentioning and as architect Sujata was mentioning just before this particular discussion. But I always feel that our cities are male-centric, and gender is it having a say in the design decision? I really doubt. If you look at it, like we don't have a lot of female urban designers. I haven't seen many female urban designers working on field. There are. I'm not saying that there are not. But how many women urban designers or planners do we have in the system who are in the implementation mechanism? And how female-friendly is our cities? Do you think that a women-centric design can improve the solution that we face? I feel so. I don't know. It's a question that is being raised, and don't you think that it is important? This particular thought emerged out of the thesis which was discussed, by a student from SPA from Ahmedabad. The question is open to all the panelists. Anybody can answer.
Could I go ahead, Manoj?
Yes, sure.
Thank you for this question. It's an important one. And, the question of gender, of course, is a much larger one. It's not only restricted to the context of women. It's all marginalized members of the society. So if I could frame this slightly from a macro perspective, that, the space of decision making today has become so complexified, as you rightly mentioned as well, when you laid out the premise of this panel discussion that there are multiple transitions underway: urban, rural, climate action and climate change, and a whole range of other kinds of economic restructuring efforts that have actually got construed quite narrowly into financial terms. So there are a whole range of communities and institutions that are actually marginalized in the process. And so I think the important framing here would be to try and understand institutions and what are the different kinds of institutions. And by institutions here, I mean not organizations alone, but the nature of organizations, the origins of organizations, and how organizations relate to regulations and a whole range of laws, policies, and that entire context, and how marginalization is produced in that interaction. I think that becomes really important. So when I say institutions, I mean two types of processes of transitions that are underway to build on what you shared initially. One is that decisions are no longer taken. Decisions are now taken more from from the perspective of scale and institutional variety. If you look at both these aspects, then institutional variety here and there's a huge body of work on this, where scholars and practitioners are debating how decision making today is no longer taken just by the state. Of course, we all know that it's the era of globalization. There are uncommon partnerships, public-private partnerships, for example, or partnerships between private companies and civil society organizations. Philanthropies, a whole range of institutions have actually occupied the space of decision-making. And so the urban design is a great tool to mediate across these institutions that are actually misaligned in their goals. They're misaligned in the sense that the private sector is geared towards profit-making and the public sector is geared towards welfarist agendas. And marginalizations are produced in this kind of interaction here. PPPs are full of risks. All that risk is transferred to the public. So we need to look at institutional variety, I think, and also scale, because none of these institutions are actually interacting just at the scale of predictable scales of national, state, and local governments. Now the decisions are taking place across all these scales. Municipal governments are interacting with WRIs and a whole range of other international organizations, just as much as they're also interacting with, the corporators are struggling, of course, but interacting with their local communities. So I think scale is no longer as clearly definable. So urban design, I take this opportunity also to say that the meaning of urban design gets expanded into macro as well as micro levels of interventions and design thinking across multiple scales as well as multiple institutions. And there we need to look at how marginalization is produced in all of these processes. Very complex exercise. And politics plays a very important role here. I feel like we really need to understand institutions in greater depth, which all the presentations represented quite well, but I think the way in which it is communicated also needs to change. We need to get rid of jargon and communicate it simply so that it reaches out to a wider range of people. So that's how we can address gender in cities, because the communication has to become simple across all institutional variety. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. It's open again. Anyone can answer.
If I may, Manoj.
Yeah.
I am not restricting myself to the discussion only about women, but to this idea of inclusion, right? And of course, gender and the question of gender becomes fundamental to this question of inclusion itself. Like Professor Ravindran just mentioned a little while back about an integrated mindset, right? Whether we have an integrated mindset for integrating disciplines beyond our disciplines, right? Let's just say that we expand that discussion again to the fact that to the idea: do we have an inclusive mindset? Do we have an inclusive mindset before we talk about creating inclusive spaces? Now, for me, this idea of inclusion is deep-rooted. It is a historical cultural construct that all of us have been shaped by within our own societies. It starts from the family as an institution, if I go back to what Champaka was saying, and we start from that kind of historic association of within the family and our position within the family, which defines for our own sake who all should be included or excluded from our own domain of existence. And that is how deep-rooted it is. So when we get into this question of, who do we want to include, that how do we want to do that, we question our own self in terms of whether at all we have developed within ourselves the openness of embracing anyone who is apart from us existing along with us. And that, so deep-rooted is this situation that it cannot only get strategically taken care of only through physical moves. It has to be a move which has to be part of this entire discourse of an educational growth that happens within individuals. Right? And that is why within the educational sphere, these questions have to be confronted and, if necessary, argued and debated. And the idea of the individual within the collective has to be brought forward as an intrinsic question that all of us personally involve ourselves with and battle with if required. Otherwise, there will be a disjunct between our own selves and the actions that we are taking, which seem to be politically appropriate and correct. We will be talking gender inclusivity, but we will be believing that the woman in the house will remain subservient to the patriarchal male. And that is where it all begins. This is where we have been brought up. So how do we confront this entire dichotomy within ourselves? For the educational environment to raise these questions, however uncomfortable and difficult they might be, for every student to take a call on it and discuss within themselves, personally and collectively, I think becomes the starting point of this entire question of inclusion and inclusivity. We can get into the bigger discussion of whose city is this. And when we get into that discussion, we realize that this city belongs to the able-bodied, wealthy male. I'm choosing my words carefully, and I've done this many times before. The able-bodied, wealthy male is whom the city belongs to. Anyone else who is not part of this category is not included in this city. Anyone else. And it could be male again. And like Champaka says, they are then the marginalized. They are then not a part of the city building process and the city using process. So I'm making these 2 points of view, the internal as well as the external, or the individual and the collective. At both ends, there has to be arguments and debates about how do we make a position related to this cultural construct that we are all a part of. It's deep-rooted, but I think the exercise has started very, very strongly. And that is where the real, let's say, optimism lies in our own societies too.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Professor Katie?
Do I have to say something?
Of course. if you want, you can.
So basically, I agree with the comments made by both Champaka and Aruna that inclusivity is actually, if you have compassion in your mind, if you are a compassionate person, you cannot be but inclusive. The problem, I feel, is it's a moral crisis of having lost our compassion for this world. And then there is no distinction between man, woman, old, young, disabled, child, grown-ups, and so on. It's a kind of universal affection for trees, for animals on the street, for people, for the rich, for the poor. So I think if our studios, and particularly the studios in which we take students out into the city and get them to experience the city and record it and so on, if those studios have this kind of an underpinning of compassion, then students will automatically pick up those traits inside. Of course, we are very strongly conditioned, not only by our households, but also the capitalist economy to value only those people who can contribute to the production of the city, production of wealth in the city. So the able-bodied male, like Arunabh described, is the most productive in the mindset of the capitalist, in which they can contribute more to the production process. So as your role in the production process keeps diminishing, that is, till very recently women were looked at in that manner. The older people who are retired, like I am, are looked at in that manner. Small children are to be consuming what we produce and not for producing itself. All these kind of, the kind of exclusions that we practice are actually vested in the idea of creating more and more economic wealth with lesser and lesser compassion. So I think that's where I don't want to sound moralistic and moral science class. I don't mean it that way at all. I'm saying it from the perspective of being an urban designer. Now it's nearly 50 years since I entered into this field. 72, I became a student of urban design, and I haven't looked back. It's 50 years. And today I know that my job as an urban designer is to design the lived experience of the city. It's not about designing buildings and spaces, or rather it is all about all that. But it's also about all the two research works today we saw in THESIS, where people looked at how experience of being in the city can be actually measured and used as parameters for design decisions. So lived experience is the crux of urban design. If you can provide a happy lived experience, I think we are successful in our design. And from that perspective, lived experience is also of the man, the woman, the child, the old, the young, the able-bodied, the physically challenged, and the street dogs and cows and trees which are on the road. That's the whole range is our domain. Whole range of life is our domain. And that is also what should be informing our approach to nature. The regenerative quality, that there is self-regenerative quality that there is in nature. If we can protect that through our design, if we can ensure that that's not eroded through our design, then I think we have a successful approach to nature and climate. So I'll stop with this. Sorry if I sounded like a preacher.
No. It was not.
I didn't mean.
In fact, this question, I raised this question basically because somebody asked me this. This question in a very different context, not as an urban design from an urban design viewpoint, but still, frankly speaking, I owe my what do you call, my understanding about the subject and also the way I look at the world. Frankly speaking, from my heart, I'm telling you, I don't have any gender bias. I generally don't have any gender bias. I don't look at people from that angle at all. But many times this question comes to me, and I have never felt that. But this question, in fact, provoked me a lot. This is provoking in the sense my thought process. Somebody was asking me, like, when you design, do you think that there is a difference when a male and a female design is public space? I said no. Because I have never felt so. If you are designing something for the differently abled, if you are designing something for the kid, there's something called scale. There is something called the physical disability. So there are several things that we consider. But as an adult is concerned, I have never felt okay, there are special needs, but at the same time, as an adult, it's like male and female is the same. That's a generic concept. But I understood that it is not. Several times we have to design spaces for the female, especially in public spaces where they do have certain consideration, or they do have certain. So I have felt that many times when I go to a public office, when I go to like collectorate or maybe secretariat, everywhere I have seen that when I started looking at that from that angle, these spaces are designed by male, and many a times that approach is missing. And it is a truth that understood that it is a truth, but I don't know how much we have integrated it. And I was also thinking that in design studio, being teachers since last so many years, have you felt that there is a way design demonstration happens, I mean, differently among the boys and the girls? I don't know. I mean, it's not a question to answer, but just thinking whether there is any difference. I have to still look at it for, I mean, to have to do a research on that. But it remains in my mind, that particular question. Anyway, coming back to
one thing, Manoj.
Yes.
Just by the way, I think the manner in which this whole 2 days work that we have done has taken place, we had
Yes.
a large number of girls projecting their work.
Yes.
And we have very few women who are discussants. Yeah.
True. True.
That means that in our generation, there was not so much engagement of women in the subject. And in the current generation, there is increased engagement. Yeah. And I think there is also a shift in the idea of compassion.
True.
So these are very positive changes that I found by observing the kind of work that we've seen. Last 9 years we've been doing this, and right from the beginning itself, it started. The whole idea of this presentation started with one basic ethical value, which is no competition. No competition between one student and the other. No competition between one subject and the other. No competition between schools and schools. So that's the basic premise which actually has made us look at this whole subject, this whole discourse with a mindset that is a learning mindset. So I think it's a very big progress we have made in being far more humanized than we were when we began to study urban design. When I studied urban design,
okay, Srinkant, how much time do we have? Can we have 1 or 2 more questions?
Sir, definitely yes. If you're okay with extending the valedictory session till 7:30.
I think we should do it before that. It's too late. I don't know. I mean, let us hear from our panelists too.
I sleep at 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm okay.
Anyway, we won't, extend this too much.
Definitely, sir.
Yeah, I do have one next question coming up is regarding urban design research. If you look at the different projects that's being, presented here, and also look at the urban design studios from different schools, I personally feel that, as I told you earlier, the complexity is increasing, and we do have several tools with us. Whether it is technology or whether it is kind of data science, we do have several things handy. But the problem is that how much we are using these resources in our design studios, how much seriously we are using it in our thesis, it's something which is which is serious question, in fact. So I would like to hear about that. How do you think that this issue can be tackled if it is there, and how this capacity building, as far as institutions are concerned, to have a technology-driven approach in dealing with this type of things, how this data science management can happen within our studios or within our institutions, and how we upgrade ourselves with respect to technology, and how we will include this in the curriculum. All these things are important questions that we have to answer. And also, I think that this is something which is going to be very, very important for us in the coming years, especially in dealing with our projects. So I would like to hear about that from Professor Arnav Dasgupta.
Okay, now there are 2 ways of getting about addressing this question, which is very important, and I also was keenly connecting with all the projects and all the inquiries that happened over the last 2 days, searching for the possibility of recognizing as well as reflecting upon the methods that are being used for any of these inquiries. The fact that we do this annually every year is for us to get refreshed with the different kinds of techniques and tools that students are using for their own research-driven explorations of urban design in their thesis. So every year we are hoping that we are going to gain new ground, and that exposure is going to create more momentum across all the universities and colleges who are getting exposed to this new ground that is getting exposed in this platform. So I was searching for that. So far, I found that there has been a limited experimentation of new methods for even conventional inquiries or even defining new inquiries. Right? Some of the methods we could see, and I think the methods that came up in the phenomenology section of our sessions, right, did apply or use methods which are beyond the conventional. Right? Earlier, there was a question of mapping. There is the mapping or are our mapping methods advancing themselves from the usual mapping techniques that have happened before, that have captured and simulated real city conditions before? And also, having mapped, is there a new forward mechanism of analyzing and interpreting what we have mapped? I have not found that kind of a progressive departure from in the kind of mapping techniques and expressions, even interpretations and analytical tools that I was hoping to see a little bit more than what we have seen so far. This is not to criticize the topics and the projects that have been put forward. This is to say that at the end of the 2 days, we have to reflect upon what did we get. We got extremely sensitive issues that have been picked up and have been dealt with on a real-time basis for the cities that are going through the problems that we have seen. But when we pick up these issues, then we have to ask ourselves, or are we asking ourselves, do we need new methods now to capture the issues comprehensively enough for it to get interpreted and then processed? Maybe interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity has a role to play there. The techniques and tools used by another discipline may become very handy for us to find answers to some of the aspects that we're seeing, but not understanding what to do with them, right? So that's where I think we may want to focus a bit more in our thesis agenda, if not the entire studio agenda. Focus clearly on methods, right? And asking ourselves, no matter what the product, have I got into process here a new way of inquiry, an approach that is going to give us some more ground or gain a little more ground than what we have done before. Rajat mentioned this, 30 years, same mapping, same sequence of activities, a linear way of progressing on from identifying a problem to resolving the problem. What else are we going to do? Or what else are we doing? So I think there is a clear space for a larger level of experimental search for method-driven inquiries into processing urban design, right? Or processing urban design explorations. I think there is a space. We need to cultivate that and find out how to make it happen. In our school, we have started a parallel program, which is a lab-based program, which is not a studio program. And we have started asking ourselves, can research happen by and with design and through design? Not a pre-design research, a design-based research, and a post-design-based research on its implications and manifestations. But can we have a question, which is a design-based research question, and can that answering of that question happen through design? We pushed it into a lab platform, and we said, okay, let the lab process this idea of research by design. Not the usual way in which we have looked at research as history theory, and then is applied research through its different kinds of design iterations. Okay. So anyway, so that's what I think we need to cultivate even more. And I'm sure there is enough space for real creative work here.
I would like to correct something which I mentioned earlier. It was like I mentioned wrongly about that particular thesis which Mridul presented. It was on the city of Aurangabad, and she's a student. She's a student from MIT. So sorry for the kind of error that I mentioned. Thanks. So I would like to hear from Professor Katie.
We should realize that the last 2 years, we have just gone through the pandemic, and there's been a kind of an earthquake in our system where people are working from home and people are working in isolation without their own peer group. Entire batches have passed out without getting to know their peer group. And entire batches have passed out without getting to know the city, but only learning to analyze this. Now, you may think it is like a outdated worldview, but I think there is a lot of value and virtue in actually smelling and feeling the city. I think all that we need to do is to ensure that when we are moving into newer and newer methods, which gives us a deeper and deeper understanding of issues through research, through technology-based research, we don't lose sight of the smells and touch of the city. I think that at least the singularly important experience for me is when I'm walking the streets of the city. That's when I know it best. Not when I'm reading about it, not when I'm theorizing about it, not when I'm analyzing it, not when I'm measuring. Did the girl who measured all those sensory experiences in city and quantified them to turn them into design material, did she actually smell the city? Would be the question that I ask. If she has actually smelt it and then she has measured it, and I'd say that there was learning in that process. That experiential learning is so important, I think, in urban design. Not just experiential design, but the learning process, the measurement with your hand is a process that you cannot replace by the click of a button. There's something else about the tactile qualities of the stone that you touch when you measure it. No. There's something else that transfers between you and the object you are studying. There's a physical energy transfer that takes place. To me, it has been very important. And I believe that that has been a very enriching way of learning for me. So going every year with students for the last 30 years to a new city every time, walking around the city with them for 3-4 days, talking about them, discussing with them, and progressing the studio as a learning mechanism on the actual site, city as the site of learning. That has been extremely important for me. And that's what has kept me, still I feel I'm a student, because I love the smells and the dirt and the narrowness and the lack of amenities in many of the cities which I walked. The organic qualities of the city that actually formed my experiential base of that city. When you come back, you theorize, you draw them. When we draw a line, that's actually a big technology, because there's no lines in nature. We have invented the line as a method of representing nature. In nature, one thing just ends and the other thing begins. But we have turned that into a line. And we keep ascribing to value to that line. So we nuance the use of the line further, but it's an abstraction which is at the base. It's not the real thing. So I think it is very important for me as yet to do experiential learning, not learn something and then you design for, you design the lived experience of other people. You have to have that lived experience to begin with. Then you use any intelligent, sexy method of learning and recording and measuring and analyzing. You do all that technology, but it cannot substitute the personal experience of the designer, I think.
So so the question was not regarding that. I totally agree and accept what you have mentioned, and that's the way we are all taught, and we totally accept that. But the problem is, I'll cite one example. When somebody is doing a study on urban form and its implication on the thermal comfort of that place. We know that it's hot, we cannot stay, or maybe because of the building, the material palette that we have used and the way the urban form has been kept in certain dimension in direction and the volume that has created that kind of, this nowadays we do have technology, we do have, equipments to study these type of things. So my question is that, my question was pertaining to certain areas where we have to upgrade ourselves with respect to technology, and many a times what happens is, for example, in today's discussion, it's just my observation in all these theses that was discussed since last 2 days, the type of like for example the kind of soundscape that was discussed here for such a topic, how far we can go without technology being used. And don't you think that soundscape is important in design? It is. So when we design an environment to create such a kind of an ambience, or to get such a kind of a, what do you call this, desirable design level, we may have to integrate technology. And how to do that? Are we equipped in our studios to do that? I don't think that even for when we go for a jury, as a jury member, when you sit across, I don't think that we don't have expertise to really gauge that. Maybe part of that we can do that, as you said, something which connects to the soul, we can. But something which connects to the quantitative aspects, we fail many a times. So that was my question that is being raised. I would like to hear from Professor Champaka too.
I would like to comment on
yes.
I just wanted to say that Professor K.T. Ravindran made a very profound point, and I think it was in as a counterpoint to your question. That's how I interpreted his response.
Yes.
Because it's basically technology versus it's there's humans and all other species versus machines. That's what the transition is looking like.
So I was emphasizing it is me. We totally accept it, respect it, sir.
Right, but I think I interpret Professor Ravindran's point as a major, profound counterpoint to your question, which is, I think, and I'm saying this because I anchor the Law and Policy Hub at Azim Premji University, which is hinged on the premise of experiential learning. And I so fully understand the gravity of what Professor Ravindran is actually sharing. And we've gone into details of multiple disciplinary interpretations of this meaning of experiential learning. So John Dewey, on educating children, he says you learn only when you do. You don't learn otherwise. And there's similarly Kenneth Arrow in this domain, he's Nobel laureate in the field of economics. He also underscores the importance of learning by doing. It's only when you unpack a problem and deconstruct it through various pedagogies. And I think Arunava was highlighting again and again, he's highlighted the importance of method and pedagogies. I think all of that becomes so important. It's only then that we actually begin to understand and learn through the whole process of experiencing different kinds of spaces. And I also go back to what Professor Brinda Shastri brought up in a session earlier today. She said, we must take cognizance of the fact that technology is at all points in time a tool for us. It doesn't become something that overpowers our thinking and our existence and our behavior. So I think it's, and I'm again reflecting from my position as a faculty member at Azim Premji University, where we have a host of people from various different disciplines, lawyers particularly. And in this Law and Policy Hub space, which is about experiential learning, we actually experiment with a whole diverse range of pedagogies and methodologies, which practitioners as well as academics bring together to support experiential learning. And here, I think it's a great opportunity to explore a new pedagogy that is a hybrid pedagogy. For example, we could look at law clinics combined with the design studio, or similar spaces of exploration in political science, maybe, which combines with architectural studio. Because the studio is such a strong pedagogical space. I realize the skills we have to draw, to make drawings is very unique. Most people don't know how to draw, and that's our biggest strength and our biggest tool and weapon in a sense, you know. So if we can combine reasoning that lawyers bring with cognition that we bring, it'll make a very powerful combination. So I think if as part of IUDI, if we can introduce and initiate the making of these multiple hybrid pedagogies that make design, keep design central to the entire process. And design, again, I reflect again on what Arunava as well as Professor Ravindran brought up in the earlier question as well, that, you know, it's deep rooted implicit biases that Arunava was speaking about. And Professor Ravindran spoke about the importance of, you know, being conscious of all species. So if we can think of design from that space and as a counterpoint to technology, which is sort of overtaking all of our existence, it'll be a great way to go forward, I think. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Manoj, can I just add one point?
Yes, sir.
I have no quarrels as far as if the researcher is measuring while they are sweating. I have no problem with them measuring thermal comfort while sweating. I have a problem if the thermal comfort is measured through the day, through a machine, and that is read through an electronic means inside the studio and interpreted. I have a problem with it. I think there is great insight that you gain.
Yes.
But there's a lot that you lose as learning. That was the point that I'm trying to make. So it's only an enhancement of our insight into the subject rather than a substitute for learning. We have to make a distinction between the learning environment and the analyzing environment. I feel that's important to me.
Thank you, sir.
Right, stop it.
Can I add to this?
Yes. Yes.
And I think it's a lovely discussion that we're getting into. So there's a question of, you know, what comes out in some of these aspects is the value of the studio, right, and its position with respect to our understanding of the city versus what we do with the city. The studio is a simulated space for the city to come to, right?
Sure.
So which means within the studio, we simulate the city and we bring it through our mechanisms and bring it into the studio and start discussing and discoursing over it, right? The electronic medium through the computer is also doing similar situations. But if at all there is a disconnect between the city, which is our field, and the studio, which is our lab, then there is a problem of understanding the field enough before we start experimenting in the lab. So the convergence of the studio and our field, which is the city, I think has to be programmed continuously, but also evolving as we move on. My question is about the evolution of this convergence of the studio with its field.
Yes.
Right? I'm not negating the studio and only going to the field, which is our city. I'm not discarding the city and only working in the studio. But when we work between the studio and the field together, what we used to do, and all this while, and what we need to do from here onwards, is a question that we can cultivate in an educational discourse, right?
Yes.
And that is what I think it's great to talk about, have a seminar on pedagogies, right? And understand the various ways in which different kinds of possibilities emerge in this idea of relationship between the field and the simulated field, right? Which is where the studio arises. We've created an experiment between 3 different kinds of universities with 3 different disciplinary groups: anthropologists at one end, urban designers, and artists, right, working in the public domain. And we're trying to understand urban space and its transformation with respect to association and belonging. We heard these words many times. How does the anthropologist look at association and belongingness? How does the urban designer look at association and belongingness, how does the public art practitioner through curatorial work look at differences in the way in which association and belongingness changes over time? Now, for me, that is an experiment which goes very close to what Champaka is saying about hybridization of possible methods related to the same question of urban transformation, right? Space-based urban transformation. And I have a feeling that the studio can embrace any of that without disconnecting from the field, right? So that's what I'm saying as an evolutionary step forward when we talk about what mechanisms can be used in your question of research, practice, and the academia.
Manoj, can I just take one more minute?
Yes.
You know that I think we can learn from the experience of the planners. We know that when the planner converted demography into statistics, that was a great abstraction to do that into numbers. And if they sit down in the studio and look at the statistics, they have done their planning. That's what it has come to now. They even got rid of sociology from their syllabus at one stage because it is no more important, because they had statistics as a substitute. That is the danger that we need to look at, because that's what I think has brought in.
Yes, the idea is well conceived.
Degeneration in planning.
Yes. The idea is, well conceived. I think I'll come to the last question now. I know that many of the people who are listening to us are students and those who have done their thesis and the faculty members. So I'm very specific about these questions because I think the whole idea of having this thesis colloquium, seminar is basically it's a learning process, a learning platform. And since this is a final kind of a discussion, I just focused on these questions. I hope it is well. What I'm doing is right. Okay. So as the last one, that we do have different schools. We do have different schools in different places, and we do have different universities running these courses, and also we do have different timeline for the programs. I have seen that in some places the semester is very tight. In some places they extend. So students who are doing this thesis, they do get to work in different time frames, and also the methodology adapted is different. So my question here is, like, when we bring all of them in one single platform, and IUDI is having a role to play here, I think so. So do you think that we have to have a common set of rules and regulations for running this thesis studio, design studio? One, and if so, what are the guiding tools, or do we have to structure the thesis studio in a specific way, or we have to have this freedom given to different kind of things that is happening in different places? Or is it important that we have to improve in this particular thing? These are the questions. Anyone can take it up.
Simple short answer is no.
No. Okay, good.
We do not. We should not at any point of time think of homogenizing anything to do with education.
Okay, fine.
That's my point of view.
Yes, it's important because it's a lesson that we have to kind of reiterate among ourselves, and this is kind of this thing is open to all. Anybody can raise the question, and all these points that has been discussed here is like open to all for asking questions, or maybe to have their opinion being raised. I would like to hear from the participants too. Either you can type your question so that I can read it loud, or maybe you yourself can do that. Srikanth, please help.
I think what Katie sir
Hello,
said.
Sir. There aren't any questions in the chat box.
Rajat Ray, I think, was saying something.
Yeah, very decently, coolly. I'm saying what Katie said about this abstraction of statistics and what happened to planners. The challenge in studio, as you were discussing, by necessity, realities of city are abstracted into the studio, which have to be. And I also have learned city by walking through cities more than studying urban design. It's a huge challenge, and it connects to certain habits that are not habits, certain sort of practices or traditions have grown into this, and continuously disturbed by the same methodology applied to any kind of thesis. Abhimanyu, in his the interaction, he mentioned one thing very lightly, and Abhimanyu of all people, he says that it seems that your narratives are structured by your framework. So you have a ready-made framework somewhere in the back of mind, and you're generating narratives via that framework, as if then you can answer the questions by that framework. So the attempts to generate new frameworks from fresh narratives are not so much there. There's a habit of using the same framework. That is one thing. And once you take Katie, what he's saying seriously, really, then one sees this tremendous danger of abstraction. And just to not to be theoretical, Alexander possibly was deeply against that problem. And he gave his life to design, connected on ground. So the studio space by necessity is very compact. Now, I also connected to other discussion. This multidisciplinary thing, I have a strong problem with that wherever I am. The multidisciplinary arena exists, and quite often I notice when there is a multidisciplinary discussion between people, there's a tendency of X discipline person talking about Y discipline's area and Y talking about Z's area. That happens, and one cannot stick to his own area, and that becomes a very problematic thing. In that context, how can, it's a fantastic discipline of urban design, although it emerged from United States of America in a way, but we have values of that and we need to transfer that in certain ways. So, you see, we need to search for some kind of a core competence of this beautiful thought system. I often feel that, because I teach in architecture possibly, that thinking globally and acting locally is a age-old good solution. So I feel that through urban design learning in the city, walking in the city and in the studio, getting so many exposures, we get to understand urban design and various languages of talking about city. But when it comes to work, we somehow get into that megalomania of, therefore, I will also do a city. Or if not a city, I'll handle several aspects of city. And that abstraction is reflected in our studios and in thesis also. So if it is like this, that I understand city, okay, and I work within my capabilities, with that understanding of city in mind, possibly a lot of people are practicing today who are highly capable urban designers, but they're not getting urban projects. But something of urban design coming into their work, if they're designing a house or doing activism, the two ends of it. So in activism also, there is a tendency maybe to become very megalomaniac. When you reach a political capability, you become a politician with consistency, all right. In the building system, there are critics quite often that's happening, that in Vrindavan, you're designing new buildings. So at the end of the day, you're exercising your capability of architecture itself. So if you can do that unabashedly, strict to your own capability and grow it a little bit circumstantially, or by yourself, or by interacting with people, okay, do it. But then there is this dream that creeps into the student, that I am an urban designer and therefore I can do Corbusier's and Michael Sorkin's. It's not so, that's what then, falls back on the affecting the basic capability, which is then undermined. So if one is practicing, then one should devote the time intensely to what one is doing, while at the back of his mind, one knows how Pluto is a planet or not. And as a person, citizen, talk about it, interact. But action area choice should be within the capabilities. Before mastering that, if one starts to jump out, then jack of all trades, master of none thing happens. So if we contribute to the city by doing our own good work that we can actually do good, and then cumulatively, it will be a good city. And as a problem finding of city is also a problem. You always try to find problem. I mean, we have been reading Italo Calvino, but nobody has read possibly Minotaur of Camus. And the way Oran is discussed, at the end of the day, I read it much later, that the understanding of city does not necessarily depend on the quality of Vienna and Florence. So that's the kind of thought one has. And technology and all are very small things. City is not technology. City is just there, out there. Technology is absorbed into the bloody life of city. So how does one then decide what to do in thesis? You know, why not do smaller scale, intense understandings of the problem rather than, you know, as a rule, you club in everything. And even if you want to do activism, you know, as you were saying, different courses in different parts of the world and the country will be different. So the institution's ideology should be concrete and should have some thoughtful sort of position. So without any any pollution, to propagate that, and the student will interact with that and may pick up activism. And Katie posted this Jan Gale's research video. That man has throughout his life done research and contributed immensely to the system, just done research. The research thing is not taken seriously. So because of the model that we follow in our thesis, we means all these Indian schools, thanks to people coming out of SPS and going everywhere and teaching like me, we have this compacted idea of one urban design project that has to be done. No issue is, you know, I mean, explored to its intensity, actual intensity. The professional projects are, as they were saying, land value. If you don't know how, you comment upon land. If you want to do that properly. So if we do good architecture, maybe we are contributing to a good city. And if we do activism where we can make an effect on small scale, we are contributing to the city altogether.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rajat. He's muted.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm muted.
Okay, thank you, Professor Rajat. In fact, I would like to hear, I can see Professor Anand and Professor Brinda, Professor Prasanna, if you I can see here. I would like to hear from you too. Professor Anand Vadvekar.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Please.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's what Rajat was just saying in terms of selecting and choosing topic or making that kind of an environment where student come and proposes a topic. There has been a tendency, including the schools where school where I am teaching, that we tend to ask them to set inquiry in the existing domain of planning and issues in the city. And somehow, I mean, summarizing the discussion which was just happening, we are missing on a lot of elements such as irrationality in the city, which may not fit into the domain of planning as such or design, but there's in between gray areas where lots of things happen. And that is not inquired in urban design thesis. That's what I found. It may be placed in larger domains of sociology or other disciplines which do engages, but because sometimes it lacks the speciality and we don't see the special product coming in the end, students are discouraged to take those kinds of topic and inquiries. So one step could be is to move beyond the fixed spatial result, which we the so-called figurative and diagrammatic product which we tend to see in urban design thesis, and go beyond those and look for more creative engagement with the city. That's where I think discipline will get more and more let's say sustenance and prominence in terms of getting sidelined by other larger technological challenges. I'll still repeat, because smart cities, the way it has been taken over by ICT expert, the brand also comes from the IT company, patented like that. And the way city is now presented to us as a technological entity and not as a human entity. So that's where I think one way out could be is to encourage a student to take more and more creative topics rather than the finite one, which we tend to see or want to see the result ultimately coming out in build form.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Prasanna?
Yes. Thank you so much. I think what Anand said is very true. I think somewhere we should ground to ourselves to kind of a basics. Sometimes I think I feel that the basics, if we make it strong, then I think this technological and other aspect could be added as a kind of a layer onto that. And it's not many are comfort in certain things. So maybe if you look at our basics as a as an urban design tools, if you make it stronger and stronger, I think this diverse subjects and other thing also could be added into that. And then of course the technological layers and other, somehow I think we should present ourselves as a very stronger urban designer who can connect ourselves with the city. I think that's which I feel an important thing.
Thank you. Also, Rajinder is here.
Hi, Manoj. I've been hearing. I think I'd like to go along with what Katie was mentioning. I think it's important that we feel the city, and our learning comes from the feel of the city.
Yes.
And that is very important. I personally see also that when you're talking about any work in the professional field, if you are engaged yourself in a city, walked around the city, you have a better confidence to talk about how to go about transformation of the city. So I think that personal engagement in the city is very important. But however, I think the point Manoj raised about technology, I think technology, I agree with Brinda, it's a tool. And I think we can enhance to achieve our goals. The process to achieve our goals can certainly be technology driven, but the intent cannot be technology driven, I think. That's where the difference should be brought in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Professor Brinda, Professor Bijin.
Yeah, I just had one point to make about the aspect of research and theses. I think what issues we are facing, there are a handful, very rare to find students who are very inclined towards research. And some of our curriculums are expecting a design outcome. So what is happening is that at some point, we have to kind of force students to abandon the research trajectory and kind of, get into the solution mode. Although there are many theses in RV where we have stopped short of the solution mode and stopped at creating frameworks that have come out of the research agenda. So I think there is where we feel like there's a need to, and what we at least try to encourage the student by asking them, what is it that they're interested in doing eventually after graduation, in terms of whether they want to get into activism, whether they want to get it, not that, we want to label them or put them in a kind of category, but where their broader interests lie. And since we see them over the 2 years, we do kind of see the inclination and we try to encourage it. And we say, it's okay if there is no kind of design outcome, but our curriculum expects that. And when they actually get into a review with other external reviewers, they almost are penalized from the perspective of, you don't have a design outcome. So this whole perception of what we should actually end up with, it also has to do with the framework that Rajat has been speaking about. I kind of slightly differ, because there is a difference between generating frameworks and a methodology to doing a thesis. And both can be generated through discussions. Yes. And both have room to kind of look at it from a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach. The flexibility of that framework is what is important.
Absolutely.
And absolutely. Yeah, and how it kind of, because it's a time and tested method where we come up with strategies, we come up with a structure plan, but that doesn't mean that we are frozen with that. There are ways in which within that we can actually navigate and come up with new solutions, new ways of looking, new methods of maybe even coming up with design ideas. So we can, for example, I think Prasanna can talk about this. There was a studio that was generated out of cinema in the city. Okay, and it's almost like a living lab, similar to what Arnava was speaking about, where students are actually looking at the world of cinema and trying to understand how it affects cities, and how art and city and art, we do this in the first semester also. We get students to start thinking about these dynamics, which are not rooted in solutions or in really specific kind of outcomes, but more on a thinking process, more on a research process, where you kind of generate different ideas and develop an understanding which is much more broader, so that when they get to a thesis level, they are able to kind of think beyond the box in that sense.
There is one discipline, madam, that one should look at, and that's landscape.
Yes.
See, they cannot make mistakes. And that's the discipline which is a serious thing, and it allows it to be poetic. And that's the other extreme, And we are not talking about that. We are getting only mechanized. Oh, we are talking about city and experience, yes. But eventually we are forced to mechanize. And you are absolutely right in this connection between quote unquote framework generation from narrative, or, both ways, yes. And one doesn't know what can come out. What is the, ultimate product? Absolutely. I don't want to repeat what you're saying.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to hear the concluding comments from our panelists now. First, Professor Katie.
Yeah. It's a wonderful discussion, a lot to learn from. And I'm quite happy with the last 2 days, and it was so well organized by the Mysore School. I'd like to congratulate the Mysore School for having pulled off these 2 days of continuous session so well without any interruption. Thank you so much for doing so. Having said that, I also want to add one small point, is that I think we don't see the evidence of sufficient critical thinking in the way the design projects are approached. So I think the clue lies in the fact that we skip a very important stage where we can actually integrate critical thinking with the facts on the site that we learn, collect, and information through technology, whatever modes you use, and the reality of the site, or the bearing capacity, or the capacity of the site to express its own genius. And it is through the program formulation stage that we can actually combine all this. And also in that, embedded in that, very strongly embedded in that, is the ethics or the empathy that you can express towards your own project. We are not taking this program formulation stage seriously enough. I think this is one reason why we find students kind of degenerating into a descriptive mode about their site rather than critically examining the issues on the site. I think if we can give more emphasis to the program formulation stage, at least to me in my practice, program formulation is one of the most creative activities in which you're able to bring all these different things that you have experienced, learned, empathized with, and our ability to understand the site, nature, and what it wants to be. All that is expressed in the program formulation. That stage we are shirking completely in our thesis studios. And I think we may re-examine that as an issue, because that is also the site in which there's best possibilities for developing critical thinking. We don't have sufficient critical thinking. We have good intuitive understanding, we have good analysis, and we also have good design solutions. But it's important that we assimilate everything to actually develop a critical worldview about the whole universe of our project, which includes nature, our internal selves, the external realities, our measurements of those realities, our ability to draw them and abstract them and present them, all that can be integrated into that critical thinking stage. Let's stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor Champaka.
Thank you. Thank you once again for this splendid opportunity to participate in this discussion, as well as the last 2 days of presentations by various thesis learners. Very, very enriching, and so many reflections to take back. I just wanted to convey one message again to all the students that urban design is a political space. Every intervention we make affects political strategy, because basically development has political states in terms of money, in terms of labor, in terms of vote banks. It's important to look at our discipline and our profession from a political lens. It affects it directly affects the stakes and nexus that political parties, political agents have with markets, with society, all kinds of other institutions as well. So you must look at urban design as a political space. That's one core message. The second is, because it's a political space, it's very critical that we actually learn how to communicate simply, get rid of our jargon. For example, if all through all presentations since yesterday and today, very technical. If we want to present this to other disciplinary professionals, they'll lose interest in no time because they just don't understand what we're saying. So for example, instead of saying the socio-economic, political dynamics of this particular site impedes inclusivity, we should just say families are unable to access their local counselor. I mean, I'm just giving a simple example of how simplified our communication needs to be in order to bring about a greater degree of legitimacy of our own discipline, of our own profession. It's only then that it will become clear, our messages will become clear, our messages for common good will become clear to all people, as well as to all political agents as well. Then multiple languages, we need to communicate in multiple languages. So the second big message is, because it's a political space, we need to learn how to communicate simply. I'm struggling with it myself, but yeah, these are the two core messages: simplicity as well as the politics of this whole space of urban design. Thank you so much once again for these very rich interactions.
Thank you, Professor Champaka. Professor Arnav.
Thank you. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, everyone, for stimulating us to think more than what we would have thought we would have been thinking in general terms. I think I would like to reinforce this idea about whose city, which I had mentioned initially. Whose city, whose imaginations, whose futures. And let me extend that into this question of whose thesis, right? Is it the thesis of the department of that institute? Is it the thesis of the mentor and the guide? Or is it the thesis of the student? Or is it the thesis related to an inquiry that has come up out of the convergence of all the three together? I am mentioning this as a question. I think there is need to discuss this question more and more. One of the reasons why I'm saying this is because in my little exposure of our department and the students who come into our department from all corners of the country, if not a cross-section of part of the world in which we are living in, we realize that these last 2 years of the pandemic has made us understand the value of the locale or the locality from where our students have sprung from, and their entire persona and their belief systems have got shaped by. Many of these locations, many of these regional roots and connections, right, have a tremendous amount of role to play in the way they construct their own view, their personal view, and their world view. Can an inquiry get shaped by these very rooted views that people themselves carry? Can our frameworks be adaptive enough to allow students and to make students realize that this journey of inquiry that they do at the end of the urban design program is a journey of greater self-discovery rather than a preset norm of what an end product of a thesis should look like. And is there, therefore, is there a way in which we can calibrate how a person starts a thesis ideation process or an inquiry process and takes this journey through and through to result in something which is extremely derivative of who or she, she or he is, where she or he is coming from, and how the institute has shaped herself or himself in these 2 years of her education. I have a feeling that there needs to be an adaptive framework. What should be that framework and how it should result in diverse dimensions of outputs is something that we need to think about. As of now, I see that we start from somewhere, but we end up in the straight-jacketed format of explorations, inquiry, interpretations, and propositions, which we are expected to go through because the program has taught us only this way. But I do not necessarily feel that that is enough for a student's self-discovery process. That's a hypothesis I have. I'm just putting it forward, and I'm wondering whether there can be something that we can think about related to that. The second aspect of it is this question of the worldview itself. Though there has been a lot of very significant issues pertaining to the Indian city, I do feel that today's situation of the climate crisis, of the human species only being a small fraction of the larger ecosystem of biodiversity within which we exist, and the crisis within it, the problems that have emerged because of the pandemic, the idea of the increasing hegemony of power, many of these dimensions have not necessarily attracted the minds of the young yet as strongly as I would have wanted to see. In the last, because this IUDI thesis seminar was actually a thesis seminar positioned for the 2 years of the pandemic, right? And therefore, there would have been a departure, hopefully, of the way in which we're looking at the world because of what we are going through locally. And my question, therefore, is that do we shift away from all of that and then go back to the preconceived, the predetermined, the conventional, and the comfortable? Or we enter into territory which is really impinging on us? And that's a question that I'm leaving forward again from the reflections I've had in the last 2 days. So the final thing is this question about the search that we have through design. I am by heart a very, very strong proponent of design explorations. But in the bulk of our thesis explorations across all universities, I know that the design exploratory capsule is one of the shortest and one of the hastiest, if there is a word called hastiest, right? That we somehow create a design outcome of all that I've been thinking. Design has never been a continuous process of exploration right from the start to the end. And that's why I keep on repeating this question about research by design and not linearly follow research and then design. So these are the 3 things that I wanted to talk about and leave as a question for all of us.
Thank you, sir. I think it was a very fruitful session with discussion from various people, ideas coming up and adding to this content of this discussion. And I hope we'll be able to come up with a kind of a consortium of what all things we discussed. And now I would like to thank all the participants, panelists, and all the students who were there with us, who were kind of quite constructive in their discussion process. And it was very happy and great to see all of you together since last 2 days. And I would like to thank the entire team from School of Architecture Mysore, School of Planning and Architecture Mysore, and the IUDI Karnataka chapter for taking up this pivotal role in this wonderful celebration of Urban Design Thesis Seminar. And now I would like to hand over to this session to Professor Srikanth. Professor Srikanth, please. Thank you, all the panelists.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much once again.
Welcome to the valedictory section. I would like to introduce our coordinator, architect Shrikant KS. Due to the busy schedule, our HOD is unable to attend the session. Now, I would like to introduce our coordinator, architect Shrikant. Shrikant KS, architect, urban designer, is a passionate academician and a research enthusiast with more than 9 years of experience in academics and architectural practice. He has been instrumental in organizing events at various scales for the betterment of architectural students and the college, like Module Studio in collaboration with Directorate of Urban Land Transport for the public bicycle sharing system changing at Mysore. He has been the core of the organizing team for this event. As a program coordination has robustly worked and inspired each of us in the organizing team, which has made this event gracefully detailed to the smallest detail and a grand process. I request Shrikant sir to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, one and all. 2 days filled with intensive intellectual content and deliberations, to reflect upon, an event to remember and cherish. So it's a privilege, for me to extend a very hearty vote of thanks on behalf of School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysore. First and foremost, I would like to thank IUDI Delhi and IUDI Karnataka chapter for giving our institution this opportunity of hosting the 9th IUDI National Urban Design Thesis Seminar 2022, which is a unique platform for young designers and experienced practitioners to debate, deliberate on approaches to urban design and perspectives, new theories, and raising questions and raising awareness in that process to the large mass. So I'm sure these stimulating sessions have made a very good, rather very great impact on the minds of the students and the practitioners, with messages highlighted at every session. And today also the message concluded with, or the most important message was the active engagement at political capacities, at government organizations, which was highlighted. So moving on further, I would like to quote Jane Jacobs: cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because and only when they are created by everybody. So this event is indeed a creation, complete only by everybody, only because the students had to pour in their entries, and the colleges have to cooperate, and there are a lot of people, students, faculty guides, panelists, making their significant valuable contribution for the seminar to be successful, and also the audience who have been patient enough for both the days listening to all of us. And so I would like to thank everyone. So I'm sure this thesis seminar also had something to offer for everybody, like the quote, right? Be it a researcher, a student, or a scholar, practitioner. So I would like to congratulate all the head of the institutions, faculties, and guides of all the 18 participating colleges, because of whom we have had like 25 entries successfully, finishing all the slots for the sessions, various sessions. So I would like to appreciate their work and thank the student presenters for their valuable contribution to the seminar over the two days, which was very engaging. I extend my deepest gratitude to all the expert members of the panel discussions and moderators for accepting our invitation and gracing the event, giving us invaluable inputs, a learning experience, and each of them has done justice for the deliberations. The panel discussions indeed enriched all of us with new perspectives and approaches on the topics considered for the presentations, and also broadly on urban design and urban design issues, which is very important. I extend my gratitude to Professor Arunava Dasgupta, President IUDI New Delhi, for his contagious enthusiasm, passion, and push. So he was with us from the day one, even when the idea of conducting the seminar was very nascent, and he has been a constant support throughout the event, even with his busy schedule and other commitments. Thank you, sir. I extend my gratitude to Professor Manoj Kini, Secretary IUDI, Urban Designers, Institute of Urban Designers India, New Delhi, for his support and constant guidance. I remember I've been calling him late nights. So thank you, sir. And then I extend my gratitude to our director, Professor B. Shankar, School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysore, who is a visionary working towards taking this institution to new heights. Without his support, we would not have been able to achieve this event. So he's our mentor and a source of inspiration. Thank you, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to record my heartfelt thanks for Architect Anup, IUDI Chairman, Karnataka chapter, who has been our substratum. He has supported us in every step, leading the way to make this event a great success. Thank you, sir. I would like to express our special thanks and gratitude to our dynamic Professor Pramod M. Gavari, Head of the Department, School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysore, who has been instrumental and our support system throughout the making of this event. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Chidambara Swami, Dr. Shobha R., Assistant Professor Yashaswini, Assistant Professor Uma, and Architect Padmashri Aras, and all the enthusiastic faculty who have supported us, the office staff, the librarian, the lab technician, and all the students of School of Planning and Architecture who have directly or indirectly helped in making this event a grand success. An event of this scale to be carved out to perfection is not possible without the timely inputs and conscientious guidance and encouragement. I was fortunate to have that flowing in for me from my dearest mentors and IUDI members of the working group for the event. I would like to express my gratitude and heartfelt thanks to Professor Brinda Shastri, Secretary IUDI Karnataka, Professor Guru Prasanna, Treasurer IUDI Karnataka, Professor Prasanna Rao, Head Education Team IUDI Karnataka, Architect Seema Maya, Architect Sandhya Rao, Architect Minal Sagare. I would like to mention Architect Minal Sagare was a program coordinator for the 2019 IUDI thesis seminar. She has been a constant support, and Architect Jasmine Saluja, Architect Vinod, and everybody from the IUDI working group. I would like to express my special thanks to the student coordinators of the event, without whom we could have not thought of this. So Nitin Kumar J, Vaibhav Kadi, and Karthik K from the second year of MArch. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizing team at School of Planning and Architecture, University of Mysore, with Assistant Professor Ankit Jagadish, Nitin Kumar, Vaibhav Kadi, Varshita S. Vadone, Rituja Bhagwan Gajre from second year MArch, Mohammad Saklen Sharif, and Suraktullah Dhiraj from third year BArch for their priceless contribution and enthusiasm that was seen throughout the event, even working late nights and taking phone calls and all making all the arrangements. So that made the event run very smoothly. Thank you. So we had an astounding registration of more than 350 participants for this event, which spanned across the 2 days. And all the participants have attended the event throughout the sessions from morning to evening with patience. So my deepest gratitude goes to all of you who have attended the seminar, helped to make it such a successful event. Thank you for being such a great audience. At last but not least, gratitude goes to all those who directly or indirectly helped us to complete this event successfully. Any omission in this small vote of thanks does not mean lack of gratitude. Thank you. Namaste. And I would like to make a few announcements. So with the event being very engaging, we are planning to document all of the discussions that were made in the panel sessions. So we would be publishing a monograph soon with all the works of the students, abstracts of the students, and also the details of the panel discussions with the brief of the panelists. And the certificates, which is the most important thing, which will be given in 15 days or so. So we are getting that ready. So thank you one and all again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Manoj sir.
Thank you, sir.